Princess Liflia was branded a villain, doomed to be hated. Her miserable end was sealed in a cold and lonely dungeon. The girl died in agony, never receiving justice. Prince Raveloff cynically justified her death, showing no sympathy. To everyone else, Princess Liflia simply fell ill and died. The heroine Ariel only shed tears, comforted by the cruel words of the young man. The reader was burning with anger, seeing how her favorite heroine was denigrated. Having read to the end, the girl could not believe the absurdity of this story. The whole book turned out to be just a saccharine novella about the love of Ariel and Raveloff. The world sang the purity of one heroine, built on the suffering of another. The victory over the villain Liflia became the final chord in the triumph of the main couple. Their wedding was supposed to have a happy ending, but something was wrong with this story. The reader could not understand why the death of one villain was not the end of the story. Even the charming supporting characters were mercilessly sacrificed for the sake of the plot. Anyone who dared to fall in love with Ariel was doomed to a tragic ending. This pair of main characters turned out to be real pests, destroying other people's lives. In a fit of rage, the girl tore the book apart, unable to come to terms with such injustice. She swore that if she were in the heroine's place, she would have treated them completely differently. Suddenly, the girl realized that she herself had become Princess Liflia, that very villain. Now, in the body of a doomed princess, she realized that her destiny was to be unloved. She was branded a villain from birth because of her mother, condemning the entire family to political oblivion. The mother, Lucia Vance, was a true villain, and her shadow predetermined the tragic fate of her daughter. Ariel looked at her with naive sympathy, not understanding the life that was prepared for the princess. The princess decided to remain silent about her pain and its true culprit, condemning herself to loneliness. The heroine asked a cruel question, hinting that the glory of a villain is better than a miserable death from illness. Liflia accepted her role, deciding to become a true villain to hide her true tragedy. On the threshold of death, people make desperate decisions in order to somehow control their destiny. She enjoyed her cruelty, finding a perverse pleasure in torturing those who loved Ariel. The truth about her fatal illness was revealed, but now she will be remembered as strong, not sick. Even when the truth came out, it didn't change anything, because she became the perfect villain in everyone's eyes. Liflia accepted her fate with pride, not regretting the decisions that led her to prison. It was at this moment that the reader fell irrevocably in love with the tragic villain. For her, the princess became a deity, eclipsing all others with her strength and beauty. Finding herself in Liflia's body, the girl looked at her reflection in horror, not wanting this fate. Her new life began 3 months before the start of the main story. At the age of 19, waking up in luxurious chambers, she could not understand where she was and what was happening. The realization came like a blow. She landed straight on the pages of that very hated novella. The memories of her past life were hazy, but she knew for sure that she was not the real Liflia. The memory of his own death and the book he had read became irrefutable evidence. The new divine appearance was the final confirmation that she was now a different person. In her past life, she was an ordinary girl who did not know enthusiastic compliments. Liflia was the epitome of perfection with platinum hair and purple eyes. Her unearthly beauty was just a calculated torture, because she was destined to die young. Fear overwhelmed her, because even if she had escaped torture, she was still doomed to die. In despair, the girl tossed and turned in bed, calling on the real princess to save her. She spent a whole week in tears, bemoaning her terrible and unfair fate. And so, in her dream, she finally met the real Liflia, the soul of this beautiful body. Seeing her idol in person, the girl could not contain her reverent delight. But the princess cut her off coldly, not understanding such familiarity. Liflia interrupted her babble, making it clear that now was not the time for empty pleasantries. The girl prepared to listen with trepidation, because her idol was about to reveal an important secret to her. Princess Liflia came with hope to tell how to get rid of the deadly disease. She explained that medications are powerless, because the disease, resistant to them, only progresses. The new soul felt no pain, and Liflia knew the reason for this strange phenomenon. The princess revealed a shocking truth: the body does not suffer because it is possessed by another soul. Realizing the surreality of what was happening, the girl began to desperately look for a way out of this situation. Liflia explained that the problem with this disease was that it affected the soul, not the body. She admitted that she called her here because a new soul is the only solution. The fan was delighted with the miracle, not understanding why she was the one to receive such an honor. She realized her incredible luck because she was not only given a second chance, but also brought together with her favorite character. Lifelia warns her successor that she is not destined to die as tragically. Disease takes away the soul, but its replacement becomes the only key to saving the body. As long as the new soul and body are one, the deadly disease will recede, giving a chance for life. The girl felt a great sense of relief, naively believing that she had been given an incredible favor. But she will have to pay a terrible price for salvation, because every memory will destroy her soul. Grinning, the princess sets a cruel condition: find all the memories in 100 days. The prospect of coughing up blood every 3 days terrified the girl. Lifelia, with a disarming smile, confirmed her worst fears. Speaking of terrible things, she timidly asked about safety, but immediately realized how stupid this question was. The princess only asks her to be patient for 1 year, promising that everything will end. Lifelia explains that vomiting blood is a sign that the process of merging with the body is going well. The girl is overcome with horror at the thought that her idol died not from illness, but from excruciating loss of blood. The princess adds with a smile that she took precautions and made sure that the memories would come on their own. Despite Lifelia's frightening beauty and cruelty, her fan still thanks her. Perhaps she won't feel pain until she finds the last memory, broken like a crystal heart. Even when talking about creepy things, the princess seems incredibly sexy and cold-blooded to her. Lifelia is perplexed as to how she could have gotten such a strange and enthusiastic creature. A live conversation with an idol turned out to be much better than reading a book, making me feel special. It was this dark and powerful aura that made Lifelia much more attractive than the main character. She clenches her fist, making her decision: bloody revenge in exchange for a new life. Princess Lifelia was a villain with a miserable death, so the idea of revenge had a right to exist. However, the girl doubted the need for a bloody massacre, because she liked other characters in the novel. She only didn't like the main characters, and since Lifelia gave her a new life, she would fulfill her will. She firmly promised the princess that she would do absolutely everything in her power. Lifelia gave her one last piece of advice: to live freely, because now it was her own life. She left her with her main weapon, the memory of the original work, which she knew. With these last words, dissolving into the light, the princess disappeared and the girl woke up. Meeting Lifelia put an end to her week-long tossing and turning, filling her heart with determination. She rejoiced, because thanks to her savior, one of the deadly endings was prevented. Full of determination, she sat down at the table, ready to take action and change her destiny. She has only 3 months to prepare for the major events that will turn this world upside down. She understands that if she simply disappears, the entire plot that she knows will collapse. The slightest mistake in this world can be fatal, because it plays with the fate of the main characters. The main threat comes from the Crown Prince, whose madness and cruelty know no bounds. Running away won't save her, because even if she gives up her role as a villain, she still remains a target. She then decides to use the allotted time to meet her favorite characters before the story begins. The story in the book begins with a national holiday, and it is now 3 months before that event. She realizes that the source of her bad reputation is Lieflia's mother, and this problem needs to be addressed immediately. In order not to provoke the mad crown prince, it is better not to interfere with him on his way to the throne. She decides to use these 3 months to change the sad fates of her favorite heroes. She uses everyone, the villain, the hero, and other characters, to see a fair ending, which will begin with the arrival of the heroine Ariel. Many died because of the protagonist's obsession, and the innocent heroine did not even notice the bloody victims of her love story. Her heart was torn by the injustice, because she liked those who were destined for a tragic fate. The first target on her list is Sir Eugene de Bolton, a charming young man doomed to die. He spied on his sister for the love of the heroine, but died in the trap of the jealous crown prince. The second target is Duke Cain de Uric, who lost his hand and honor while protecting Ariel from the crown prince's envy. The last one is the head of the guild Harris, who knew about the trap, but still sacrificed himself to save the heroine. Even Lady Avon, who gave the heroine all her love and dreams, became just a pawn in someone else's game. Jane's faithful maid, saved by Ariel, also ended up tragically dying because of her. She realizes with horror that even the final boss, Daniel, was actually just another victim. Daniel was crushed by grief after losing his friend Harris, becoming another victim of the main characters. Ariel was used as a tool to demonstrate wealth. She understands with a grin that she will not be able to avoid tragedy if she does not find out about everything in time. This will be a small plot twist to protect yourself before the main story begins. The main characters, Ariel and Rashlof, blindly love each other, not noticing the victims around them. The best way to survive is to not mess with them, and she won't let her favorite characters die. Among all the characters, Daniel remains the only mystery, the real ambiguous hero. Daniel, the leader of the mercenary guild and friend of the second hero, mysteriously disappeared after the final trial. Unlike the others, his appearance remained a mystery, other than the fact that he had brown hair. His personality was a real mystery, which made him even more attractive in her eyes. His identity was shrouded in the mystery of a fallen dynasty whose country had been swallowed up by a ruthless empire. She is the only one who is worried about the meeting, because in the princess's body, her hands are tied. I desperately want to delay this fateful meeting at least a little, but time is inexorable. Their meeting was predetermined, because he was a friend of Harris, and there was no escaping that. When she meets him, she will definitely find herself at the very epicenter of upcoming events. She thanks the maid, but behind her outward calm lies a storm of plans and worries. Her new life was now served by 3 maids, Linny, Erin, and the faithful Emma. For a whole week after realizing that she had ended up in the book, the girl was consumed by panic and anxiety. During this troubled time, faithful Emma worried about her and drove away the rest of the servants. She trusted only these 2, letting them near their new owner and protecting her peace. She tried to be nice to Emma, because she was the only one who stayed with her Ani until the very end. Fatigue fell upon her, because the pain from the fusion of soul and body did not let up for a second. This body was still sick, fragile, like a cracked crystal heart. I remembered that Lifalia had been ill long before it was revealed in the novel. Alone, the princess often stumbled, pale and in a cold sweat, hiding her weakness. The dried blood in the corner of his mouth was frightening, but the image had its own dark charm. Now in this body, she hoped to live out the rest of her ordinary life, even though it was hard. If she gets anemia, her 3-month plan will fail, and she needs to meet with the emperor. She convinced herself that it didn't hurt at all, that she really didn't feel any pain, so she could move on. The first thing you need to do is find a doctor's office to solve the problem with your weak body. She found it. An office with a green flag, which conveniently turned out to be very close to her room. Knocking decisively, the girl caught the doctor by surprise with her unexpected visit. His concern was justified, because Lifalia always hid her illness, fearing publicity. But she didn't care. She came for Renua's test, firmly deciding to leave in 3 months. The Renua test was akin to an MRI, allowing a complete analysis of the body's internal energy. Only experienced doctors who worked with Mana could perform it, and this is how Lifalia's disease was discovered. The doctor listened to her carefully, asking her to first describe her symptoms in order to understand the cause of her concern. She calmly described her symptoms, mentioning fatigue and unexplained loss of energy. And then, looking into his eyes, she added that she was sick of blood, and that changed everything. His calm instantly evaporated, giving way to shock at the realization of the seriousness of her condition. The memory of a 1-year-old girl flashes through her mind, reminding her of the tragedy that began at birth. She doesn't trust the doctor, but she is forced to tell the truth, because she can't cope with the bloody vomiting alone. With icy calm, the girl assures that, other than this, there is nothing strange, hiding her fear. She imperiously orders the doctor to sit down, taking the initiative into her own hands. The procedure will take half a day, and this waiting time seems like an eternity to her, full of uncertainty. With a sweet smile, she agrees to wait, hiding her determination behind a mask of patience. She doesn't need a painkiller, but a temporary cure for anemia so that her plan doesn't fail. When it's all over, she waits with bated breath for the verdict that will determine her next steps. Suddenly, the doctor securely locks the door with a chain, and she is overcome with a chilling horror at his actions. He kneels down in front of her, and his anxious question about her well-being hangs in the ringing silence. She panics and tries to find words, because you can't describe pain that you don't feel at all. The doctor gives a verdict. Her disease is called Raphael's syndrome, and people like her are called angel's vessels. He quotes lines from a poem about blue flowers that bloomed with the arrival of the Queen of Winter, hinting at her fate. The girl finds this stupid and funny, because for her, a traveler from another world, these words are an empty sound. She senses something is left unsaid and asks sharply if there is anything else she doesn't know about her illness. Rox bitterly confirms that the disease is mentioned in the poem, unaware of its true intentions. The princess calmly asks the doctor for help, hoping that she will at least be able to ease this damned anemia. His eyes widen in horror. He can't believe his ears, thinking that she wants to get rid of the disease completely. She doesn't want to make a stupid mistake because of anemia in a situation where she needs to be extremely focused. The heroine suggests a small tea party instead of a walk, slyly asking whether he would refuse her this small favor. The doctor spoke with doubt about a rare method that could only be used a couple of times, but she knew that this was her chance. She asks with predatory interest what it is, having already decided to use this trump card to meet with the Emperor. The answer is shocking in its simplicity and deadly danger. It is the venom of the black mamba. He takes out the coveted vial, warning that the poison will give her only 30 minutes of clear consciousness at the cost of terrible weakness. The side effect is a long sleep, and the third dose will be suicide. But it is worth the risk twice. She is delighted, because this is exactly what is needed. But the doctor's hand with the bottle is trembling treacherously. He admits that he told her this only out of desperation, not being sure of the safety of this method. Rox falls to his knees in despair, but she only coldly notes that she knew his reaction would happen in advance. She calmly reminds him that the cure was never found, mentally reassuring him that she will not kill him for failure. He seems to be scared by the rumors about her, and now she is frantically thinking about how to explain that she is not going to kill him. She approaches the trembling doctor, realizing that his despair at his own helplessness is the real problem. The girl gently reassures Rox, assuring him that he has already helped her a lot and is an excellent doctor. His heart fluttered at her unexpected kindness, as she thought with a mysterious smile about her curse, Raphael's syndrome. This disease was like a curse, a sickness of the soul for which there was no cure. No one knew the reasons for its occurrence. It was simply a slow and inevitable process of the extinction of life. The only thing that was known was that after the death of the patient, those same mysterious blue flowers grew on his grave. The doctor clenched his fists. He was ready to die, just to solve the mystery of this terrible disease. He knew her well from rumors, because all these terrible gossips did not appear out of nowhere. Because of the servant's outrageous behavior, he developed certain prejudices about the princess. He was a blind man who was proud of his ability to heal, but he was powerless against her illness. She spoke of her death with icy calm and a warm smile, hiding all the pain behind a mask of indifference. The doctor could not hold back his tears, seeing her sincere joy that he had given her the deadly poison, which was her only hope. Her friendliness seemed unnatural, but he saw in it not malice, but a desperate attempt to maintain dignity until the very end. And only then did he realize that she knew everything about her imminent death, and he was amazed by her incredible self-control. His heart was breaking from her tenderness. How could she be so kind, knowing her terrible fate? Looking at her fragile figure, he could only guess at the unbearable hardships she had to endure. A desperate hope flared up in his head. There must be an ancient book in the palace connected with the legendary elixir. He must test this legend about the panacea, find this book, and find out the truth, no matter what it costs him. She looked at the bottle with bated breath, because this poison was her only chance to carry out her plan. Now she had everything: 2 poison pills and blood-building supplements. Nothing should interfere with her plan. She takes the pills, determined to finally do it and meet the Emperor face to face. The image of the Crown Prince, the main character of the novella, emerges, who, because of the right of succession to the throne, tried to appear before the Emperor. He was merciless to those who dared to touch his property. The main character, warm as the spring sun. This couple is not cool. They are just annoying, and she wants to slap them on the back of the head and leave. The problem is that no one can resist the addicted hero, except for the mysterious Daniel. She realizes her helplessness and decides to live quietly so as not to disturb the powerful prince. She shudders at the thought of him becoming obsessed with the heroine, and she needs to properly transfer the right to the throne. If her plan doesn't work, She won't hesitate to take some gold from the imperial palace, because she will need the money. And if that doesn't work, she'll take all the things that Ephraim is supposed to find during the war in 10 years. She finally appears before the emperor, and a tense silence falls over the throne room. The emperor coldly asks what happened, because he always disliked Liflia because of the rumors circulating about her. She knows he's annoyed, but she smiles to herself, because after this day, he'll never see her again. The girl drops the bombshell, declaring her desire to renounce her right to the throne, and his hand trembled in surprise. He doesn't believe his ears and asks her to repeat it, but she confirms her decision with icy calm. She looks at him defiantly, adding that she will do it if he listens to her one request. The emperor is furious, accusing her of insolence and of relying on the strength of her mother's family. Her maternal family had many merits, so she couldn't just be ignored. But despite their enormous contribution to the creation of the empire, Liflia could not use their influence for her own purposes. Many of her family were forced to leave the political arena, and for the same reason, she became a powerless princess. She mentally blames the villain Lucia Vance for everything, but out loud, she boldly declares that nothing ventured, nothing gained. She subtly hints that her departure will be a great advantage for the prince, despite the fact that she is just a powerless princess. She realizes that the emperor is concerned about her origins and decides that it is time to tell him her verified story. The girl states that she will soon disappear, which means he will no longer have any reason to worry about the mixing of her family's blood with the imperial one. The emperor jumps up from his throne, shaken to the core by her words and demanding confirmation. With a polished, natural smile, she reports that the doctor says she doesn't have much time left. He suspiciously asks what kind of scam she is trying to pull off, but she just waves him off, assuring him that it is nothing. He throws an accusation of arrogance at her back, and she freezes for a moment from his unexpected words. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asks incredulously if she really thinks he is so naive as to believe this story. She understands that his distrust is caused by the outcome being too miraculous, since the crown itself is a bait for lies. With a slight smile, she suggests that he check it out for himself if he can't take her word for it. The emperor agrees with a smile to check her words, but warns against any requests, maintaining his power. His icy gaze is full of hidden threat. He will not allow the princess to manipulate him. She thinks with a bitter smile what else to expect from a father who never called her by name. Looking at the fluttering butterflies, she says with longing that she asks for nothing but long-awaited freedom. He dismisses her plea as nonsense, but she insists, promising to renounce the throne in exchange for freedom. She adds that she will leave the palace, and all she needs for this is some money for a new life. He is surprised to the depths of his soul, unable to believe that she is ready to simply leave and give up her status. She calmly confirms that in 3 months, she will take her money and disappear to enjoy life. He is at a loss, not understanding the true motives of her strange and unexpected act. Looking down, she orders herself to pretend to be sad and gloomy, so that her performance will look more convincing. She wants to be free for at least a few years and is proud of her game, because that is the only reason she started all this. The emperor puts the conversation aside, sending her to his place, his thoughtful look indicating that he is considering her words. Her plan worked. The reaction was good, and a few days later, the emperor called her to him again. During this time, she became close with her maids, Linny and Erin, finding solace in their company. They happily satisfied her curiosity about this world by sharing their simple stories with her. She looks at them tenderly, thinking to herself what sweet and naive children they are. Memories come back to her of when she was 2 years old and her sister was so cute. She waits with excitement and a blush on her cheeks for the end of the meeting to finally hear its decision. The emperor, with a serious expression, confirms that everything she told him was true. He asks what else she wants, but she replies with dignity that freedom is all she ever dreamed of. She suggests postponing the conversation about money for 3 months, and the emperor, after thinking about it, agrees to this concession. To his question about freedom, she replies that she dreams of moving to a quiet place and living without constant fear. The girl adds that freedom also means not entering into an official marriage, and decides to continue speaking in a soft tone. But he only half agrees, ordering her to remain in the palace as a princess for another year. The emperor explains that a political marriage is too important, so she must have the right of succession to the throne during this period. He coldly promises that in a year he will give her the freedom she so asked for. But not before. She panics because he tells her she has to stay for a whole year, not the 3 months she had planned. She is desperate because her lie about a fatal illness will not stand the test of time. She cannot suddenly be cured. If he sees the doctor's notes, he will find out that she only has 2 years to live with this fictitious disease. She is furious that he is going to take away a whole year of this short period of time, and she does not know how she can hold out. She is shocked to realize that in the end, all her requests were completely ignored. Rage rages inside her, and she mentally curses the emperor for his mocking cruelty. She barely contains her anger, although her hands itch to wring his neck, and asks permission to leave. As she leaves, she feels miserable and humiliated, because she was thrown out of the room, unlike last time. The emperor recalls the doctor's shocking words and the dried blood in the corner of her mouth, which confirmed the diagnosis. He looks at her medical records, which diagnose her with Raphael's syndrome, realizing that she has a terrible, incurable disease. He is tormented by the fact that he was never able to love the princess, while the doctor desperately searches for a cure. His heart belongs only to his dead lover and their son Ravaloff, the light of his soul. The princess had always been a nobody to him, the daughter of a villain and a reminder of her family's strength. He never made taking care of her a priority, believing that it didn't matter. When he learned of her illness, he couldn't throw her out the door as harshly as before, and that was only the beginning. If her words about freedom were all she wanted to say, he wouldn't even listen to her. But she cunningly calculated all the benefits of fulfilling her desire, luring him into her web. In the end, he couldn't refuse her, because she was so young and barely breathing. She has no more than 2 years left, and the thought that at 21 she will leave behind only a grave seems crazy to him. He can't understand how she can be so calm after an exhausting struggle with pain. On the grave of a person with Raphael syndrome, beautiful flowers bloomed, which were popularly called windflowers. Some call them flowers of the soul, singing of their newfound freedom after a fleeting life. Freedom is the word that the princess repeats day after day, giving him no peace. She, who is not even 20, plays with death, wanting to simply leave this place, preserving her dignity. He understands that the imperial palace was a painful place for her, a cage for an arrogant-looking but vulnerable girl inside. The emperor cannot stop thinking that she was just a child, broken by the endless loneliness within these walls. He considers her plan stupid, because without the protection of the palace and title, she will be in mortal danger. The princess has many enemies and no one to take care of her, so he decides that he must protect her during this year. He admits that he has never been involved with her, but since she has approached him, he will do everything possible for her. He guesses that she didn't like his decision, because it's hard for a young girl, but he doesn't see any other way out. He ordered her to stay because he couldn't forgive himself if he let her go now without creating good memories. Admitting that he is the worst father, he doubts with a trembling hand that he will be able to fix anything before she leaves. The story switches to Ariel, the Earl's daughter, who lived a safe but bored life under her overprotective father. The only joy in her lonely life was her teddy bear Elizabeth, her best friend. During the game, suddenly, as if out of thin air, a mysterious boy with red hair appeared in front of Ariel. The 10-year-old boy looks at her with embarrassment, because in this estate he was mistaken for a fairy. He asks with childish seriousness and possessiveness if Ariel belongs to him, catching her off guard. The naive girl misinterpreted his words, and with a beaming smile, happily offered him her friendship. Seeing her innocent reaction, the boy smirked contentedly, clearly pleased with her simplicity. Years later, 18-year-old Ariel made her debut in high society, emerging as a beautiful young lady. It was then that she learned that her mysterious fairy, whom she had not seen since she was 15, was actually Crown Prince Ravaloff. The princess sarcastically notes that Ariel's holy simplicity and naivety opened the door to big trouble for her. The maids didn't get her hint, thinking that she was simply calling the young couple cute because of their age. She explains cryptically that she simply wanted to know what she was capable of when the door to suffering opened for someone. The maid, with naive delight, suggests that the princess escape as soon as the doors open. The princess, with a slight smile, confirms the maid's guess that this door leads to trouble. The maids see what is happening as a detective novel, but the princess understands that everything in this story is wrong. After her visit to the emperor, Lillian spent 2 days alone thinking over her plans. The unexpected sympathy of Aaron's maid becomes an unforeseen factor for her, not part of her plans. She remains silent in response to the maid's worried questions, immersed in her thoughts about the difficulties of the upcoming escape. She realizes that the plan has become more complicated, because if she runs away from home in 3 months, she will not receive the money. She fears that the crown prince will kill her on the way out of the palace, because her right to the throne makes her a mortal threat. She is the only obstacle on his way to the throne, which he wants to get more than anything in the world. She would love to throw this right of inheritance in his face, but for some reason she can't do it. She considers 2 options, the first of which promises a quiet life, but is dependent on chance and full of risks. The second path is less of a minefield, but it carries a high chance of a terrible outcome, confusing the handmaids. With a mysterious smile, she chooses the second option, which eliminates accidental errors, leaving the maids perplexed. Her plan is Daniel, the man who becomes the final obstacle for the main characters right before their wedding. He was stronger than the crown prince, and in the end, having laughed at the empire, he disappeared forever, surrounded by magic. In the original story, Daniel, who looked like a real devil, left and peace finally reigned in the empire. To the maid's fears that things could turn out very badly, the princess gives a cold and firm confirmation. Although Daniel is a minor character, his dangerous nature plays a key, sinister role in the plot. She is scared by the thought that he is the leader of a mercenary guild, and besides, she has no idea what he looks like. Most importantly, Danielle hates the royal family, and she trembles with terror, realizing that mortal danger awaits her. The maid, despite all the difficulties, chooses a risky option, surprising the princess with her courage. She believes that if there is even the slightest chance of success, then it is worth taking the risk, even if everything goes badly. Looking at the treats that symbolize the test, the princess confirms with grim determination that she can endure it. She firmly decides that it is better to take a risk with Daniel than to die at the whims of the crown prince, and to do this, she needs to become his friend. The girl looks with warm gratitude at the maid, who has found a faithful ally in her. The illness is making itself felt, but she is sure that memories of Lifalaya will come. And today, she remembered herself at 3 years old. The flashback shows Liflia as a dazzlingly beautiful, yet cold and distant child, as she had been since childhood. Behind the cute appearance of the 3-year-old girl hid a frightening fiery aura, hinting at her difficult character. As her memories return, she makes a firm decision about her future. She firmly states that the time has come, and now her main goal is to meet her favorite male characters. They could have become the heroes of their own stories, but their love for Ariel doomed them to suffering and sacrifice. The tragic incidents were caused by the crown prince's obsession with Ariel, who considered her his property. She couldn't stand how the crown prince couldn't stand anyone near Ariel, and she was also irritated by Ariel herself. Ariel only pitied those who sacrificed themselves for her, because they were only an obstacle to her ideal love with the crown prince. She is determined to act to prevent the heroes from becoming unhappy, as in the original story. Eugene de Walton, the heir to the greatest knightly family, was recognized as one of the strongest knights in the empire. In exchange for the royal family's support, he was appointed as a knight in the princess's palace for a year. Due to numerous rumors and hatred for her coldness, Eugene had an extremely bad opinion of Liflia. Ariel was her complete opposite, and he fell in love with her at first sight, starting a long relationship with her. But it was this love that led him into the crown prince's trap, where he met his tragic death. She decides that this touching secondary character will be the first one she will establish contact with. Eugene had a goal that he didn't have time to achieve, but she knows his original desire. She is confident that if she helps him achieve his goal, he will be able to leave the palace and gain freedom. She is confident that she can break his prejudices if she shows that the rumors about her are false. The meeting took place, and the princess looked with bated breath at the knight who entered. His beauty is striking, as if he came from an artist's canvas, with silver hair and noble features. Behind his restraint, she notices sensual lips that awaken an irresistible desire. She is delighted to meet such an amazingly handsome man, but he remains unperturbed. She takes a bold step and grabs his hand, leaving Sir Walton in complete shock. With a beaming smile, she thanks him for being here, calling him an amazing person. With a satisfied smile, she decides to bury her dignity for 3 months, leaving Eugene completely bewildered. She disarms the knight, explaining her strange act only by the fact that it is simply amazing. With childish spontaneity, the princess asks about his plans, suggesting a place to visit and making him hesitate. She hopefully asks him to accompany her, hoping that their walks together will create good memories. Irritated by her behavior, the young man coldly asks why he should simply obey her orders. She knows that he is forced to accompany her because he is being used to naturally get rid of her. He is also a free knight with the title of Silver Blade, who is not afraid to show his hatred towards the royal family. She could have ordered him, but instead she directly states that she knows about his hatred, which catches the guy off guard. The girl softens her tone, turning the order into a request and appealing to his honor so that he would devote time to her. Inwardly, she begs him to agree, using all her charm, because now he simply cannot refuse her. Eugene tries to regain control by testing her, by asking her about a request that is unpleasant for him. She counters his attack by saying that she would then have to go alone, and shocks him by confessing her feelings for him. She notices his surprise with a slight smile, confident that such a confession should please him. The girl takes him at his word, reminding him of his hatred, and he, although confused, is forced to admit it. Despite everything, he calls her confession heartbreaking, with a wry smile. Intrigued by her courage, she rejoices inwardly, because instead of the expected insult, his reaction causes in her only a stunning temptation. He admits with annoyance his weakness for such confessions, and she notes with satisfaction that her behavior is not so bad. He finally gives in and, accepting defeat, formally asks where he should accompany his clingy princess. She beams with happiness and thanks Sir Walton, celebrating her victory, because he could not resist her straightforward pressure. As he leaves, the young man reveals his true reason for staying, as he is only here to compete with Duke Eirik. He came to the palace in search of a worthy opponent, and Princess Lephelia, shrouded in rumors, became the epicenter of his interest. He hoped with cold cruelty that one day someone would cut her down, ridding the world of her bad reputation. He wonders how she knows about his hatred, but decides to play along to see where her strange game will lead. She has firmly chosen her path and mentally thanks Emma for her support, looking at the majestic palace. The worried maids suggest taking Linny with them, because the princess's path is full of unpredictable turns. Linny proudly holds out a naive child's map, assuring that her keen eyes will help her not to get lost. The princess cheerfully announces that Sir Walton has agreed to go with her, shocking the maids. Emma anxiously asks if she means that same Sir Walton, the free knight of dubious reputation. She confirms the choice, and one of the maids, in horror, calls this guy a real rude man. She is not at all embarrassed by his reputation, because she intends to have a good time and is confident that she will not get lost with the card. Emma expresses doubts, and the princess ironically notes that her maids are not too happy about this turn of events. Shining in a bright outfit, she resolutely sets off towards her goal, leaving all doubts behind. She took him to a secret, deserted place, filled with beauty and tranquility, known only to a few. He is surprised to learn that the naive map was drawn by a servant, and the princess proudly praises its clarity. She senses his hidden irritation and asks him directly why he agreed to go with her after all. He is not satisfied with a simple answer, and he demands the real reason from her, penetrating her game. She tries to confuse him, assuring him that it is just pure sympathy, but her words sound unconvincing. With a mysterious smile, she hints that the answer lies right here, in this very place. They finally reach their destination, and he lands with ease in the center of a magical clearing. What meets her eyes is not a domestic cat, but a noble silver wolf, and she freezes in amazement. He tries to hide his surprise, but deep down, he admits that this secluded place is ideal for relaxation. She notes with delight that this place has exceeded all her expectations and looks to his eyes for confirmation. Her comparison of this clearing to a treasure island puzzles him because he sees only open space. She describes her metaphor with rapture, comparing him to a hidden treasure. She nonchalantly invites him to sit down, but he looks at her with distrust, trying to figure out her motives. Suddenly, he shows concern by asking her to stand up so that she doesn't get her fancy dress dirty. His unexpected gesture takes her by surprise, reminding her of the need to maintain her royal dignity. He takes off his cloak and spreads it on the grass, creating a makeshift place for her to sit. She is shocked by his gallantry. Because such an act reveals him to be an experienced seducer, she feels dizzy from the emotions that overwhelm her, and he calmly supports her, not understanding the reason for her confusion. She smiles happily, admitting that his unexpected action took her by surprise and touched her deeply. The girl again directly declares her sympathy, and he decides that such a gallant attitude even suits her. Now he is ready to get answers, and ironically offers her a handkerchief, taking the initiative in the conversation. He sits down next to her, and she shares the bitter truth that everyone wants to escape from the palace, and she is ready to show them the door. She tests him by asking if he will let her go, but his cold and quick answer gives her no hope. He is shocked by her question and asks in bewilderment if she really invited him here just for this. She confirms his guess with a sad smile, adding that it would be very sad for her. He takes her at her word with a grin, assuming that the reason for her sadness lies in her sympathy for him. She raises her hand triumphantly, declaring that it is precisely for this insight and audacity that she likes him. He asks doubtfully if she wants him to come back, although he himself has no hope of returning. A flashback reveals that Eugene returned to the palace to protect another girl and to stop Lifleia. His main rival, Duke de Eirik, appears, and it becomes clear that their feud was used for their own purposes. Their duel ended in tragedy without a winner, where one lost his hand and honor and the other died. Back in the present, she asks him directly about his plans for the strongest people. She asks if he will fight to the death, but he coldly cuts her off, making it clear that this is not a dogfight, but something much more serious. He admits that he doesn't want her back, because he really wants to see her free and carefree. She notices with insight that at every meeting he looks deeply unhappy and dissatisfied. He smiles and admits that she is right, and she hopes that he will find someone who can finally satisfy him. Her words cause him to burst into laughter, and he asks incredulously if she is joking when she suggests such a thing. She panics and realizes that she can't just give him to someone else, at least not now. He holds back his laughter, amused by her confusion, and assures her that it means nothing, although his eyes say otherwise. The secret library contains ancient knowledge about the fruit of Trojan, which no outsider should know about. The elderly scientist, who is completely immersed in his research, admits that the last few days have been incredibly stressful. He is forced to maintain the strictest secrecy because the greatest minds of the empire have gathered here, and any leak of information is dangerous. A sudden thought occurs to the scientist, and he realizes that his young assistant may have the necessary information. The impatient man urges Ripley to immediately share everything he knows about the mysterious fruit. Ripley hesitantly begins to talk about the ice girl, but is immediately cut off, reminded to watch his language. The scientist angrily scolds his assistant for his carelessness, insisting that he must see everything for himself in order to understand. Ripley doesn't understand what touched the old man so much on the day when Her Highness learned of her illness. The old man fondly remembers her timid smile and kind touch, deciding to keep this secret in his heart. He doubts his research because the young princess, who lived so little, has already faced a mortal threat. Ripley apologizes for being overly emotional, and the scientist accepts his apology with understanding, acknowledging their common goal. Despite his doubts, Ripley hands over the book on shadow medicine because his desire to help is stronger than his uncertainty. The scientist is surprised to learn the name of Duke Eirik, and disturbing rumors about him come to mind. The shocking truth is revealed that the Trojan fruit is actually a magical flower. The scientist is shocked when Ripley reveals that the source of this incredible information is Duke de Eirik himself. Ripley shares his hypothesis, pointing to a puzzling pattern in the 3 recorded cases of fetal appearance. The first peculiarity is that there was always a rare black-haired man near the place where the flower appeared. The second feature was the intoxicating aroma that enveloped the area around the flower, and rumors about it spread everywhere. After checking the records, the scientist comes to the frightening conclusion that Duke de Eirik becomes the main and most dangerous suspect. Ripley emphasizes that the Trojan fruit is a holy grail for doctors. Ripley warns the scientist, reminding him of the ominous rumors that the Duke is the descendant of demons, and angering him is mortally dangerous. Filled with gratitude and despair, the scientist grabs Ripley's hands, seeing him as the last hope for salvation. The terrifying news of the princess's fatal illness reaches the eavesdropping servant, who cannot believe his ears. Duke de Eric, the complete opposite of Eugene, is shrouded in an aura of tragic mystery and vampiric allure. Although it is easy to meet him, this meeting will be the most difficult test due to his hidden mental trauma. To ease the awkwardness, Eugene suggests they go for a walk, and she agrees with understanding and slight embarrassment. Her body suddenly fails her, and she stumbles, cursing her weakness, which is betrayed by her telltale pallor. His warm smile speaks volumes, and she is touched to the depths of her soul by his silent concern. He supports her with concern, but she, gathering her last strength, tries to hide her weakness and continue on her way. His polite touch makes her heart skip a beat, and she panics as she tries to maintain her composure. In a desperate attempt to change the subject and lighten the mood, she suddenly has a brilliant idea. To distract him, she suddenly and cunningly turns the conversation to the dangerous Duke de Eric. She pretends to be ignorant, although she can clearly see that her question has touched him to the quick, and she can read all his thoughts. He describes the Duke as an elusive recluse, hinting that a meeting with him is only possible by the will of the royal family itself. She reproaches him for his pretense with a charming smile, finding his attempt to hide his knowledge dazzlingly cute. The girl slyly reminds him of his desire to fight a strong opponent, suggesting the Duke as the ideal opponent. Confused but intrigued, he readily agrees that the idea is indeed a good one. He gratefully accepts her offer, and they laugh as they decide to move on, united by a new goal. Finding herself in the bottomless abyss, she realizes that this is a place where everyone must fight, and he finally understands why. They approach the Duke's office, a forbidden place that holds secrets that Eugene is not supposed to know. He asks for a favor, unaware that this moment will radically change their predetermined feud from the past. She is lost in her thoughts, trying to formulate a request, but her mind is filled with chaos and fear of messing everything up. With unexpected vulnerability, he asks her to take his sleeve first just once, putting a hidden meaning into it. She agrees, associating this simple request with the distant autumn, when sleeves will appear on her dress. He asks her about her intentions with a grin, but the girl only notes to herself that it is too early for him to know the truth. She states with disarming directness that she asked for it simply because she likes his face. The girl regretfully reminds that after meeting with the Duke, he will leave the palace, and they have little time left. Hiding her tears behind a smile, she blames everything on her carelessness, but already decides to tease him next time. She assures him that this request is only due to her sympathy, and she does not want to create any problems for him. He happily agrees to her request, and she awkwardly but sincerely thanks him for his help. She leaves filled with joy and good fortune, because she never expected such an outcome. She approaches the door cautiously, knowing that Cain does not like to be disturbed, and asks him to speak more quietly. Behind the door, a scientist begs on his knees for the Trojan fruit, promising to be forever indebted for this help. The princess is amazed to see Rox outside the door and apologizes for his impolite behavior. He firmly states that he is acting on the emperor's orders, and she gestures for him to be quiet. He emphasizes that this is vitally important for her, because we are talking about a cure for Raphael's disease. She didn't think she would hear about her illness this way, but she understands that Rox is doing this for her. The Duke suddenly appears and asks suspiciously why he is being questioned about the legendary fruit. Her mind is consumed by madness, because the new hero, who looks like a bouquet of black roses, turned out to be exactly her type. His melancholic eyes and dark aura make her heart flutter, because a handsome man with a dangerous soul is the best. She admires him, considering him a work of art, and shudders when their eyes suddenly meet. The scientist desperately explains to the Duke that this is their only and last hope for salvation. He stands up determinedly to get the fruit, and she mentally screams at Rox to stop blocking her view. The Duke coldly cuts him off, saying that he knows nothing, and indifferently sends him away. She can barely contain her cry of admiration, because this elegant man, who has everything, drives her crazy. Rox suddenly closes the door, and she wonders in confusion why he won't let her watch. Her heart is pounding with terror, because she is afraid that in his eyes she looks like a real pervert. He suddenly picks her up and she bends over, embarrassedly asking for forgiveness for her rudeness. He silently carries her away in his arms, leaving her completely confused by this unexpected and powerful gesture. She is in a panic from his sudden closeness, not understanding why he is doing this and why his face is so close. His touch and words make her heart beat faster, and she mentally begs him to continue. He explains that he only just now noticed her injury, and she is surprised to realize the reason for his actions. He kindly offers her to lean on him, and she, although she doesn't remember the injury, completely believes his words. As he carries her back, she clings to him, but her thoughts are already occupied with Kane's other guest. This unexpected walk in his arms turns out to be amazing and incredibly pleasant for her. She thanks him, but his beautiful smile only increases her confusion at his rapid actions. She realizes that she really likes him, and this thought makes her dream of a longer stay in the palace. He interrupts the idol, saying that he needs to ask something before they go any further. His sudden seriousness frightens her, and she asks in confusion what she did wrong. He asks incredulously if this was her only wish, and she breathlessly confirms it. He persistently tries to find out her true motives, but the girl confirms her simple request with a smile. Looking at his back, she bitterly realizes that she can no longer wish for him to stay away from her. She understands that his willingness to obey orders is not dictated by trust, but by his mistrust of women. Realizing his suspicions, she decides to play ahead. And suddenly, a new, daring idea dawns on her. His world is turned upside down by her innocent request to hold hands, and he is horrified and can't believe his ears. Hiding a grin, she reads the panic on his face and bluntly states that she has no romantic feelings for him. To allay his fears, she offers him simple friendship, although her true intentions are much deeper. He's still confused, but she's already making plans for the future, making a silent promise to herself. He accepts her proposal, sealing their new union with an oath to protect her, and their handshake becomes a symbol of a new beginning. He swears on his honor to protect her, but this promise is only valid while he is in the imperial palace. Her world is turned upside down, because his words mean not just an oath, but his return to the palace. She thanks him with genuine relief, feeling that her risky plan is beginning to bear fruit. He wishes her a good journey with a disarming smile, hiding his true thoughts behind it. His smile makes her heart flutter, and she is ready to accept him as anyone, if only he would smile like that again. He is used to being the center of attention and receiving love easily without making any effort. However, this princess was different from the very beginning, breaking all the rules of the game that he was accustomed to. He didn't understand why, but he felt that her sympathy was sincere, unlike everyone else's. This inexplicable feeling seemed strange to him and caused internal dissonance. After all, at their first meeting, she had not shown the slightest interest in him, and this change haunted him. He is torn between questions about why she has changed so much, but she explains with a slight smile that she simply let it happen. Behind her carefree smile, he caught a shadow of the deep loneliness she so carefully hid. He challenges her, testing her reaction to his possible desire to leave, although he convinces himself that he doesn't care. Her instant consent stuns him, because he did not expect that she would let the free night go without regret. Her sadness seems genuine, but his mistrust, honed over the years, makes him look for an ulterior motive in her words. He coldly states that he doesn't like her, dealing a blow to her apparent confidence. Her disconcerting answer, full of genuine joy, completely breaks his cold detachment. She brushes off his words with ease, explaining that she realized this after letting so many people go. His past, full of carnal desires for others, does not allow him to believe in her purity, because everyone before her was the same. And against the backdrop of this past, her simple request to hold hands becomes an impossible test for him. Contrary to his expectations, the princess continued to persist in her request, although she felt a little awkward. She repeats again that she has no romantic feelings, and this directness completely confuses him. The girl offers him simple friendship to dispel his fears, and this sincerity disarms him. When he realized that her feelings were devoid of lust, his years of wariness evaporated without a trace. He comes to the conclusion that she is simply very funny, and this idea of her innocence seems incredible to him. He realizes that he has never been a friend to a woman, and this new prospect doesn't seem so bad to him. The scientist begs the Duke to find at least some information, clinging to the last straw. The Duke is furious that the knight has revealed all his cards and realizes that the matter has become urgent. The princess overhears, and it becomes clear that she learned of the illness earlier than he expected. The Duke remembers Princess Lephalia and realizes that the rumors about her icy heart were a lie. The Duke is haunted by the image of her smile, which faded after the doctor's words, and he cannot concentrate on his work. Despite their distant relationship, he cannot ignore the trouble that hangs over her. He tries to push away his disturbing thoughts, but a knock on the door interrupts him, and Sir Bolton appears on the threshold. The Duke greets the uninvited guest coldly, demanding an explanation for his visit, but Bolton only politely introduces himself. Bolton comments with a hint of cheek on the Duke's straightforwardness, and an unspoken confrontation develops between them. A spark of rivalry flashes in Bolton's eyes, because he sees in the Duke not a peer, but a calculating old man. The Duke is irritated by the senseless knocking on the open door, and he sees it as a hidden provocation. Tensions rise when Bolton declares his dislike for the doctor, and the Duke realizes that he is already aware of the matter. Bolton thanks him with a sly smile, enjoying the fact that he got the information he needed so easily. He mockingly points out the Duke's mistake, since he had just sent away a man with important information. Bolton confirms with cold confidence that he came precisely to warn the Duke. The Duke ominously hints that not only they, but also the Emperor himself, are involved in this game. Bolton, with a cheeky grin, asserts his duty as a knight, challenging the Duke's authority. He openly declares his role as a protector, and his words hang in the air, filling the room with tension. The Duke disdainfully thinks that Bolton is simply shirking his duties under the guise of noble motives. The Duke calmly prepares a dossier in order to strike back and convey his version of events to the Emperor. It dawns on Bolton that the princess has been leading the Emperor by the nose from the very beginning, hiding the truth. The Duke understands that the leak of information was inevitable, and the previous circumstances were just a convenient cover. Bolton looks at the Duke with tense hope, realizing that their goals may coincide. He bows formally and leaves, leaving the Duke alone with his thoughts and his new, dangerous knowledge. The Duke reflects on the rumors that describe Bolton as a carefree man, and realizes that the reality is more complex. Rumors of Bolton's hatred of Princess Leiflia turned out to be a lie, as his actions speak otherwise. Contrary to their expectations, an ominous rumor about the princess's imminent death spreads throughout the palace. Rumors spread like poison among the servants, turning into a monstrous lie about her attempted suicide. Palace intriguers add their own version, claiming that her seclusion is a sacrifice for the sake of peace in the palace. With each new retelling, the story becomes increasingly outrageous and brutal in its details. The malice is reaching its peak, and now they say that her presence in the country will become poison for everyone. Sympathy and malice were added to the facts, turning her request into a tragic wish to die alone. Even sympathizers distort the truth, and rumors of her voluntary exile take on increasingly tragic forms. She comes to, feeling a heaviness throughout her body, unaware of the storm of rumors raging outside the walls of her room. The maid sees with panicked relief that the princess has finally woken up. The princess, still weak, does not understand the panic of her servant Erin. Erin, with tears in her eyes, describes how scared she was for her life. The news that she had been unconscious for a whole day leaves the princess in shock. The girl is completely confused, and the thought of a lost day does not fit into her head. Dr. Rox bursts into the room, his face showing extreme concern. She tries to comfort the crying doctor, worrying more about him than about herself. She feels guilty, worrying that the elderly Rox will suffer because of her. Her words about a speedy recovery sound like a farewell full of hidden sadness. He bitterly agrees. Understanding the true, tragic meaning of her promise, she tries to laugh off her condition, not realizing that her frivolity frightens the servants even more. Her cheerfulness collides with a wall of gloomy silence, and she realizes that something is wrong. The doctor has difficulty finding words when he says that the cause of her condition was severe psychological shock. She panics and comes up with a ridiculous explanation for her condition while the doctor lists the alarming symptoms. Burning with shame for her thoughts, she does not notice how the doctor tries to steer the conversation in a serious direction. He searches painfully for words, realizing that the truth may be unbearable for her. She decides it's best to tell the truth and recounts her encounter with disarming sincerity. Their reaction is full of sympathy and disbelief, and she realizes with annoyance that her words sound like nonsense. At the most tense moment, Eugene appears at the door, and his words change everything. He playfully winks at the stunned princess, letting her know he's on her side. The doctor and the maid are shocked, and the princess tries to understand why this mysterious guy winked at her. Eugene, with a disarming smile, claims that she was with him, giving her the perfect alibi. His words plunge the doctor into a stupor, and the maid, in panic, closes the princess's eyes. The girl trembles with embarrassment, while Aaron tries to protect her from Eugene's too bold gaze. An awkward silence is broken by stifled laughter as everyone tries to make sense of what is happening. The heroine cannot hold back her laughter when she sees the deadly serious faces of the men and maids surrounding her. Dr. Rox sheepishly accepts her version, realizing that there is an attractive young man involved in this story. The young man, with slight irony, takes the blame for her shock, hinting at his devilish beauty. She promises, with cheerful embarrassment, to control herself, and he accepts her words with understanding. The servants tactfully withdraw, leaving the princess to rest and digest the unexpected turn of events. Eugene tactfully withdraws, leaving the princess in complete confusion and alone with her thoughts. Left alone, she covers her head with a blanket, hiding from embarrassment and overwhelming emotions. The servants still can't come to their senses, and Eugene walks calmly next to them, his presence causing confusion. Dr. Rox, still hesitant, asks Eugene directly, testing his strength. Against the backdrop of the doctor and the maid's panic, Eugene's composure seems almost supernatural. A few days later, the princess languishes in bed, exhausted by boredom and forced inactivity. She remembers Rox tearfully begging her and realizes that she was locked in the room because of his overprotectiveness. The girl stubbornly tells herself that she is completely healthy, trying to convince herself and escape from captivity. Out of boredom, she begins to think she hears Eugene's voice, and she writes it off as auditory hallucinations. Suddenly, she jumps out of bed, seeing the real Sir Bolton in front of her, and cannot believe her eyes. He is silent, and his face suddenly darkens, leaving her completely confused. His sudden concern and intention to call a doctor plunge her into a new wave of panic. She realizes with horror that her own body betrays her weakness. In desperation, she shouts after him, trying to stop his retreating figure. With a theatrical gesture, she takes out a bottle of medicine, hoping that this will convince him. She quickly makes up a story about Rox's recent visit in an attempt to ease his concerns. He playfully hints that her condition is still a cause for concern. Lost in admiration of his beauty, she is filled with gratitude for his care. Having collected her thoughts, she curiously asks about the real reason for his visit. He admits that he was worried about her, and this admission makes her heart flutter with excitement. She asks with bated breath if it is because of her imminent departure that he is causing problems, and his confusion speaks volumes. Her true desire for Eugene to escape his terrible fate remains hidden behind a mask of frivolity. They exchange formalities, but behind the polite words lies a storm of unspoken emotions and anxieties. Her farewell wish, full of naive sincerity, takes him by surprise and leaves him completely bewildered. In the kitchen, the new maid Linny bursts into the tense atmosphere of palace intrigue with cheerful enthusiasm. With a beaming smile, the girl inquires about the princess's dinner, unaware of the fear she inspires. The cook stops her with a forced smile, his white knuckles betraying the tension he's hidden. His question about why she came and not Aaron makes Linny pout in an offended manner, not understanding his concern. He reminds her with alarm of the princess's terrifying nature, and his words are full of grave warning. Rumors of the princess's cruelty are in the air, explaining the servants' panic and desperate attempts to defend themselves. Sinister rumors about the princess's cruelty hang over Linny, and the slightest mistake threatens her with big trouble. With horror, the girl realizes that she has already managed to make several mistakes, and her future in the palace is in jeopardy. She recalls with panic her first day, when her clumsiness led to a princess-dress disaster. Her awkwardness became a recurring nightmare as she stepped on the hem of her dress over and over again. The cook is horrified by her story, and Linny remains embarrassed and silent, realizing the seriousness of her misdeeds. Unexpectedly, she reveals that the princess's reaction was remarkably calm, shattering his worst expectations. Linny begins to doubt the veracity of the rumors, because the princess's behavior does not at all correspond to her terrible reputation. In the past, Princess Lephalia was cold and distant. Her indifference was no less frightening than her open malice. Despite her chilling aura, she never carried out the bloody massacres that the servants whispered about in fear. The horror stories turned out to be just a figment of fear, and the reality was far from the fictional nightmares. Linny apologizes to the princess in despair, fearing punishment for her clumsiness. With tears in her eyes, she admits her mistakes, expecting the worst, but receives unexpected forgiveness. Princess Leiflia, contrary to all rumors, maintains an icy calm, only gently warning the maid. Erin remembers how she decided to trust her eyes instead of gossip and volunteered to serve the lonely princess. She encourages Linny to see beyond the cold facade to the princess's loneliness and serve her with compassion. Linny, inspired by the princess's kindness, realizes that her loyalty comes from the heart, not from orders. The cook cannot understand her zeal, still being held captive by fear and responsibility for food for the formidable hostess. With a warm smile, Linny admits that she has fallen in love with the princess. Because behind the mask, there is a truly good person. She urges the cook on with newfound confidence, taking full responsibility for the princess's well-being. The small portion of food on the plate speaks volumes, hinting at the princess's fragility hidden behind her title. The chef admits that small portions make his job easier, although they do force him to be extremely attentive. Linny, enchanted by the princess's angelic beauty, asks a naive question and hurries to deliver her dinner. Full of enthusiasm, the girl readily offers her help. Her devotion knows no bounds. The princess asks Eugene with slight surprise if this new maid always works so hard. His short confirmation conceals a new tradition, as he now visits her every time she takes her medicine. His reminder of the medicine sounds almost caring, and behind his icy mask, she begins to see glimmers of warmth. Her naive confession of sympathy confuses him, and he tries to hide behind the wall of social inequality. Suddenly, with a narcissistic grin, he declares that her feelings are understandable because he is perfect. Her laughter is a shield from his narcissism, and she thinks ironically that his beauty hides an ugly self-love. His unexpected company brightened the days of her illness, and she realizes that she no longer feels lonely. The young man notices subtle changes in the atmosphere of the palace, and his words take the princess by surprise. He hints that her new calm has rubbed off on her servants, causing her to question her influence. In her hands is not just a cup, but the hope that she will be able to destroy her terrible reputation as a villain. She is relieved to realize that the real Leiflia was not a monster, and this gives her the strength to move on. As she plots to clear her name, his gaze speaks of budding admiration. Staring at his beauty, she unconsciously mutters about dying without regret, leaving him in complete shock. In a panic, she tries to laugh it off, desperately hiding her embarrassment at her ridiculous confession. He shrewdly suggests that the reason for the changes in the palace lies in the fact that its mistress herself has changed. With quiet confidence, she confirms his guess, admitting that the former princess no longer exists. His unexpected request for the opportunity to serve her again hints at a future full of entirely new hopes. Her world is turned upside down by his insistence on serving her again, and she can't hide her shock. His simple confession of affection makes her heart pound, and she can barely contain her glee. She loses control of her emotions again, desperately trying to collect her thoughts and understand his true motives. Burning with embarrassment, she still finds the courage to ask him directly about the reason for his sudden affection. His quiet question, full of vulnerability, disarms her and leaves her stumped, making her heart clench. She hesitates, caught between the desire to refuse and the fear of hurting his feelings by refusing. His pleading gaze, like that of an abandoned puppy, breaks down her defenses, and she gives in, unable to resist. His dazzling smile of gratitude finally melts her heart, and she realizes that she is lost. Trying to regain some control, she sets conditions, but her heart already knows that this is a bad idea. Her escape plan collapses under the weight of terrible knowledge, because she cannot abandon him to certain death. A desperate escape plan is born in her head, in which she tries to save everyone she has come to love. With a beaming smile, she formally accepts him back, hiding her true joy and fear behind the formality. Her playful remark about his embarrassment catches the young man off guard, and for a moment, his cold mask cracks. A sudden coughing fit interrupts their light flirtation, and she realizes in horror that her terrible secret is about to be revealed. His panic and desperate cry for help to the doctor betray his true feelings. His fear for her is absolutely real. She tries to push him away, but his clenched fist and desperate question show that he won't back down that easily. Her calm admission that this happens all the time falls on him like a death sentence. With a desperate smile, she asks him to forget what he saw, trying to protect him from the truth that could destroy him. Under the starry sky, she sighs with relief, because this time, the mysterious voice from the past was silent. She realizes a frightening pattern. Her illness is progressing, but the voice that always accompanied her is gone. The desire to capture precious moments with the princess is shattered by harsh reality. The image of a free and lively girl running across a field comes to mind, so far from her current icy image. Even in her memories of the endless meadows, she is haunted by loneliness, because she ran not with laughter, but with desperate determination. Her angelic appearance contrasts sharply with the cold calculation with which she plans her escape from the gilded cage. Every line of her escape plan is a desperate attempt to outplay fate and save not only herself, but also those dear to her. She weighs the risks, realizing that Duke Kane, despite his possible trust, remains a dangerous and unpredictable figure. The fear of death at the hands of the crown prince pales in comparison to the horror of realizing that the real threat is the love that the plot has ordained. Determined, she vows to do everything she can to prevent history from taking its tragic, preordained path. All her hope rests on the fragile belief that everything will be fine until Kane hears the fateful words from Ariel. Ariel's innocent words become the trigger, and his mesmerized gaze marks the beginning of an inevitable tragedy. Her hope flares up at the thought that if she can prevent their meeting, she can change his tragic fate. Having figured out the plan for Kane, she moves on with a heavy heart to the next victim of the cruel plot, Harris. The image of Harris, the third wheel whose wealth and power conceal a dark obsession, comes to mind. Her mocking drawing reflects her frivolous decision not to get involved with such a cruel and ridiculous character. The memory of his unexpected and heroic death for Ariel's sake makes her reconsider her rash decision. The image of Daniel grieving over his friend's body strengthens her resolve, because saving one means saving the other from grief. She devises a subtle plan to use Daniel as an ally and moves on to the next doomed souls. Their shared love for the crown prince and sacrifice for their friend Ariel turns their devoted friendship into a harbinger of trouble to come. Both girls sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, one in pursuit of an unattainable ideal, the other protecting her friend at the cost of her life. Faced with the seemingly impossible task of saving Avon, she feels uncertain, but Jane's fate seems more resolvable to her. Her grand plan to save everyone falls apart, leaving only one name on the list, Eugene, as a symbol of her desperate choice. Despite her approaching illness, she decides to take action, and her first goal is to bring Eugene and Kane closer together. Under the shining moon, she vows to protect her pets at any cost, even at the cost of her own life. The maid notices how much Sir Bolton has changed since he became the princess's knight, and there is concern in his eyes. The head maid addresses the knight with impeccable politeness, hiding her curiosity and concern behind formality. He admits that he is surprised by the recent events in the palace, and his words only increase her suspicions. His desire to understand what is happening before everything returns to normal reveals his deep insight. She tries to lull him into a false sense of security, but her devotion to the princess forces her to hide the truth of how he feels. He subtly makes it clear that the princess's trust gives him the right to see what is hidden from others, and he will not back down. Her warm smile becomes a silent blessing, conveying to him her concern for the fate of her highness. He tried to find out the truth about the princess from the maid, but he came up against the wall of her unwavering loyalty. His slight smile hides his respect for her loyalty, for the duty of a personal servant comes first. The memory of her bloody cough pierces him with icy horror, because this is not just an ailment, but an ominous sign. He remembers how her condition worsened when using mana, her body literally bursting at the seams. He is overcome by a terrible suspicion that her illness is much more dangerous than it seems, and he must get to the bottom of the truth. The relief that she has accepted him again is replaced by a firm determination to immediately begin to act together with Rox. Every thought of the princess awakens in him only one all-consuming desire, to protect her at any cost. Driven by desperate determination, he bursts into the room, ready to throw all his strength into saving her. An unexpected meeting with Rox and his team seems like a sign of fate to him, because they are just in time. His smile is full of grim determination, because he understands that all these people have gathered here for one purpose, to save the princess. His ironic question about vacation is met with a cold and unexpected answer from the Duke, creating an awkward tension. Complete bewilderment is reflected on the guy's face, because a vacation now seems like the most absurd idea in the world. He begins to doubt his conclusions, suspecting that behind the Duke's cold facade, there is a persistent interest. Duke Eric senses that this night is not as simple as the Crown Prince, and his true motives remain a mystery. The group's leader, Rox, interrupts their thoughts by announcing the start of a meeting on which lives depend. The stated goals of complete recovery and symptom relief sound like an almost impossible mission. Eric reveals his trump card, demonstrating the unique ability to control mana directly in his body. Its power, comparable to holy might, causes shock and awe in those present, opening up new horizons. The revelation of his dark mana, contradicting official records, leaves everyone baffled and adds mystery to their equation. Sir Bolton's desperate proposal to mix incompatible light and dark mana sounds like madness. She is overcome with icy horror at the thought that her beautiful men have disappeared, leaving her alone with a broken plan. Holding her breath, she overhears a strange nighttime conversation that raises a lot of questions in her mind. The chef's anger falls on the guilty maid, because her night foray into the kitchen could have ended in disaster. A sudden realization hits her, because it was she who pushed Linny to take this risky step, and now the maid is in trouble. His words sound like a death sentence, removing Linny from her beloved job and plunging her into the abyss of despair. The princess's unexpected intervention saves the situation when she admits that she was the instigator of the night's commotion. Her regal promise disarms the chef, and she leaves him completely bewildered with a slight smile. She takes the initiative into her own hands, deciding that it is better to check everything herself than to passively wait for the weather to change. Desperate searches bring no results, and with each empty hall, her anxiety only increases. A familiar voice becomes a beacon of hope, and there they are, her shining knights, in the middle of a garden of white roses. Their sudden appearance stuns her, and she can barely stand on her feet from an excess of feelings. His strong arms catch her at the last moment, plunging her into an embrace full of starry light. Embarrassed by their closeness, she tries to maintain her composure under his piercing and caring gaze. Her question of why these two are together hangs in the air, full of confusion and nascent suspicion. Kane's offer of help comes as a surprise, making her heart beat faster with surprise and hope. She is confused by his sudden change, because she remembers how coldly he rejected her request for help. His current behavior was completely at odds with the cautious and reserved man she knew him to be. His thoughtful expression catches her off guard, revealing a sweet side to him she never knew existed. The word "with us" becomes the key to a shocking discovery, because in the original story, they were never allies. The cruel truth comes to her mind. In the original, under pressure from the Crown Prince, they were sworn enemies. The idea that she was the reason for their incredible union seems completely unthinkable to her. His calm confirmation about the vacation stuns her to the core, because it destroys all her ideas about him. The realization that he changed the course of history for her by taking an uncanonical vacation leaves her in shock. His cryptic words about a good reason and his request not to stare so hard leave her completely confused. She is torn between the desire to laugh at the absurdity of what is happening and the need to support his strange decision. Eugene's unexpected laughter in the company of Sir Bolton becomes another blow to her patterns and ideas. Her remark that he looks like he's taking his first vacation in his life sounds like an awkward attempt to lighten the mood. Her flirtatious grin hides a cunning plan as she teases him, questioning his understanding of the word vacation. Sir Bolton tries to smooth over the awkwardness with a joke, but her slight smile suggests she is enjoying the moment. Her anxious thoughts are interrupted by Kane, whose words about a safe medicine sound like an oath given only to her. Her direct question is permeated with mistrust, because his persistence seems suspicious and inexplicable to her. He remembers the day when he saw the hidden fear behind her mask of indifference, and it delighted him. His words make her wonder if there is a reason for her fear, or if it is just her imagination. That very day comes back to her mind, and she doesn't understand why admiration for his beauty should cause fear. His words about the throne he could take sound like a veiled threat, cutting off her escape route. An icy horror grips her as she realizes that a minor character is trying to kill her, breaking all the rules of the genre. A terrible picture of execution flashes through her imagination, because one careless word of his could cost her life. She vehemently rejects his crazy idea, because for her it is unthinkable and mortally dangerous. She is adamant about her desire to live freely, trying to bring the conversation back to a safe channel. Her words sound like a plea, because she just wants to live and asks them not to drag her into their dangerous games for power. His sympathy does not calm her down, but rather frightens her, because she senses a hidden catch behind every word he says. The Duke's shocking statement that she is more worthy of the throne sounds like a death sentence. His burning eyes and unfinished sentence weigh on her, turning his hope into an unbearable burden for her. The request to find someone to restrict the crown prince seems strange and dangerous to her, because this was not in the original. She desperately tries to seize the initiative, but her words about an imminent departure sound pathetic and unconvincing. Eugene's abrupt intervention interrupts the dangerous conversation, his hand on the Duke's shoulder saying more than any words. The sudden feud between them fills the air with electricity, and she finds herself at the center of the storm. The Duke quickly apologizes, but his hasty bow cannot hide the threat he made a moment ago. Relieved, she offers to continue on her way, desperately trying to regain some semblance of normality. This conversation gives her one frightening certainty, and now she knows exactly what a dangerous game she has found herself in. Kane's burning hatred for the crown prince comes as a shocking revelation to her, as the original had kept silent about it. Her visit to the doctor turns into an unexpected meeting with a mysterious stranger named Ripley. Charming herbalist Ripley asks for her patronage with a friendly smile, bringing a touch of lightness to the tense atmosphere. Her brain is exploding from a mountain of drugs and complex instructions, which Ripley explains with enthusiasm. Behind a mask of understanding, she hides panic, because she did not understand a single word of the entire lecture. A sharp pain and the taste of blood in her mouth bring her back to the terrifying reality that the damn third day has arrived. Panic distorts Eugene's face when he sees her condition, his worry almost physical. Surrounded by worried men, she is overcome by fear of a new memory and annoyance at her own carelessness. She desperately tries to save face, assuring everyone that she is fine, although her body is still shaking. Doctors whisper behind her back, admiring her apparent fearlessness, unaware of the storm inside her. While people admire her wisdom behind her back, she desperately tries to hide the humiliating pain, praying for it to stop. In her memories, she prays to the gods with childish naivety, only to hear her sister's beautiful voice again. The gift from his lordship and Emma's gentle voice fill her childish heart with long-forgotten delight. She looks adoringly at her sister's neat hands sealing the letter, and she is filled with angelic tenderness. A simple birthday greeting from Dante Vance becomes a symbol of a carefree and bright past. The Vance name brings back dark memories of betrayal, as her family turned their backs on her after her mother's death. The thought of the secret correspondence between them haunts her, causing her to become thoughtful. Inspired by their communication, the young princess happily decides to support this fragile happiness with her answer. She immerses herself in someone else's happiness, feeling how her sister's joy from the past warms her own heart. But the shadow of the coming tragedy darkens the bright memory, because after that fateful day, her shining sister changed forever. The memory of the day the disease first manifested itself hangs over her like a foreshadowing of inevitable tragedy. She is afraid to see this moment, sensing that her heart will not withstand the pain of other people's, but such real suffering. Remembering her past life, she decides not to pity her proud sister, who would never forgive her for such weakness. She takes on a heavy burden, deciding to collect all the pity of the world in place of the one that left, as the only tribute. She notes with relief that her intervention has softened Eugene and Kane's feud, changing one of the key problems of the plot. Their peaceful communication becomes proof of success for her, because now their relationship no longer causes concern. Having solved one global problem, she happily falls onto the bed, ready now to devote herself entirely to saving Kane. The awareness of the fleetingness of time makes her hurry, because there is very little time left until the fateful date. With bitter irony, she reflects that becoming empress would be a good thing if it would help her avoid execution. Eugene looks out the window thoughtfully, realizing that time flies by with the princess, filling his days with meaning. Her sudden and energetic appearance takes Sir Bolton by surprise, breaking the morning silence of the palace. Their playful exchange of glances and smiles hints at something more than just a friendly stroll. She cunningly suggests going to the library, since rumors about his seclusion only fuel her interest. The majestic doors of the library rise before them, promising secrets and a long-awaited meeting. She displays her pass with ostentatious pride, playfully reminding us of her high status. His condescending smile betrays his sincere admiration for her naive, yet so sweet tricks. His intense gaze makes her heart skip a beat, and his answering smile completely confuses her. Her inner world explodes from an excess of feelings, because his beauty turned out to be a deadly weapon for her. A fruitless search through the vast library only increases her anxiety, as Kane has disappeared without a trace. Her guess that he returned to the office sounds like a death sentence, because it means that he never rests. She finds Kane in a secluded corner of the library, and his calm brings an unexpected note of peace. His concentrated beauty captivates her, but Eugene's voice abruptly pulls her out of her sweet stupor. She resolutely leads Eugene away, desperately trying not to disturb the Duke's fragile idyll of solitude. His words of non-interference become the perfect excuse for her to protect Kane's rare moment of peace. Her heart melts from the guy's cute appearance, but Eugene's sly question shows that her feelings have not gone unnoticed. The young man gently takes her hand, turning their retreat into an unexpected and pleasant walk together. His warm smile discourages the girl, because such a sincere and tender moment definitely did not exist in the original story. She hopes that Eugene is finally shedding his role as a simple shield and becoming something more. The sudden appearance of Duke Eric disrupts their idyll, his stern gaze instantly bringing back the tension. His direct question takes the princess by surprise, and she is at a loss, not knowing how to explain her presence here. The realization that he knew they were there all along makes her heart skip a beat. Her radiant smile and caring offer disarm him, hiding her true intentions. His confusion at her directness seems incredibly sweet to her, breaking his image of an unapproachable duke. She gently nudges him toward rest, reminding him that even the eternally busy duke needs to breathe fresh air. Her formal invitation to go for a walk becomes the final step in her plan to save him from himself. Their walk together becomes a bold breach of etiquette that does not go unnoticed. Her hopes for a vacation together are dashed by his restraint, as he still keeps them at a distance. His refusal to sit next to him on the grounds of indecency demonstrates the gap between their worlds and his internal barriers. Despite his aloofness, her heart fills with warmth, because his silent observation is his care. She finally accepts his complex language of emotions, finding peace in his subtle smile. Instead of his former hatred, Eugene now watches Kane with a captivating interest, seeing something new in him. She looks hopefully into his eyes for confirmation that he, too, has noticed the change in the behavior of the distant duke. His cold tone hides his confusion, because he himself does not fully understand his feelings for Kane. The guy's unexpectedly warm smile and his kind words about Kane finally destroy the stereotypes of the original plot. The palace's nighttime silence is deceptive, because ominous rumors that bring disaster are already brewing within its walls. Behind the walls of her chambers, they whisper about her imminent death and the cruel decision of the emperor, who is preparing her exile. Faithful servant Aaron makes the difficult decision to protect the princess from the cruel truth, no matter what the cost. Completely unaware of the impending threat, the princess greets her maid with her usual kindness and gratitude. Her warm words of gratitude only increase the pain and determination of Aaron, who bears the burden of a terrible secret. Spying on the serene princess, Aaron is tormented by the fear that she will not be able to hide the cruel truth from her forever. Looking at the princess's serene profile, her faithful maid anxiously wonders about her future. The girl's words about reality being like a dream only increase the anxiety of the maids, who fear the worst. She is ready to stay in this beautiful dream forever, not suspecting that her words sound like a farewell. Every word the princess says seems to Aaron like a hint of a terrible truth, and panic grips her completely. The desperate cry of the maid is shattered by the complete bewilderment of the princess, who does not understand the reasons for such excitement. The thought of a last will flashes through Aaron's mind, as she is sure that the princess is preparing to leave forever. In fact, all the heroine's thoughts are occupied only with the delight of the day spent with the handsome young men. To preserve precious memories, she decides to start a diary, not knowing how it will be received. Her innocent desire to keep a diary turns into an ominous sign of preparation for death in the eyes of the maids. The princess's sudden decision becomes the last straw for them, confirming their worst fears. The head maid tries to calm the panicking Lily, even though she herself heard the princess's anxious words. The princess's desire to keep a diary gives rise to a terrible suspicion in her mind that the rumors of death may be true. In their minds, she is already saying goodbye to life, dreaming of leaving the palace and giving up everything. Their devotion is no longer just a duty, but a personal attachment to the one who was able to melt their hearts. The head maid, with cold determination, announces that she will make all preparations for the princess's departure, no matter what the cost. At this time, the serene girl is immersed in warm memories of herself at 7 years old, unaware of the storm around her. Memories of her childhood love of learning only highlight the tragic nature of the situation in the eyes of those around her. Insomnia after a good night's sleep pushes her to go for a night walk, further confusing the maids who are watching her. The night silence of the garden is broken by her heavy sigh, because for almost a month now, she has been living in captivity of ominous rumors. Her reflection in the water becomes a symbol of a golden cage from which she sees no way out. Her determination to leave the palace grows stronger, because freedom and a meeting with real heroes await her. Fate, in the person of an eccentric doctor, puts a spoke in her wheel, grotesquely blocking her path to her dream. Her desperate cry for freedom echoes throughout the garden, marking the limit of her angelic patience. The Duke's sudden appearance from the shadows seems like a sign from above, interrupting her hysteria with his silent grace. She admits with a slight smile that his silence suits him perfectly, but this meeting is too unexpected. His sophistication wars with her idea of a monster, creating a storm of conflicting feelings in her soul. His gentle voice, calling her princess, makes her forget all her fears, because his beauty is simply blinding. She takes the initiative, breaking the awkward silence with a warm smile and a bold greeting. Flashbacks to the original story show how much of a workaholic Kane was, and how random his first meeting was. She still laughs at the absurdity of the original heroine, whose tears over a cut seemed to her the height of absurdity. His innate nobility simply would not allow him to ignore someone else's misfortune, even the most insignificant one. Behind his innocent appearance hid an innate darkness that he carried in his heart like a heavy burden. The memory of his tragic and unfair end in the original story still hurts her. She desperately begs him to survive and take care of himself, because his safety has become her main goal. The thought of his beauty being damaged hurts her own heart, turning her concern into obsession. She quickly hides her true feelings behind a joke when he notices a strange tension in her words. Her passionate desire to protect him comes out, because she is determined to become his guardian angel. She sees in his unearthly beauty a cure for her own disappointments, which she is ready to defend. To reach his soul, she decides to tell him a story that is actually about him. Her story about an unwanted and lonely child becomes a mirror of his own tragic fate. Loneliness was his only companion, and human warmth an unaffordable luxury. But one day, a friend appeared in his dark world, and for the first time, a light of hope dawned. This new feeling of warmth was so precious that the young man became attached to it with all his heart. The treacherous friend demanded a terrible price for his friendship, asking for his blood, flesh, and heart. Blinded by a desperate desire to be needed, the child agreed to this terrible deal without hesitation. Only after some time did he realize the cruel truth, realizing that his only friend had manipulated him. She looks at him piercingly, asking him about the story that was actually about him. His trembling gaze betrays his confusion, because he doesn't understand whether she knows his terrible secret. The girl gives cautious advice, begging the child in the story to run away before it is too late. Her words hit the mark, because she says outright that he should never have given anything away. Her words about true friendship sound like a sentence to his past and a hope for the future. Unexpectedly, he announces his decision to accompany her, becoming her faithful knight. Bowing deeply, he vows to fulfill her every wish, putting her will above all else. Questions swarm in her head, because his promise seems too bold even for a swordmaster. His sudden departure leaves behind only a trail of mystery and her confused look. Confusion gives way to warm realization that it was his care and attention that won her heart. It is only when she sees Rox and Ripley submissive that she realizes the true extent of his promise and influence. As expected, after the rain, Rox always appears, and her heart fills with warm concern for him. In a wave of joy, she decides to take a bold step to embrace her saviors. This embrace becomes the highest point of her happiness, cementing their union with unbreakable bonds. In his arms, she finds long-awaited happiness, but an inner voice reminds her that she must not give in to selfishness. Her dream is coming true, because now two of her most reliable knights will accompany her everywhere. Her cunning plan requires a disguise, and she conspiratorially asks Emma to prepare men's clothing. The simple clothes in her hands become a symbol of their new, common adventure outside the palace walls. Even in simple clothes, they look dazzling, and she cannot hide her admiration for their beauty. Her joy at her successful transformation is mixed with the understanding that all this became possible only thanks to his power. Eugene smiles with relief, remembering how Kane's determination solved all their problems with Bolton. Her piercing gaze catches a fleeting tension in Kane, which is replaced by a rare and disarming smile. His embarrassed smile creates a sensation, causing everyone around him to freeze in amazement and affection. Shocked to the depths of her soul, she stumbles, and for a moment the world disappears from under her feet. His worried look after her fall finally convinces her that he has opened his heart to her. His past as an outcast who yearned for love explains his inability to protect those he cared about. Self-hatred, born of powerlessness, transformed into a burning hatred for the crown prince. In his eyes, she was not just a girl, but the perfect weapon to overthrow his sworn enemy. He understood that using it would be the easiest way to achieve his goal, but something stopped him. Her unhappy look became for him a painful reminder of his mother, whose image he tried in vain to forget. In her, he saw a reflection of himself and his mother, and this resemblance became her invisible shield. But reality destroyed his plans, because the princess turned out to be completely unpredictable and alive. Next to her, born from sunlight, all his words lost their power, leaving only confusion. Her smile in the moonlight makes his stone heart tremble, breaking down all his defenses. Her unexpected appearance in the night garden puzzles him because he cannot find the reason for her visit. Behind her tired sigh, he sees not just a princess, but a captive in a golden cage. Despite her outward strength, his heart sinks with hopelessness because he sees no way to cure her. Her simple desire to visit the market becomes an impossible task for everyone due to a hidden threat. Only old Bolton listened to her pleas, while the rest did not understand her desperate desire. Realizing the true danger, he rushes to her to protect her from something she doesn't even suspect. Her radiant smile and gentle greeting take him by surprise, causing him to freeze in place. His mind tries to decipher her cryptic words about survival, full of hidden and disturbing meaning. She hides her true fears behind a carefree smile, wanting only one thing, his safety. At that moment, he notices how her smile fades for a moment, revealing an abyss of hidden pain. Her request to take care of himself was something completely new and strange for him, who had never known the fear of death. This unsolicited kindness pierced his armor, causing him to spill out the poison of hatred that he had hidden for so long. He desperately tried to push her away with his darkness, but she only came closer, ruining his plans. Her simple truth about friendship sounded like thunder, causing a storm of conflicting feelings in his soul. Her warm words finally melted the ice in his heart, and he vowed to be her shield until the end. Inspired by her small victory, the princess decides to change his tragic fate at all costs. Her main goal is to prevent Kane from sacrificing himself for Ariel, as was destined in a past life. The girl's night walk has another secret purpose, connected with pain and the acquisition of new memories. She timed it perfectly, knowing that her weakness would manifest itself precisely when he was near. Her faith in his knightly honor is unwavering, for he is as devoted a protector as Eugene. She enjoys the freedom and fresh morning air, feeling truly alive. A morning walk gives her long-awaited peace and raises her fighting spirit for new achievements. A sudden silence breaks her peace, and a slight anxiety makes her alert in anticipation. Their eyes meet, and in his eyes she sees a silent question and genuine concern for her. An unexpected meeting in the forest leaves them both wondering about the reasons for each other's presence here. His chivalrous gesture as he goes to get his cape speaks volumes about his concern. His caring touch and apologetic look make her heart flutter with embarrassment. Wrapped in his cloak, she feels not only the warmth of the fabric, but also the nascent warmth in her soul. He thanks the higher powers for this meeting, finding a simple explanation for his noble act. Her bold and flirtatious answer to his question catches him off guard, adding a spark to their nighttime conversation. She hides behind a nightmare to conceal the true reason for her nighttime excursion and not to reveal her plan. Their conversation about night terrors becomes a thin thread connecting two souls familiar with pain. Her delicate curiosity clashes with his secrecy, but he still gives her a simple answer. He feels like he is playing a game with a predictable ending, and a bad feeling haunts him. She is overcome with guilt because she realizes that she has become an unwitting obstacle to his privacy. His cryptic answer about training the heart, not the sword, reveals to her the full depth of his mental torment. She tries to process his words as the painful comparison to Ariel plays in his head. His velvety voice makes her heart skip a beat, but she is determined to carry out her plan to the end. She knows that emotional wounds can be healed with words, and she has magic phrases ready for him. The girl understands that her questions about the invisible may seem strange, but this is the key to his healing. His momentary hesitation betrays an internal struggle because he is not used to sharing his pain. He tries to distance himself by claiming that his problems are none of her business, but this only intrigues her more. Unable to remain on the sidelines, the young man decides to give her the advice he himself desperately needed to hear. His wise words about giving your mind a rest when your heart is breaking hit home. She remembers that these are the very words that Ariel once said, unwittingly repeating a scenario from the past. Ariel's naivety, not knowing the full depth of his suffering, made her words simple but sincere. But the heroine, unlike her predecessor, knows exactly what healing power these phrases have for Cain. His tragic past, where he was used and discarded, explains his deep mental scars. She says the cherished words that she always wanted to tell him, putting all her faith into them. Her sincere desire for him to rest becomes the key that finally opens his heart. Her direct question catches him off guard, and he denies the obvious, but she only repeats his lie with a smirk. He hesitates, realizing that his knowledge of her and his feelings for her are two different, warring elements. She gently touches his cheek, silently explaining that understanding with the heart is more important than knowing with the mind. Her heart melts, and she sees in him not a formidable duke, but a lost boy in need of warmth. Her body trembles with tension, because the desire to comfort him turns out to be stronger than her physical limitations. She beams with pleasure, because for her, knowing his history, any victory over his sadness is priceless. His world is turned upside down by her unexpected gesture, while she mentally decides to play with his feelings a little more. Burning with embarrassment, the girl hides her face, scolding her hand for revealing her secret desires. She says goodbye in a hurry, and in her head, there is only one question. Did she ruin everything with her prank? As she leaves, she shows one last ounce of concern, convincing herself that her actions have not put him in an awkward position. Duke Cain rejects any possible kindness from the princess in advance. The young man is confused that the girl sees his hidden pain. Her calm smile and simple words penetrate his tormented soul. The hero realizes that Ariel's words awakened something long forgotten in him. The white-haired guy secretly watches what is happening with undisguised interest. The meeting with the princess leaves Cain in complete confusion and shock. The stranger continues to follow the heroine, taking advantage of her desire to be alone. He is surprised that the girl found the place where the secluded duke was. The young man barely restrains the urge to intervene, sensing the brewing intrigue. The princess's condition is alarming, despite her apparent outward calm. The white-haired guy tensely asks what exactly the duke saw. The young man hints that Cain missed something important because of the conversation. Alarming rumors about the princess's imminent death spread throughout the palace. The hero realizes in horror that the girl's condition is much worse than he expected. The young man recalls her words, noticing for the first time a deeply hidden sadness in them. The duke realizes that they are united by a common pain that has become a habit for the girl. The observer is sure that there is mortal danger hidden behind the heroine's smile. The maid desperately tries to cheer up the princess by offering her new outfits. Ariel, with a shadow of sadness on her face, tries to maintain the cheerful mood of her maids of honor. The girl, slightly tired, entrusts the choice of dress to her faithful servant. The devoted maid delightedly assures that the princess is irresistible in any outfit. All the fuss is connected with preparations for the meeting with the mysterious Miss Zayn. Ariel, with complete confidence, leaves the decision of the delicate matter in the hands of her ladies-in-waiting. The innocent curiosity of the maids amuses the princess, who hides her true plans. The heroine fatalistically admits that her current possessions will soon lose all meaning. The girl launches a well-thought-out plan to close her fashion salons. Ariel painfully realizes that all of her assets are doomed to turn to dust as the story progresses. The current popularity of the salons only underscores the bitterness of their inevitable collapse. Fate is already preparing a triumph for another heroine, whose salon will outshine all the others. The princess reflects bitterly on the futility of her efforts in the face of the future. The princess pragmatically bets on gold as the most reliable asset. Her true goal is to accumulate capital to help Avon and secure her future. Ariel, with feigned delight, convinces the maid of honor of the unrivaled power of money. The girl finally decides to get rid of the salons, no longer seeing the point in maintaining them. The worried looks of the maids reveal their complete bewilderment at her strange decision. The heroine awkwardly waves it off, hiding her true motives behind a carefree smile. Tensions are mounting ahead of the important meeting she has been preparing for so diligently. A completely unexpected meeting with Kane and his companion awaits her outside the door. The dazzling aura of two attractive men takes the princess by surprise. Gathering her courage, Ariel decisively takes the initiative into her own hands, inviting them in. The princess leaves the upset maid with regret, promising her a future walk together. The original heroine of the novel appears, the naive and noble Ariel, whose fate is predetermined. According to the plot, this girl easily charms all the key characters of this world. Ariel is distraught at how easily her book rival gathers influential people around her. The girl makes fun of the author's laziness, which arouses suspicion in her companion. The heroine finds benefit in the writer's laziness, realizing that this place is a real gold mine. Blanchette Market, located outside the palace walls, becomes the center of her cunning plan. Her companions, hiding their faces under hoods, persistently ask the princess not to leave them. The girl with a sly smile obediently agrees, completely in control of the situation. The last step remains, transferring the contracts for the sale of the salons to unsuspecting owners. The princess, hiding her face, firmly demands payment exclusively in gold and jewels. The manager is in a panic and cannot believe that the girl is selling all her salons. The heroine admits her ruthlessness when her survival is at stake. With a heavy heart but firm determination, she hands over the affairs to others. The signet ring becomes an indisputable proof, causing the man to tremble. After completing the deal, Ariel suddenly asks a question about the ominous place Black Coffin. Waving carelessly at her companions, the girl hides the deal she just completed. The white-haired young man notices her long absence and asks with concern about her problems. He is concerned that the princess's personal appearance could provoke dangerous rumors. Ariel pretends to be naive, although she is well aware of the gossip surrounding her name. Eugene hides his anxiety behind a slight smile, pretending that everything is fine. The princess looks with interest at the bustling market, which is the key to her plan. Caring Kane politely asks if the heroine would like to visit any other places. The girl asks to be called Phalia, taking a bold step towards getting closer to her companions. The Duke bows sheepishly while the princess tries to defuse the situation. The unexpected call of her name by Kane plunges Phalia into a state of euphoria. Even Eugene picks up on her new name, his enthusiasm adding to the girl's insane joy. The heroine feels like she is in paradise for a moment, ready to die from happiness at that moment. Gathering her strength, she decides to continue her walk, naming her next destination. Her choice falls on the Moon Garden pub, which causes confusion among the unsuspecting guys. She is delighted with her newfound independence and is looking forward to going to the pub. A worried Kane tries to understand the princess's sudden desire to visit a dubious establishment. Phalia, with a sly smile, justifies her interest by her curiosity about the drinks from the novella. The insightful Eugene accepts her explanation with an unperturbed expression and offers to have a drink together. The girl dreams of trying the legendary moon drink, but firmly decides to limit herself to one glass. Kane watches her agitation with concern, fearing for the princess's safety in a crowded place. Eugene looks at her delight with warmth, believing that this is her first foray outside the castle. The guy guesses that behind her apparent cheerfulness, she is struggling with a sudden illness. The faithful servant notes with horror that her mistress's coughing up of blood is becoming more and more severe. The young people quietly agree to do everything to ensure that rumors about the illness do not reach the princess's ears. With a playful smile, The princess asks her companions to help her with the drink. Philia inhales the bittersweet aroma with pleasure, remembering the long-forgotten taste of alcohol. A caring Eugene adjusts her hood to hide her face from prying eyes. The girl is embarrassed by his attentiveness, feeling an unusual level of care for herself. Eugene's suggestion to call him by his first name leaves the heroine in a pleasant shock. He opens up to her completely, giving his full name, Eugene de Bolton. Kane, taking the initiative, also allows himself to be called by name, reducing the distance. Filled with emotion, Philia thanks them for their kindness with tears in her eyes. She, who had always been forbidden to have friends, could not even dream of such closeness. Suddenly, Eugene abruptly interrupts her, demanding that she stop lying about the death of a member of the imperial family. A rumor, overheard by a palace servant, spreads through the tavern about the princess's fatal illness. The conversation about her imminent death from bloody vomiting completely spoils the girl's mood. Philia is alarmed to realize that the crown prince's intrigues have gone beyond the palace walls. One of the visitors, loudly and confidently, declares the slow fading of the cursed princess. The source of the gossip turns out to be a servant from the palace, which gives the rumors a frightening credibility. Convinced by the truth of the news, the men do not hide their gloating about it. Evil laughter and the banging of a mug on the table emphasize their joy at someone else's misfortune. The cruel words that her death was the best thing that could have happened wound the heroine to the very heart. Suddenly, Kane, in a rage, attacks the offender, defending the honor of his sister. Holding back his anger, he invites Philia to come back, trying to take her away from this hostile environment. The golden-haired youth notes with a sly grin the strange union of the princess and her companions. Despite the curses she hears, the girl holds on with courage, which does not escape Eugene's gaze. A new acquaintance named Heras, with sadistic interest, declares that he wants to break her will. With feigned innocence, Heras reproaches the princess's companion for wanting to see the lady's tears. The hidden feud comes to light when Heras threatens to remind Eugene that he is not allowed to appear here. Without giving in to the provocation, the young man, with a grin, advises his opponent to be more friendly. Trying to hurt Eugene, Heras accuses him of having a perverse interest in the suffering of others. The stinging accusation that the number of his lovers grows with the number of corpses takes the guy by surprise. In the heat of the argument, Eugene denies the accusations and asks the fateful question of why he would fall in love with his own target. Taking him at his word, Heras bursts into laughter, finding the idea of falling in love with his victim amusing and crazy. The girl guesses that Kane covered her ears to protect her from the sounds of Eugene's brutal fight. The sounds of Eugene's merciless reprisal against the offenders plunge the princess into a state of shock. In a panic, she fears that his beautiful hand will be hurt in this brutal brawl. Gratitude mingles with fear as she sees his rage as a wild beast standing up for her. The realization that Eugene stood up for her fills the girl with an unusual feeling of happiness. Eugene's icy silence in response to her gratitude instantly dampens her joy, creating anxiety. The tension mounts, and she can't take it anymore, asking about the reason for his oppressive silence. She tries to understand his strange reaction, wondering why he wasn't angry with her. Her calm answer, that there was no reason to be angry, sounds like a sentence to her lonely life. Eugene is stunned by her resignation to fate, unable to understand how anyone could not be angry at such insults. With icy calm, the heroine says that other people's hatred no longer matters to her. The image of the villain from the novel that she was doomed to become pops into her mind. She bears the heavy burden of past mistakes that can no longer be corrected. The princess accepts her dark reputation as a part of her life that cannot simply be erased. With fatal determination, the girl allows rumors about her to live their own lives, without trying to stop them. She understands that it is impossible to completely get rid of the rumors that have taken root among the people. The only thing she can do is subtly change the direction and mood of these rumors. Her inner essence decides not to give in to despondency, because time is precious and the heroine's body is weak. Eugene is worried about her carelessness and begs her not to take things so lightly. Philia desperately tries to prove to him that she is happy, but the guy cannot understand it. Eugene is confused and cannot understand the reason for his violent reaction to her carelessness. The girl anxiously assumes that his unusual behavior is caused by alcohol. With icy composure, he decides that someone else's panic is no reason to retreat from his intended goal. The young man desperately tries to understand why she is so accustomed to slander and neglects treatment. His heart breaks with pain at the sight of how cruelly she treats herself. She is surprised to see how quickly he has sobered up, and his sudden aloofness upsets her. Unable to contain his emotions, Eugene asks how she can smile on the brink of death. In a fit of despair and tenderness, he suddenly embraces the stunned princess. Confused by his closeness and intoxicating scent, she tries to pull herself together, mentally humming a hymn. Her soul rejoices and soars in the clouds from the simple realization that he hugged her. Enjoying the moment, the girl feels his body trembling and thinks that she has the right to this happiness. Her eyes darken from the overwhelming feelings, and she is afraid to die of happiness, remembering her weak heart. Giving in to a sudden impulse, Phalia pushes the guy away and boldly asks him to hug her again. She immediately regrets her courage, unable to believe that she made such a request out loud. Eugene, instantly sobered up from the shock, cannot understand how she dared to cross all boundaries. Understanding his confusion, the heroine admits that it was she who went beyond the limits by allowing herself to hug him. With sincere gratitude, she presses herself against him, feeling his saving warmth. To avoid awkwardness, the girl decides to fake fainting, falling into his arms. A sudden whistle cuts through the silence of the night, and a fiery projectile flies straight towards them. Cain reacts with lightning speed, using his sword to deflect the deadly attack aimed at the princess. Cain, with cold trust, hands over the care of the princess to Eugene, leaving them alone. Harris watches with irritation as Eugene clings to the girl, which makes him jealous. He clutches the stone in rage, cursing himself for trusting the surveillance to the inexperienced Daniel. A worried Rox desperately searches for any stimulants to help the weakening princess. The princess firmly tells Rox that she needs a medicine that she can use at any time. She bitterly informs him that her fainting spells have become more frequent, and yesterday's incident was not the last. The girl looks at the bottle in despair, realizing that she can no longer put up with her weakness. Rox painfully explains that her fainting spells are a protective reaction of her exhausted body. Unwilling to accept her fate, the heroine angrily smashes the medicine, rejecting passive waiting. Her gaze is full of steely determination as she prepares for the challenges ahead. The princess guiltily admits to Rox that she caused everyone a lot of trouble yesterday. Her pretending to faint due to embarrassment from drinking turned into a real loss of consciousness. Eugene kneels down, asking her with formal politeness to clarify what issues she is talking about. In a panic, she decides that he is demanding a confession of all his sins and prepares to lay everything out in the open. She begins to repent haltingly, but the young man only listens to her confessions with tired tenderness. The girl ends her speech with shame, considering her fainting to be the main reason for all the inconvenience. Tears of despair stream down his cheeks as he begs her not to hurt him so much with her self-flagellation. She tenderly wipes away his tears, asking him not to be sad, because everything will be fine with her. Deeply touched by her kindness, Rox tenderly admits how much he likes her. Their smiles meet in quiet recognition, for he feels the same as she does when he says her name. The oath of a free knight carries a tragic mark, obliging him to lay down his sword on the day of his master's death. Eugene admits that he never felt like a real knight and had no love for his blade. Everything changed the day he saw the princess's tears and swore to himself to always be by her side. His feelings, which began with simple sympathy, grew into something more, sealed with an unbreakable oath. He looks at the sleeping girl, realizing that their connection is something special, beyond friendship. Kneeling at her bedside, the young man dedicates his life to serving her, becoming her sword and shield. From that moment on, his beating heart and his very life belong entirely to her. Cain, perplexed, finds him taking an oath to a sleeping man, breaking the solemnity of the moment. Eugene explains with a sly smile that he did it on purpose, knowing that she would try to stop him. He admits that at first, believing the rumors, he considered the princess to be just an insensitive ice statue. Surrounded by shadows of condemnation, Princess Latelia seemed like an empty cup, cold and angry in the eyes of others. She was considered a vessel of unmelting ice that consciously refused to experience any emotions. However, it was she who made the first step towards her, and this bold act made him come closer in response. At that moment, he realized that the heroine was not made of ice at all, and her smile was warmer than the spring sun. It was a strange and confusing feeling, because he was sure that he did not love her because of bad rumors. Her sincere gratitude made him realize that he bitterly regretted having believed the rumors so easily. Cain interrupts his thoughts, trying to understand the true nature of his feelings for Her Highness. The young man explains with an understanding smile that she simply doesn't let anyone get too close to her heart. In her first words addressed to him, he did not catch even a hint of romance, only pure and sincere admiration. It was this attention without romantic intentions, like a blooming field, that became the reason for his fall in love. Eugene bitterly realizes that the girl has drawn a clear line between them, and that's all he can do. Despite her aloofness, he understands the reason for her actions and is filled with deep sympathy for her. He guesses that her loneliness is a defense, because the princess never had any truly close people. It is at this moment that the young man decides to become the one who will take care of her and will always be there. The young man asks Cain to keep his oath a secret, so as not to worry Her Highness ahead of time. He thinks with a gentle smile that with her character, she will certainly feel guilty. A mysterious voice warns Heras against causing harm, hinting at his mother's hidden concern. Heras, incensed, furiously orders them not to interfere, irritably denying any involvement in her fate. Under the cold moon, he bitterly asserts that it is not his destiny to worry about her well-being. Hiding his true feelings behind a threat, he warns that anyone who continues to talk will suffer greatly. An enraged Heras demands an answer to the mysterious phrase that clearly got him angry. The thought of a knight's oath makes him grin predatorily, because the game is becoming more and more interesting. The princess had a sad dream about her 8th birthday, plunging her into memories of her past loneliness. She sits quietly in her room, clutching the gift that has become a symbol of her hidden pain. The pen and the book, gifts from past years, only emphasize her long-standing, unchanging loneliness. The 8th birthday present remained unopened, holding an unspoken secret. Her friend watches from afar with concern, not understanding why she hasn't opened it yet. The head maid looks at them with concern, feeling that there are some important problems hidden behind this. The embarrassed girl decides that it would be better if she opens the gift a little later. Her friend hugs her with tears in her eyes, lamenting the cruelty of the world to such a sweet girl. The girl suddenly wakes up and jumps out of bed in a cold sweat, breaking free from the captivity of a disturbing dream. She is surprised to feel a lightness in her body, attributing it to the fact that she went to bed early yesterday. In fact, she slept so soundly because of the stabilizer Rox gave her instead of the stimulants. Looking in the mirror, she makes plans for the day to cover her tracks and continue her dangerous game. The sudden memory of Eugene's tear-stained face makes her heart clench with worry. She decides to postpone the meeting with Heras, because now it is more important to get money for the sold salons. In anticipation of her search, she hums a cheerful tune, planning to go to Lady Awen. Lady Awen, her charming friend, secretly loved the protagonist, which gave their friendship a touch of tragedy. In the past, Avon would call Phelia with admiration, forgetting about titles, which spoke of their sincere closeness. Infected by her friend's enthusiasm, Phelia happily agrees to go where she wants to go first. It turns out that her friend Linny comes from a famous family, which adds a touch of mystery to her story. Tragedy befell her in childhood, when her entire family perished in a terrible fire, leaving her an orphan. Soon after, the girl entered the service of the palace, where her youth was spent in hard work. Having spent her entire life within the walls of the palace, Linny is completely unfamiliar with the outside world and its simple joys. Phelia watches with affection as her friend is enchanted by her first walk, like a child. The noisy crowd in the square delights Linny, because this sight is new to her. A street clown performs a trick with magic dust, turning it into something magical in front of everyone. Phelia is puzzled when she recognizes regular cotton candy, not understanding why it sparkles so dazzlingly. Linny is overjoyed, considering cotton candy to be a true miracle of this world. The heroine feels a little awkward about her suspicion, because she almost ruined the magical moment. This big and amazing cotton candy looks so delicious that it's simply impossible to resist. Succumbing to temptation, the two friends happily run to share this magical delicacy together. The girl loses consciousness from the overabundance of impressions, and Eugene picks her up in his arms, full of concern. His concern is almost tangible when he promises to ask Rox for medicine to increase her stamina. Upon returning, the heroine feels that Eugene's guardianship has gone beyond all bounds when she sees a feast laid out for her. It seems as if Emma, at his request, prepared a ton of high-calorie food to replenish her strength. Unable to cope with such a dinner alone, she invites Linny to share the meal with her. After a few days of fun and games, memories of a 9-year-old girl who has grown up in a year come back to her. She remembers with alarm how the girl increasingly became like a cold ice statue. But at heart, she was still an innocent child who loved to learn and enjoyed making origami. The more she learns about her, the heavier her heart becomes from the realization of her forced seclusion. Emma explains that the diary has many secret functions that only its owner knows about. The maid reassures the princess with a smile, assuring her that she has taken care to ensure that there are no dangerous features. To Emma, the princess is a good person, and this simple statement sounds like a vow of allegiance. Deeply moved, the girl admits that she considers Emma her family, erasing the boundaries between them. Embarrassed and touched, the maid thanks Her Highness for such warm and unexpected words. Against the backdrop of the sunset sky, Emma makes a promise to always be there, one that the princess can count on. To activate the diary, you just need to touch the gem, and it will remember its owner forever. Lying in bed, the heroine prepares to make her first entry with curiosity, anticipating the magic of the diary. A sudden surge of energy throws her back, sending her into the mind-boggling sensation of falling underwater. It turns out that the diary has powerful magic and contains a spirit that can be met by filling all the pages. The diary's clever protection will deceive any outsider, showing him only meaningless false entries. She is delighted by the idea that the diary's spirit can copy her memory, creating the perfect cover. She eagerly opens her diary to quickly start writing and summoning the powerful spirit. Having given it a funny name, she decides that such a personal diary should be kept exclusively under cover of night. Looking out the night window, she ponders what important event she should begin her secret chronicle with. Suddenly, Harris appears in her room, hovering motionless over her bed, watching the sleeping girl. Something has subtly changed, and she has a premonition that she will see her again on her birthday. Her friend is completely stunned when she sees the adorable puppy, whose cuteness takes her breath away. With a warm smile, she realizes that this cute puppy must have been a gift for a little girl. This gift from her mother's family not only expanded, but completely turned the little girl's world upside down. It turns out that her diligent study was just a childish trick to get the desired gifts. A strange girl suddenly appears and says that the puppy is a gift for her, causing shock and suspicion in the heroine. When asked directly about the puppy's mother, the stranger replies that she doesn't know and quickly leaves, leaving an alarming unspoken message. She decides to name the puppy Philia, her own cherished nickname, which is incredibly dear to her. With a heavy heart, she decides to give this dear creature to another person. When she comes to, she smells a strong smell of medicine and realizes with horror that she is in the infirmary. She guesses that she has fainted again, and her condition raises more and more alarming questions. The memory of the mysterious visitor in her room proves that the fainting spell was not caused by a mere memory. The ominous conclusion that her symptoms resemble the destruction of the soul sounds like a terrible sentence. The doctor delivers a harsh verdict, because Raphael's illness affects the soul, and the princess's weakness aggravates the side effects. Despair grows, because if this continues, her suffering will become unbearable for everyone. She silently listens to Rox's words, which measure out no more than 2 years for her, not knowing if her soul can be replaced. But this sentence does not concern her, because Lephalia has already replaced her soul with her own, having made a secret sacrifice. In a touching remembrance, she gives the puppy her cherished nickname, Phalia, giving a piece of herself. The face won't leave her head, and her own suffering pales in comparison to the returning memories. She cries with regret that she couldn't hug her then, because it is her that she wants to protect the most. Rox cuts off the conversation, believing that now is not the time or place for such dangerous topics. Left alone, the girl feels foolish, because they left only for the sake of her imaginary peace. She is amazed by their intelligence, but a sudden creak of the door disturbs her fragile privacy. The sudden appearance of a mysterious blonde man in her room takes the girl by surprise. His unearthly beauty overwhelms her, and she tries to understand with tears in her eyes who this angelic stranger is. A flash of memory makes the situation clear. She realizes that it was this boy who scared her to the point of losing consciousness. His self-confident answer to her silent question stuns the princess with its audacity. A slight smile touches her lips, because she never thought that he would call himself an angel. Unexpectedly for herself, she feels relief, and knowing nothing about him, instinctively reaches out to him. Her hand reaches out to his face of its own accord, and she orders herself to stop in panic, unable to control the urge. His submissiveness makes her feel as if she is doing something forbidden and deliciously wrong. He notices that she is no longer crying, but his evasive answer to the question of why only increases the intrigue. Deciding to play along with the mysterious atmosphere, she smiles and declares that her tears have dried up because she met an angel. The sudden closeness makes her feel uneasy, and she desperately tries to pull herself together. He leans towards her, and his bold invitation to go somewhere together hangs in a tense silence. His bold proposal causes her to go into a storm of embarrassment, while her friend mentally screams with delight. Their moment is interrupted by the sudden appearance of an angry Eugene, who demands that the intruder show himself. The stranger introduces himself with a grin as Harris, calling her by her secret name, Phalia. With a sly smile, he orders her to remember his name, leaving her completely bewildered. He disappears as mysteriously as he appeared, leaving behind a promise of a new meeting. Emma bursts into the room, but the princess is still in shock from the realization that Harris himself was here. The Duke immediately sends Sir Bolton in pursuit, trying to calm Her Highness. She thanks the Duke, but deep down she knows that Eugene will not catch him, because Harris is not an ordinary man. She politely sends the Duke away, assuring him that she is fine, although her thoughts are occupied with something completely different. In the original novel, Harris was known as the completely crazy and unpredictable leader of the Information Guild. Behind the angelic face lurked a man with strange tastes, obsessed with the crying Ariel. He was an ambiguous character who both helped and tormented the heroine, finding her tears seductive. In the end, he fell in love with Ariel like everyone else, but his ending was just as pathetic as Eugene's. It all ended tragically because in the original story, he died saving Ariel's life. His last wish before he died was to see her cry for him, confirming his dark obsession. She fulfilled his last will, weeping over his body and begging him not to die, overcome by the horror of loneliness. From the outside, it might seem that the crybaby Ariel and Harris, obsessed with her tears, were made for each other. Such an end seems too pitiful to her, and she firmly decides to prevent his death in this life at all costs. Relaxed in his chair, Harris remembers Princess Lephalia, and a satisfied grin touches his lips. He admits with perverse pleasure that her tear-stained face was the best sight. However, he is ready to contemplate her happy face, shining at the thought of meeting an angel forever. His thoughts are interrupted by an indignant subordinate, but the young man coldly orders him to shut up. He gives his assistant a clear task, to find out absolutely everything about Princess Lephalia. When asked about the reason for such sudden interest, the guy answers simply and convincingly, because she interested him. His icy gaze leaves no doubt that he is deadly serious and will not tolerate any further questions. The assistant can't help but laugh as he jokingly suggests that his formidable boss has fallen victim to love at first sight. Harris demands full information, down to the smallest detail, but warns of caution in the palace. The subordinate boastfully declares that nothing is impossible for their guild, and he will obtain any information. She takes Harris's interest as a good sign and decides to devise a plan to no longer swoon over beautiful faces. To distract herself, the girl starts a conversation with Eugene about her favorite color, and he admits that he wears white most often. The joy of seeing her favorite character overwhelms her, and she decides to immediately become a fan of his style. At the market, she tries to engage Kane in conversation, but he distantly replies that he doesn't have a favorite color. The heroine mentally selects the ideal image for Eugene, combining sophistication and simplicity to highlight his silver hair. Eugene notices her muttering with surprise, causing the girl to become embarrassed under the curious glances of those around her. He flirts with a smug smile, saying that he is usually advised only the most fashionable clothes. She mentally mocks his ignorance of fashion, noting his innocent sexuality and seductive lips. With delight, she offers Eugene a more sophisticated image, which arouses his sincere surprise and interest. In contrast to Eugene's light image, she thinks that Kane, on the contrary, would ideally suit fashionable clothes in dark colors. She coquettishly invites her companions to go shopping, enjoying their confusion. Kane's embarrassed consent seems incredibly sweet to her, making her heart flutter with affection. She learns that Kane has extended his leave to protect her and is secretly delighted at the opportunity to spend more time with them. The girl had no idea that shopping could be so much fun, enthusiastically choosing outfits for her nights. An exquisite brooch catches her eye, and she imagines how wonderful it would look on Kane. Admiring yet another beautiful thing, she feels with bated breath that their meeting is inevitable. Turning around abruptly, she freezes in shock, seeing Haras in front of her in the company of her friends. She greets her angel with enthusiasm, leaving Eugene and Kane completely bewildered. Kane looks at her with disbelief, unable to believe that she called this suspicious man an angel. She tries to defuse the situation, but Harris's smug answer about the omniscience of angels only adds fuel to the fire. Harris offers Philia a game with a sly smile, and there is a hidden threat in his voice. His horrific choice of clothing leaves her in shock, while he proudly declares that it is to his taste. She tries to explain to her bewildered companions that this guy simply has very questionable taste. The girl is delighted by their willingness to fight for her, but is afraid that such a sight will make her faint again. To ease the tension, she suggests that they all go clothes shopping together, hoping that this will protect her heart. She suddenly understands why Ariel was so cautious with Harris in the original when confronted with his reality. His style turns out to be even more terrible than was described in the novel, and her aesthetic sense screams with horror. Desperate to save the situation, she offers to pick out a new outfit for him, begging him to get rid of this nightmare. She cannot come to terms with his choice and resolutely pushes his clothes away, unable to buy such wretchedness. Her self-esteem won't let her back down, and she's relieved to find the perfect outfit. She triumphantly presents the transformed Mr. Angel, and his new image exceeds all expectations. The applause of her companions confirms her impeccable taste, and the heroine's consciousness finally returns to normal. His surprised question about the purchase betrays a hidden vulnerability, and she happily confirms her gift. The girl understands that spending money on transforming others brings her incredible pleasure. She tells Kane with touching sincerity that she is now in his debt, taking the loyal knight by surprise. All the money brought from the palace was spent for this moment, to see the happy faces of their knights. Kane watches in bewilderment as she treats the suspicious stranger kindly, treating him to food. She thanks her knights for accepting the gift, and their transformed images fill her with pride. Her happy smile shines brighter than the sun, because she too is madly in love with the result of their joint shopping. Observing her unusually cheerful mood, Kane comes to the conclusion that allowing her to spend so much is not so bad. She persistently hands the gift to an embarrassed Eugene, who tries to refuse, feeling awkward. Harris's sudden question takes her by surprise, and she waits curiously to see what he wants to know. His unexpected question about why she doesn't buy anything for herself makes her think about her own desires. She wonders why she should care about anything for herself, but his unexpected concern touches her. Blushing embarrassedly, she replies that she doesn't need anything because her main treasure, her knights, are already nearby. Suddenly, there is a commotion in the crowd, and a man roughly pushes everyone in his path. He accidentally pushes a strange girl who falls to the ground and awkwardly apologizes to her. His apologies quickly turn to irritation, and he roughly pushes her away, hurrying about his business. The guy is desperate because he came to find out about work in the palace, but instead he is forced to deal with this turmoil. Having risen, the girl notices an announcement about recruitment to the palace, but decides that it does not concern her and leaves. She bitterly realizes that even a villain needs to command someone to survive in this world. Since childhood, Lady Avon was different from others. She was fascinated not by the world of dolls, but by the world of management and power. The birth of her brother, the heir, was a blow to her, crossing out all her dreams of education and the future. But the girl did not give up, cunningly finding a way to continue her studies under the pretext of helping her brother. However, her ambitions did not suit her parents, and behind her back, they arranged an engagement in order to break her will. Unwilling to accept the fate that awaited her, she ran away from home into the unknown, choosing freedom over a cage. Left with nothing, the former lady was forced to become a palace servant in order to survive. She overhears the maid's panicked conversation about a budget error, and a spark of possibility lights up in her eyes. With a confident step, she approaches the desperate maid and offers her help, seeing this as her chance. Avon easily finds an error in the calculations, which earns gratitude and a surprised look from the guard. Her outstanding abilities did not go unnoticed, and one day the crown prince himself noticed her. Impressed by her intelligence, he appointed Avon as his personal secretary, opening new horizons for her. But, unfortunately, her devotion turned into unrequited love, condemning her to quiet suffering. In the original story, after the crown prince's wedding, she dropped everything and disappeared into thin air. Realizing where the young lady is now, the princess decides to begin implementing her cunning plan. She instructs her loyal maid Emma to advertise for a sales manager, launching the first phase. The princess deliberately creates an image of incompetence so that people believe that she is choosing a terrible team. With a sly smile, she adds the condition of a meager salary to weed out all but the desperate. She reassures a worried Emma by promising to take care of her when she gets older. The princess is confident that the talented Avon, who is capable of becoming the chief secretary, will be able to succeed in this position. She happily imagines how she will be able to take care of everyone she cares about, especially Avon. Everything is going smoothly, and even memories of the past give peace, despite the approach of fatal events. After dealing with the secondary characters, she focuses entirely on her main goal, the Harris Guild. The thought of her future crazy boyfriend who loves tears makes her laugh sheepishly and feel strangely interested. Because of his resemblance to her cute little brother, she feels an overwhelming urge to help him at all costs. If even the evil Harris is actually nice, then maybe his friend Daniel will turn out to be a good person too. Mr. Angel's sudden appearance takes her by surprise, and she greets him with delight. His remark about her smile makes her admit to herself that she can't cry when she sees his face. She says with a sly smile that Mr. Angel is quite interesting, causing him to ask again with curiosity. Her answer, that it is His Highness who is interested, takes him by surprise, and she invites him in. She invites the Duke to join her with a flirtatious smile, and her charm seems irresistible. Kane's sudden appearance disrupts their privacy, and the tension between the two men becomes almost palpable. Harris's caustic remark about Kane's feelings comes across as a challenge, and he clearly enjoys the effect it produces. Kane decisively takes the princess away, putting the impudent young man in his place and demonstrating his rights to her. With Harris pinned against the wall, Kane threatens him with icy calm, his words sounding like a death sentence. Watching their childish squabble, the princess can hardly contain her laughter, finding their rivalry amusing. Harris rushes towards her in a panic, thinking she is crying, and this ridiculous situation only adds to the chaos. The young man is at a loss. He does not understand how to act, because none of his plans will work against this knight. Looking at them, Kane understands with cold determination that he cannot leave this dangerous guy near the princess. Having gained an icy calm, Kane decides that the only way out of this situation is to immediately kick him out. Dark magic condenses in his hand, creating a sinister sword, ready to strike down anyone who threatens it. Kane stands up to her defense without hesitation, his magical blades causing the brazen youth to jump back in fear. He warns her about the danger of this man, but his voice sounds not only concerned, but also interested. She tenderly apologizes for making him worry, feeling guilty about wasting his vacation. His warm smile and words about how he wants to spend his time on her make her heart flutter. After some time, her cunning plan finally bears fruit, and she awaits the results with satisfaction. The 5 finalists appear before her, their tense faces betraying their excitement before the decisive interview. Luckily for her, Lady Awen was among the candidates, whose daring gaze promised a difficult conversation. Her direct and unexpected question shocks the other candidates. They don't know what to answer. Despite the positive rumors, she is outspoken about the dire state of affairs, experiencing Avon's silence. Avon honestly admits his doubts, not believing that he can cope with such a responsible position. Despite the rumors of an ice princess, Avon sees a completely different girl in front of her, and this puzzles her. She feels relieved that her interlocutor is a woman, but doubts about whether she will be chosen do not leave her. The princess challenges her insecurities by reminding her of the many successful women in management. The girl asks directly about prejudices, since almost all secretaries in the imperial family are men. Avon apologizes for her impertinence, explaining that her question is directly related to the reasons for her joining the service. She cunningly explains that her gender is an advantage that will benefit both her and the princess. The princess asks a tricky question about the rumors again, testing her strength and insight. Avon gives a bold and confident answer, stating that he does not pay attention to empty rumors and strangers. The princess understands with approval that the girl will judge her only after a personal meeting, and not by gossip. Her confident answer finally convinces the princess, and determination flashes in her eyes. With one gesture, she dismisses the remaining candidates, leaving them completely bewildered and disappointed. For Avon, this is her last chance to escape the marriage she hates, and she is ready to die rather than miss it. The rumors about the princess now seem like lies to her, and she watches her with curiosity, trying to figure her out. She decides to trust her feelings and get to know this mysterious girl who breaks all stereotypes. The princess's unexpected promise to take care of her takes Avon by surprise, causing a storm of emotions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she vows to work until she passes out, causing the princess to only smile. Her funny and slightly dramatic vow to serve until death amuses the princess, creating a light atmosphere. There remains only one formal step, the signing of a contract that should seal their unexpected union. Suddenly, the princess tears up the contract in front of a shocked Avon, asking a question that changes everything. She announces a 1-year partnership with a smile, promising to become a better manager and creating intrigue. Avon asks her why she left, confused, not understanding why their partnership was so short-lived. Her cryptic answer about leaving soon for a distant place only adds to the mystery, leaving Avon in the dark. The sudden appearance of shocked guests interrupts their conversation, and a cry of injustice fills the room with tension. Avon is furious and declares the contract unfair, refusing to let the princess suffer losses because of her. The little princess grabs her hand, assuring her that she is thinking only of her difficulties and not of her own losses. A shocked Avon promises to do her best if her job becomes a burden to the princess. The little princess's shining smile and her words that this will be enough dispel all doubts. Deeply moved, Avon tearfully vows to do everything in her power for her new mistress. Returning to her adult form, she offers to work together with a bloody smile, leaving an ominous aftertaste. Her body trembles, because today is the day when painful memories will return again. The guests beg the little princess to believe them, but her childish face remains impassive. With her eyes shining, Avon vows to prove to everyone what she can do, and her determination is unwavering. The maid is surprised by Avon's fiery nature, and the princess can barely contain her laughter. An incredible gift appears before her, a miniature copy of her own palace, sparkling in the rays of light. She is delighted to realize that this luxurious house is intended for her beloved pet, Felix. The butler's cold order to get rid of the house comes as a bolt from the blue, ruining her joy. She wakes up abruptly in her bed, trying to figure out what kind of strange and fragmentary dream she just had. An ominous note congratulating on survival leaves no doubt its sender had dark intentions. Having experienced this short and unpleasant memory, she places her hand on her chest with relief, glad that it is all behind her. Faithful maid Jane owes her life to Ariel, who once rescued her from the clutches of bandits. A tragic fate separated Jane from her younger twin brothers in the flames of a terrible fire. Moved by compassion, Ariel gave Jane hope by promising to help her find her lost brothers. Having lost all hope of finding her brothers, the unfortunate girl drank deadly poison in despair. She is torn apart by the realization of the cruel irony of fate, because Jane has met the brothers more than once, but did not recognize them. Their paths diverged finally when the brothers became famous in the mercenary guild, and Jane's face was disfigured by a burn. Armed with knowledge of the future, she vows to intervene and change the tragic fate of a torn-apart family. A month before the story begins, a huge fire engulfed the slums, setting off a chain of tragic events. Her mission is to keep them from being separated, and she waits at the appointed place, when suddenly a sharp crash makes her flinch. A girl, trembling with fear, falls to her knees before her, begging to be saved from the people who were trying to sell her. Ariel freezes, recognizing in the fallen girl the very Jane whose fate she must change. Hearing their sister's name, her brothers run away in fear, not daring to show their face to her. The girl can't believe her ears when the noble lady turns to her with concern, disturbing the general peace. Despair overwhelms her, because at home there are 3 hungry brothers waiting, whose lives depend only on her. Ariel is shocked because in her memories, Jane had 2 brothers instead of 3, and this changes everything. Ariel's unexpected tenderness pierces Jane's armor of despair, and she cannot hold back her tears. Ariel gently takes control of the situation, kindly confirming the girl's name and giving her a sense of security. The girl timidly confirms her name, and at that moment, the heroine realizes that her plan worked perfectly. Getting straight to the point, Ariel asks an unexpected question about the brothers' ages, catching Jane off guard. Ariel is cunning, assuming that they are the same age in order to gain trust and get the frightened girl to talk. Ariel gets down to business without hesitation, asking to meet the girl's brothers, which leaves her stumped. She accepts the package from her assistant with a satisfied smile, which arrived just in time for her plan. Her faithful companion looks at her doubtfully, unable to understand the true motives for her sudden generosity. Her radiant smile hides her true reasons, as she claims that she does it only for her own peace of mind. The princess's companions are worried because she cares about others. Completely forgetting about her own well-being, she resolutely moves towards Jane, claiming that her actions are dictated solely by personal interests. The princess hands the girl a bundle with a warm smile, apologizing for disturbing her at such a time. She gives Jane and her brothers a year of luxury, giving her freedom she never dreamed of. The only condition she sets is complete anonymity, which adds even more mystery to her actions. Seeing the imperial seal, Jane freezes, at which point Ariel reveals her shocking secret, introducing herself as a princess. She looks tenderly at her happy brothers, wishing them only one thing: to live carefree and forget about the past. Stunned, Jane cannot believe such generosity, because such a gift seems unreal to her. The princess, in a panic, insists on her own, because peace of mind is more important to her than any money. Grabbing the princess's hand, Jane begs her to allow her to repay her kindness, much to her genuine surprise. In a fit of gratitude, the girl offers the only thing she has, her loyalty, and asks to be accepted into service. The princess's categorical refusal sounds like a death sentence. She cannot allow Jane to link her fate with her. She tries to soften the refusal by assuring him that it is not because Jane is poor, and these words repeat a tragic scenario from the past. Her ominous admission that she doesn't have long to live sheds light on her desperate haste and generosity. Having achieved her goal and making sure that Jane will live, she says goodbye, leaving the girl completely bewildered. Her companion interrupts the conversation with a mysterious gesture, offering his help in the future and leaving behind a trail of intrigue. The ringing in her ears gives way to relief, because not only has she solved Jane's problem, but she has done it better than she expected. Her thoughts return to the unexpected discovery that Jane had another younger brother in this reality. A terrible realization dawns on her, and her desperate search for food for her starving brother was the cause of the tragedy in the original story. The truth comes crashing down on her. The younger brother was not mentioned in the novel because it all ended too late for him. She realizes her power with a satisfied smile, because her intervention changed fate forever and prevented tragedy. The soul that entered Philia's body rejoices, anticipating that her new self will brilliantly cope with all the trials. Her promise to help only for a year causes Cain to become anxiously perplexed, and he demands an explanation. The princess's companions are alarmed, because her words sounded as if she herself only had a year left to live. She is touched by Cain's concern, and she remembers with a sad smile that fateful day when she learned of her illness. She drops a shocking phrase about her desire to leave, and this confession plunges Cain into a state of complete shock. Her companions panic and try to stop Philia, who suddenly breaks away to leave. She calmly explains that the emperor allowed her to leave the palace only after a year, delaying the inevitable. Her golden-haired companion explodes with a stinging insult, unable to believe her stupid decision. Her other companion realizes with horror that the princess is about to leave alone into the unknown. Philia is confused by Cain's uncharacteristic behavior, sensing that there is more to his words. Cain asks with pain in his voice how she could think of leaving in secret, without telling anyone a word. She blushes and hides her face, embarrassed by their excessive concern and the absurd thought that they cannot live without her. She regains her composure, assuring them that her escape has been postponed for a year and that they have nothing to worry about. The sunset over the palace seems deceptively peaceful, like a silent request to stop unnecessary worries. Her final request, to see her off with a smile when she leaves, becomes the hardest test for Kane. His heart sinks with the realization that their first meeting, which seemed like a stroke of luck to him, was only part of her farewell plan. Phalia looks at her companions with despair, demanding an answer to what she has become for them, since they suffer so silently. He bitterly admits that her kindness has become poison, because if it weren't for her warmth, he wouldn't be in such unbearable pain now. Waking up in luxury, Jane's brothers can't believe their eyes, mistaking the new reality for a sweet but deceptive dream. Their simultaneous playful displeasure at seeing their sister, even in a dream, stuns Jane, bringing back the forgotten lightness into their lives. The fight over the cake gives way to the sight of a stately mansion, silently confirming that their impoverished life is a thing of the past. Heavy memories choke Jane, taking her back to the days when stealing was the only way to survive. She relives the despair when the stolen food was not enough to satisfy her family's hunger. Her worst nightmare comes alive in her memory, helplessly watching her twins die of hunger. Countless dark thoughts swarmed through her head as she, as a child, bore the overwhelming burden of responsibility alone. Her desperate desire to be greedy at least once was caused by the sight of a carefree aristocrat who knew no hardships. She naively believed that in a life full of luck, the loss of a few coins would go unnoticed. A chilling horror gripped her as she realized that this time the price would not be her hand, but her head, and her brothers would be in danger. Instead of the expected punishment, she was met only with a gentle touch and a quiet question about why she was crying. Leah Latrielle, the girl who was supposed to execute her, gave her something she never dared to dream of. A sudden discovery stuns Jane, who notices a pouch that the princess must have left behind by mistake. Panic grips her, because she must return the lost item before the benefactress leaves forever. Seeing the carriage ready to leave, she rushes into desperate pursuit, hoping to make it in time if she runs faster. The princess's words about her illness, overheard by chance, make her freeze, struck by the terrible truth. She drops the bag, and the coins scatter at her feet, while the question of what will happen to the princess in a year echoes in her head. His words about Phalia not always being like this hang in the night air, hinting at a deep secret. The smirk on his face says more than any words. He clearly knows something that others don't. He speaks with cynical calm about the terminally ill, because he has seen too many of them in his life. The others are intrigued, because in his eyes, Phalia is strikingly different from everyone he has met before. Unlike other dying people, full of envy and resentment, there is not a drop of regret for life in her soul. He does not feel in her the bitterness that is usual for the dying, and this baffles him, because he does not know what can make her cry. Kane anxiously confirms his guess. He too feels that she is ready to die at any moment, without the slightest regret. Her mystery intrigues him more and more, while his partner begins to be irritated by this obsession. It becomes clear to him that the princess was broken long before her illness, and the root of her suffering lies in her own family. He sits by her bed, confident that she is asleep and unaware of his presence, but her trembling eyelashes betray her secret. He sits by her bed again, cursing himself for being so drawn to this complex and problematic girl. Her long-awaited tears finally flowed, and it came as a strange and unexpected relief to him. The salty taste of her tears on his lips is replaced by the peace of seeing her barely noticeable smile in her sleep. He doesn't want to see her tears, but the thought of death makes him silently pray to the moon to wait a little longer. Waking up, the soul in Phalia's body does not believe its eyes, blinded by the unearthly beauty of the view that opened up to it. Kane, surrounded by roses, with a smug grin, invites her to enjoy his amazing beauty as much as she wants. His dark-haired rival bursts into her sleep, desperately asking if he's really not her type at all. The girl, burning with embarrassment, cannot believe her happiness, because she madly likes both handsome young men. Her dream reaches its climax when the golden-haired youth appears before her in the form of a shining angel who grants wishes. His question, "Isn't he the most beautiful?" catches her off guard, and she freezes, not knowing what to answer. Even in her sleep, her devotion remains unwavering as she smiles and declares that her sister is the most beautiful. The dream becomes increasingly absurd when she finds herself clutching a puppy, which Jane has somehow turned into. The nightmare reaches its climax when the dog attacks Kane, and his friend panics and begs him not to ruin their beautiful faces. Phalia wakes up with a start, her disheveled hair scattered across the floor, bringing her back from the world of dreams to cold reality. She lies on the floor, burning with shame at the memory of the absurd and shameful dream she had that night. Her sudden question to Emma about whether there is a tool capable of preserving the passing moment leaves the maid at a loss. Emma is completely confused by her mistress's strange request, not understanding what it means to preserve the moment left behind. Phalia explains with a sad smile that she wants to remember the precious moments, because it would be a shame if they just passed. He looks thoughtfully into the distance, thinking that if they can't see each other, memories will be the only salvation. Noticing the pallor of her faithful servant, Phalia shows concern, not suspecting that Emma will immediately rush to fulfill her desire. She realizes with irony that the reason for her strange dream lies in the 2-day absence of handsome men in her field of vision. Boredom from the busyness of the servants and her friend, who has gone off to work, pushes her to think about preparing for future, more important matters. Having completed almost all of her tasks, she decides that it is time to gather information about Daniel so that the past does not repeat itself. In search of Kane, she enters a familiar room, but finds only silence and the absence of his usual presence. A warm memory of her previous meeting with Kane in this very place brings a shy smile to her face. Her curiosity is piqued, and she decides to study the books the young man read in the hopes of understanding him better. Among the many books, her attention is drawn to one that looks particularly tattered and ancient. A book called 10 Wonders of the Continent turns out to be a hoax, as it only describes 9 of them in detail. The shocking truth hits her. The 10th treasure is her illness, mysterious and possibly man-made. She thinks with a smile about her own diary, which she could fill with knowledge that is inaccessible to this world. She reads with horror about a country famous for its man-made spirits, and a terrible guess begins to take shape. The chilling truth hits her. For this vanished country, the kingdom of Robin, was Daniel's homeland. Realizing that this book is the key to the solution, she hugs it to herself with a determined smile to preserve the important information. As she leaves the room with the book, the thought of meeting them makes her mouth water. And there they are, standing right in front of her. A familiar voice makes her heart flutter, and she looks at her amazing men with delight. Her long wait is finally over, but the 3 young men are puzzled by her question as to where they have disappeared to. A sudden dizziness interrupts her joy, and she falls, dropping the precious book on the floor. He had calculated her every move, and no matter how pathetic or noble she was, for him she remained only a useful map. He recalls her categorical refusal of his impulsive offer to take the throne, which she considered impossible. He apologizes for his slip of the tongue, but in his soul there still glimmers of hope that the opportunity to seize power still exists. He remained by her side, watching her with cold calculation, pursuing his hidden goals. His cynical plan was to stay with her only until her death, using her until the very end. He arrogantly believed that his company would be a real gift for the girl whom everyone despised. The cruel words that this girl should die sooner only confirmed that her life would soon fade away. He did not feel the anxiety that Eugene had felt, unable then to recognize his own nascent feelings. He recalls her shocking admission that the day she learned of her illness, she wanted to leave. He wonders why he felt so empty when she spoke of leaving. His intention to use the princess as a tool is dashed by the thought that she plans to leave, leaving everything behind. A simple question made him realize that the princess was no longer a tool, and he was struck by the thought that he had begun to care for her. And then he realized the main thing. All this time it was not he who remained next to her, but she who remained next to him, giving him her warmth. He looks at her sleeping face, bitterly admitting that his vaunted rationality has been shattered by his feelings for her. He runs his hand through his hair with a heavy sigh, because this girl, against his will, made him worry so much. Standing at her bedside, he cannot understand why she hid her pain from him, without uttering a single word. He understands that her secret is reliably guarded, because even her closest servants do not know the exact details of her illness. Emma confirms that for everyone in the palace, the princess is simply ill, and no one suspects the mortal threat looming over her. The mere mention of Raphael's illness makes the faithful servant tremble with horror, because she realizes the hopelessness of the situation. Eugene anxiously asks the frightened Emma what else the princess told him in her frank outburst. The maid's words about Philia's desire to leave something behind bring Kane to his knees. Eugene is desperate and does not understand why she talked about the legacy if she knew that her condition was inexorably worsening. Kane interrupts his anger by stunning everyone with the news that the princess had cried, albeit a little, in her sleep. Kane asks the doctor with concern in his voice why the princess is taking so long to come to her senses. Rox's words about Her Highness's illness being unstable sound like a death sentence, bringing down a chilling hopelessness on everyone. This terrible news makes them realize that they need to prepare their hearts for the inevitable tragedy that is about to strike. The faithful servant's despair turns into rage, and she clings to the doctor, begging him to find a way to save her mistress. Bursting into tears, Emma screams that saving the princess is his direct duty, which he must fulfill. Kane intervenes decisively, forbidding the doctor to make a premature diagnosis and take away their last hope. A bright image of the princess emerges in his memory, who, with a warm smile, said how much she enjoyed their ordinary meetings. Her beaming smile was a reflection of simple happiness, because she was already glad that they came to her today. Eugene responds to her joy with tenderness, confirming that they will always be there for each other, because her smile was the best reward for them. However, the idol is destroyed by an ominous warning that Eugene will regret his attachment to this girl. Eugene bitterly admits that Daniel is right, not expecting that his own feelings would be so strong and unpleasant. A chilling fear fills him at the thought that he might never see her warm violet eyes again if she doesn't wake up. Kane takes command decisively, giving orders on what needs to be done before Her Highness awakens. Looking at her lifeless body, he painfully searches for an answer to the question of why fate treated her so cruelly. Coming to, Aaron thinks with irony, that she lost consciousness simply because of the long absence of handsome men. She woke up in an unfamiliar, light-flooded place, not understanding where she was or what this strange dream was. Realizing that this was just a pleasant dream, the girl enthusiastically begins to look for someone in this fairy tale forest. Her joy turns to despair, and she begins to desperately call out to Liflia, begging her to respond. Finally, she notices the elegant silhouette of the princess in the gazebo and is delighted to realize that she has found her. The memories of the past are interrupted when Liflia suddenly turns around, and Aaron is horrified to realize that she has been discovered. Aaron greets the princess with delight, but her joy is met with Lifelia's icy indifference. Lifelia's cold words about how they unfortunately met again hurt Aaron, who didn't expect such a reception. The hope in Aaron's eyes fades as the princess disgustedly denies that she came for her. Hearing about the task she needs to do, Aaron becomes hopeful and readily offers her help. Liflia annoyedly orders her to stop smiling like that, and Aaron's beaming smile immediately fades. With a tired sigh, the princess sets a condition, forbidding Aaron from screaming and begging if she wants to meet. Her request sounds like a farewell, because it would be enough for her if Aaron simply whispered her name in her memories. Aaron is delighted with this idea, because she believes that this way she will be able to see the princess whenever she wants. Liflia, with a heavy sigh, allows her to ask one question, and Aaron sees this as a special sign of favor. Aaron's question about what will happen to Liflia once she takes all of her memories causes the princess to freeze in horror. Aaron notices the sadness on the princess's face with alarm, not understanding what lies behind that expression. The princess wakes up with a desperate cry, as if trying to hold on to the image that is slipping away from her dream. Liflia is relieved to realize that it was just a dream, but at the same time regrets that she did not have time to hear the answer. Lifelia's sad words sound in her memory again, suggesting that she only whisper her name in her memories. She is determined to get an answer next time, but her thoughts are interrupted by someone's uncertain voice. Aaron looks with concern at the exhausted princess, who appears to have not slept all night. Emma's joyful cry about Her Highness's awakening echoes throughout the room, taking the princess by surprise. Liflia does not understand the reason for such a violent reaction, while her faithful servant runs out of the room in panic. Returning, Emma, with tears in her eyes, grabs the princess by the hands, promising to immediately bring Dr. Rox. While trying to calm the maid down, the princess cannot shake off the uneasy feeling she feels when she sees the tense atmosphere in the room. Waking up, Liflia doesn't understand why everyone, including her knights, are gathered in her bedroom with such worried faces. She begs Mr. Angel to explain what is happening, but his words that it is not a dream only increase her confusion. The princess is overcome with comical horror when she sees dark circles under the eyes of handsome men. The emperor coldly reminds Dr. Rox not to forget to check on Her Highness's condition, emphasizing his authority. The girl smiles shyly, not understanding everyone's excitement and fearing that she has again broken out in a cold sweat in her sleep. The tense looks of Eugene and Kane and the tears of the maids make her realize that anxiety is now constantly hovering around her. She tries to calm everyone down, saying that the lost day is not important, but her words are drowned out by the oppressive atmosphere. The news from the emperor that 3 days have already passed plunges the princess into a state of complete shock. He clarifies that she was unconscious for 3 whole days, and this truth leaves her completely speechless. The realization that the emperor himself has shown a deep interest in her overwhelms her to the core. If the emperor showed interest, then the crown prince, hiding in the darkness, would definitely pay attention to her. However, the oppressive silence in the room ruins all her plans, forcing her to painfully guess why everyone is so depressed. Even the eternal bickering Eugene and Harris look unusually sad, which only increases her anxiety. The girl tries to find a logical explanation for the rumors about her illness, which put the emperor in a hopeless situation. Her memory recalls the determination to give up the fight for the throne, letting go of other people's hands and her own fate. She firmly decides to move forward, preferring to face suffering sooner rather than delay the inevitable. The princess cannot understand what is happening and regrets that the meeting in the dream deprived her of an important memory from the past. She is tormented by doubts about whether to ask about this, afraid of hearing a truth that she is not ready for. Lifelia can't stand the tension any longer and directly asks the maids why they have such sad faces. The maid, with a trembling voice, replies that only a little time has passed since she woke up, avoiding a direct answer. Hiding her own anxiety, the princess gently reassures the maid that she is all right. Seeing her faithful knights who are always nearby, the girl feels a surge of strength and confidence. She says goodbye to the maids with a charming smile, promising to return soon and asking them to wait for her. Going to the audience, Lifelia realizes the seriousness of the situation because she was the only one called to the meeting. She wonders ironically whether Kane and Eugene's accompaniment would be unnecessary, while Harras is jokingly offended. Harras, with a charming smile, reminds her of the danger if she faints alone again. Lifelia dismisses his words lightly, but deep down she knows that her condition is a real problem. Kane interrupts them grimly, reminding them that this has happened before, and seeing the 3 of them together is even more dangerous. Her confidence melts as she realizes the bitter truth in his words, mentally cursing her fate. Suddenly, the knights step forward, and the princess is surprised to notice their sudden change of mood in front of the opening doors. Whispers are heard behind the princess's back, because her real appearance does not at all correspond to the expectations of the courtiers. Lifelia smiles as she feels dozens of eyes on her, realizing that everyone has come to stare at the evil princess. She mentally challenges the crowd, proudly offering them to admire her dazzling, handsome knights. Harris notes with a tender smile that those around her have finally witnessed her true, inner brilliance. Kane and Harris exchange glances, regretting that they didn't come earlier to enjoy this moment. The girl understands that the gossip of the courtiers is nothing compared to the problem waiting for her inside. Turning around with a confident smile, she announces her return, as if challenging fate. Harris says with warmth that an honest child like her will definitely deserve love and recognition. Kane whispers to Sir Bolton to speak more simply, so that their third companion does not miss the meaning of what he says. Eugene furiously demands an explanation, while Harras, with a hard look in his eyes, compares him to a chattering ghost. Gathering all her willpower, Lifelia greets the emperor with grace, hiding her rising panic. The order to sit on the comically huge throne takes her by surprise. It is a clear mockery and a show of power. She is surprised to note that the emperor's voice sounds softer than before, which confuses her. His direct question about her fainting makes the girl nervous. She doesn't understand what he's getting at. The emperor reproaches her for her frivolous attitude towards her health, and his insight frightens her. Trying to hide her confusion, the princess compares what happened to a dream, hoping to downplay the significance of the events. He puts her on the spot by asking her about her desire to leave, checking to see if her intentions have changed after all this. His thoughtful and piercing gaze makes her painfully guess about his true motives. The unexpected news that the Crown Prince was asking about her throws her completely off balance. The sudden appearance of the Crown Prince behind her throws the girl into real horror, turning the audience into a nightmare. The Emperor calmly informs the Crown Prince that he has conveyed her wish, throwing the girl into the abyss of despair. She is torn apart from the inside. She does not know whether to cry or rejoice at this cruel joke of fate. Seeing her shock, the Emperor asks with feigned concern if everything is okay, but she only shakes her head. She tries to escape, but he stops her in a soft but authoritative tone, ordering her to come back and rest. The news of the Crown Prince's imminent visit sounds like a death sentence, making her tremble with impotence. She is overcome with panic, because the original story has begun, and the main character, Ariel, has not even appeared yet. A terrible realization strikes Leaflia. The Crown Prince has been watching her from the very beginning, knowing more about her than she thought. In the past, the Crown Prince had demanded information about Princess Leaflia from his uncle with icy calm. The uncle understood that the stubborn nephew would still get to the truth, so there was no point in hiding anything. But this time he was worried, because he could not predict the princess's reaction, but he did not dare to refuse the Crown Prince. He could not refuse the young man, because his request came from a child who looked so much like the woman he loved. That's why he kept silent about the princess's illness, feeding the Crown Prince only part of the truth, hiding the most important thing. The Crown Prince was informed that in a year, the girl would leave the castle and renounce her rights to the throne. With a burning gaze, the boy decided that he had to personally verify the truth of these encouraging rumors. The young man could not rely on other people's words. He was consumed by the desire to see everything with his own eyes. The Emperor recalls that the answers satisfied his nephew at the time, but now he is tormented by doubts about the princess's condition. He wonders with horror whether the fragile girl will be able to withstand a meeting with such a ruthless man as the Crown Prince. The man clutches his head in panic. If this turns into an accident, all the blame will fall on him. He's gambling that the Crown Prince is not ruthless toward the weak, and his hostility will fade at the sight of her vulnerability. In order to save his niece, the Emperor decides to order the Crown Prince to stay with her, immediately sending a servant for him. The Emperor gives the order, secretly hoping that his risky plan will prove useful to the princess. The news of meeting the Crown Prince shocks the girl so much that she drops her cup, not believing her ears. She panics as she realizes that her attempts to protect the knights have failed, and that they are now all caught up in a deadly game. Harris, with a deceptively easy smile, explains that this is an order from the Emperor, intended to smooth over the awkwardness between her and the Crown Prince. Leiflia's inner voice screams, begging her not to get involved with this influential man, because it is a sure path to death. She desperately clings to the thought that if the Crown Prince believes in her change, then everything can still end well. Realizing that everything did not go according to plan, the girl whispers a curse in despair, feeling that it would be better to die. Her body can't take the strain, and she coughs up blood, scaring the maid to death. Harris screams in panic, ordering rocks to be brought immediately, realizing that the situation is critical. In her fading consciousness, she sees her past self, who says with longing that she really wanted to see her. There is not a drop of life in her empty eyes, only cold indifference to everything that is happening. She became the same as in childhood, when her gaze was full of unchildish hostility and alienation. Her past soul is panicking and begging her to do something, because at this rate they will both simply die. Suddenly, she finds herself in a strange mental space, sobbing on her knees in front of her current incarnation. The girl feels the grass in shock, not understanding how she ended up here and what this mystical aura is around her. Clutching the princess's hand, she cries out in tears that the Crown Prince intends to kill her, but sees only cold indifference. The past soul hysterically tries to reach out to her, not understanding why she is so afraid of the possessed Crown Prince. Leiflia dismisses her words as nonsense, but she continues to insist that he is out of his mind. Hearing that many people died because of his sense of ownership and that she was his main target, the princess only smirked. She decides to cut off the painful memories, leaving her past self in bewilderment at such abruptness. With cold calm, she declares to her past self that she has backed herself into a corner and is no longer worth calling. She gives an ultimatum, allowing him to call her only when she sees the last, most important memory. Returning to reality, she realizes with a heavy heart that the old plan has collapsed, and she urgently needs to come up with a new one. A new wave of panic overwhelms her at the thought that the cheerful Harris might show up uninvited. In despair, she leans back in her chair, lamenting that her worst fears have come true, and the knights have been drawn into the plot of the novella. On top of that, she has the burden of caring for Jane's family and meeting Daniel, which complicates things even more. Casting aside all doubts, she decides that her life is a priority, and now the main task is to make the Crown Prince believe in her harmlessness. However, she is tormented by the fear that excessive nervousness in his presence will only arouse suspicion and destroy the fragile plan. She comes to the conclusion that she needs to be proactive and find him herself, carefully choosing a suitable place for the meeting. Instead of going to his lair alone, she decides to cross paths with him in a public place. Luckily, the upcoming ball in honor of the Crown Prince's birthday becomes the perfect opportunity for her plan. The maids carefully comb her silky hair, preparing her for the fateful appearance that is destined to change everything. Transformed into a sparkling dress, she delightedly notes that this is the first time she has had such amazing makeup done. The maids babble shyly, compliment her beauty, and she inwardly agrees. One of the maids addresses her with alarm in her voice, interrupting her triumphant march around the room. The maid points to the box with undisguised concern, doubting that the princess will actually wear its contents. With a mysterious smile, the girl opens the box, firmly declaring that she will wear this jewelry because it is a key part of her plan. This thing is not just a decoration, but a necessary element of her strategy, which will help to avoid the suspicions of the Crown Prince. She understands that changing someone's mind isn't easy, but appearing harmless is a safe bet to protect everyone. The ballroom is already in full swing with gossip, the nobles whispering rumors about her madness and strange behavior. The guests indignantly whisper that there are witnesses to her disgrace, which humiliates the entire imperial family. Impatient gossips are puzzled as to why the princess, who has avoided balls for so long, has not yet appeared. The Crown Prince sits bored on the throne while people whisper behind his back about his unpredictability and wait for his next prank. Realizing that he is not the main character today, the boy twirls his glass, all his thoughts consumed by Princess Liflia. The assistant reports that, if we put aside the rumors of madness, then her abdication of the throne is real, which deprives her of any influence. The news surprises the Crown Prince, and with a predatory gleam in his eyes, he decides that this matter requires a thorough investigation. His assistant reasons that there must be some hidden factor behind such drastic changes that requires observation. According to the maids in her palace, the girl became incredibly friendly, which is completely at odds with her previous image. The Crown Prince chuckles at this oddity, for he knows that the princess is not one of those who can be called friendly. His suspicions are heightened by the thought that the people who have sided with her are not as simple as they seem. The assistant, with a sly smile, suggests that the princess is actually aiming for the throne, trying to figure out her motives. The Crown Prince cuts him off coldly, stating that the throne is of no importance, as he still does not understand the nature of his concerns. With a devilish grin, he asks himself the main question: is she capable of destroying or taking away what belongs to him? As the doors swing open to announce her arrival, he grips the armrest of his throne, preparing for the final confrontation. She comes down the stairs in a luxurious dress, but her face is hidden under a veil, which is an unheard-of audacity at a birthday party. Despite her fake smile and downcast gaze, she walks with dignity. The girl makes a deep bow before the Crown Prince, and this gesture, full of hidden meaning, makes the entire hall freeze. In greeting him, she deliberately ignores the rules of etiquette, because her main message is contained in this provocative veil. He is confused as to what her true intentions are, wondering if he might be taking this as a sign from her. The kneeling posture and mourning veil are an unconditional symbol of recognition of defeat. Such servility from a member of the imperial family was a rare and humiliating sight for all present. She deliberately acts like a vassal, wearing a veil of total defeat to lull his vigilance. This sensation, prepared in the shortest possible time, created a furor among the shocked guests of the ball. With bated breath, she waits for his reaction. because now absolutely everything depends on her. He sees in her subordination a chance to strengthen his status, because her family is one of the greats. But doubts still gnaw at him. Unable to accept what is happening, he suspiciously asks if this humiliation is her gift. She coldly replies that everything has a price and asks what he wants, turning submission into a deal. Behind his poisonous grin and promise of a gift lies only a cruel farewell before her inevitable death. From the very beginning, he had no intention of fulfilling her request, cold-bloodedly preparing murder in case of disobedience. All his thoughts are occupied with the precious person who will soon arrive in the capital, and for her sake he is ready to do anything. He coldly plans to fill the palace with his things once she is thrown out in disgrace. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, she asks for only one thing: a quiet and unnoticed life from now on. With desperate hope in her eyes, the girl begs everyone to act as if she doesn't exist. Her bold provocation sparks his interest, and he decides that simply killing her would be too pitiful. With a venomous grin, he declares that he will gratefully accept her inexpensive gift, playing at generosity. She humbly thanks him, not knowing that he has already given orders to his assistant to find out all her secret thoughts. Behind him, a merciless order is heard. First, humiliate her to the limit, and then kill her in cold blood. The assistant creates confusion by reporting that the princess's personality has actually changed dramatically. Despite the order, he decides not to kill her yet, intrigued by this sudden change and wanting to observe. They leave, and the assistant confirms that the order has been carried out, leaving a tense anticipation in the air for their next move. The guests are amazed and discuss whether the princess has really changed so dramatically, not believing their eyes. The mysterious guest with a glass of wine suggests that if this is true, the crown prince is in a very difficult position. In the shadow of the palace, a blond man is angry, whose surveillance of the princess failed because he couldn't even get to the ball. The man with the glass regretfully admits that his secret mission at this ball, unfortunately, failed. His only goal was to see Princess Liflia, the child of Lucia Vance and the Emperor, and now that goal has been achieved. Having bowed and thanked His Highness, she quickly leaves, not giving anyone time to come to their senses. Relieved to escape into the night garden, the girl can finally breathe freely after the risky performance. She knows that the crown prince's curiosity and caution are his main traits, which once already led him to love. Sitting on the bench, she is sure that this time he will want to dig up everything about her to satisfy his curiosity. With a heavy sigh, she decides that the next time they meet, she will definitely convey her main goal to him. She is sure that her proposal will appeal to him, because now he is only concerned with winning Ariel's heart. However, she understands that the outcome of this game will remain unknown until their next fateful meeting. Now she has a clear plan, and its first goal is to get closer to the mysterious Daniel, admiring the golden fountain. Clenching her fists, the girl recalls how long she put off this step, not knowing where to start her risky plan. Luckily, she found a clue about his secrecy in an old book from the library, since in the original, he always wore a cloak. The reason for his secrecy lay in his eyes, which in the novel were compared to the dazzling brilliance of precious stones. The book said that such eyes are found in those born from a human and a man-made spirit, and she shyly anticipates the meeting. The chilly evening makes her shiver, and she decides to go back inside to avoid getting sick and attracting unnecessary attention. Suddenly, she remembers that she hasn't eaten anything since yesterday's dinner, and her grandiose plans are interrupted by ordinary hunger. Her stomach rumbles treacherously, and she resolutely heads off to find food, because she urgently needs a lot of meat to restore her strength. The princess sarcastically thinks that her handsome men enjoy watching her suffer from the chef's lectures. Hearing the remark about manners, the girl begins to doubt whether she has completely destroyed her fragile image. With a desperate smile, she decides that since her image is destroyed, she has nothing more to lose, and she will eat a ton of food. The assistant, hiding behind a tree, hears her mysterious words and puzzles over what she might lose. The crown prince is puzzled by her words, not understanding what else the princess could have that she would be afraid of losing. Even his faithful assistant cannot provide an answer, leaving the crown prince alone with this confusing riddle. He recalls his report about her poor health, but now this information seems dubious. He notices her stumble, but this moment of weakness only increases his suspicions, because her behavior is too unusual. He replays her plea for a quiet life in his head again, suspecting that it was just a clever trick. He decides to pay her a visit, anticipating seeing her excited face and forcing her to drop her mask. The Crown Prince ominously decides that in exchange for such a sincere gift, he must pamper the princess with something special. Waking up refreshed and energized after a hearty dinner, she feels like a bomb, ready for action. She smiles and confirms to the maid that she had a wonderful rest while planning her next risky move. She is worried about the Crown Prince's silence, because it is vital for her to make a deal with him. She hopes that her performance yesterday intrigued him, because success with him will save her from searching for Daniel. Despite the Crown Prince's possible interest, she decides to focus on Daniel, realizing that this is her main trump card. Realizing that delay is mortally dangerous, she opens the box with her main secret, ready for decisive measures. She meticulously describes yesterday's events in her diary, preparing for tomorrow. She soberly assesses the risks, realizing that meeting Daniel in a bar alone could be deadly. By making a contract with a man-made spirit, she will gain a new memory, but she is tormented by doubts about whether he will be able to protect her. Having proudly finished her diary, she hopes with bated breath that the spirit will like this bait and make a contract with her. Suddenly, a huge eagle appears from the magical light, and its power makes her freeze in shock. Her shock turns to delight as the spirit's name, Jin, naturally appears in her mind. When asked her name, the girl, a little embarrassed, introduces herself as Liflia, taking the first step towards making a deal. She seals their pact with a drop of her blood, performing an ancient and irreversible ritual. Jin confirms that the contract is in place, and she thanks him with relief, pleased that her diary was to his liking. The spirit thinks darkly about someone from the past, hoping that this contract will not lead to an unwanted meeting. The genie lands on the books and bluntly states that her life is full of insignificant things, much to the confusion of her new owner. He honestly admits that at first he thought the owner of the diary was crazy, causing Lephalia to laugh awkwardly. Despite his audacity, Jin bows his head and says he has one curious question for his new mistress. Jean suddenly asks about a girl named Jane, leaving his new owner confused. His questions about her secret desires to touch handsome men make the girl burn with shame. In a panic, she demands that he stop, because princesses also have the right to little secrets. She barely has time to relax after Jin's disappearance, when the sudden appearance of the maid takes her by surprise again. The princess, waking up from her thoughts, awkwardly apologizes to the maid for her inattention. The maid, with a warm smile, informs her that the cook has prepared a hearty dinner for her, hoping that she will eat well. Liflia smiles gratefully and promises to eat well, hiding her true feelings behind politeness. The satisfied maid leaves with a smile to tell the cook the good news. In a dark room, a mysterious stranger thinks with regret about Princess Trizzle, whom he could have killed before it was too late. However, his confidence wavers as the scent emanating from the princess that evening evokes disturbing memories. Driven by suspicion, he decides to check everything out personally, stepping out of the shadows into the unknown. Due to Eugene and Kane's busy schedules, she is forced to visit the bar secretly and alone, risking her safety. Hiding under her hood, she tries to keep her wits about her by asking the bartender for some non-alcoholic drinks. Her naive question puzzles the bartender, and she wonders with bewilderment whether everyone here suffers from alcoholism. Feeling awkward, she hopefully asks for at least the weakest drink so as not to stand out. The bartender reassures her, but the lack of pictures on the menu puts the girl in a new predicament. Relying on luck, she chooses the drink with the most beautiful name, unaware of the consequences. Her choice shocks the bartender, and he freezes in horror, not knowing how to react to her order. She looks at his strange reaction with bewilderment, completely not understanding what mistake she made. Suddenly, the world swims before her eyes, and she realizes with horror that she has ordered incredibly strong alcohol. She's relieved to think that Jin will be able to protect her, clinging to that thought like a life preserver. After taking just a sip, she wonders suspiciously if something was slipped into her drink. A stranger suddenly appears and addresses her, and his presence in the empty room makes her anxious. Charmed by his pleasant voice and beauty, she lets down her guard and coquettishly allows him to join in. His question about strong liquor makes her sober up for a moment, realizing the danger of her situation. She can't believe that a drink with such a mild taste turned out to be so insidious and strong. Images of people falling dead from a drop of this alcohol come to her mind, and she is overcome with horror. She finally understands the bartender's hesitation and falls onto the table with a crash, completely losing control of herself. Helplessly sprawled on the table, she admits her defeat, because she has already drunk the fatal glass. A mysterious stranger pushes a plate of shashlik towards her. She defiantly eats the shashlik, thinking that he himself asked for her chatter and is now trying to shut her up. Through a drunken haze, she tries to figure out what's on the mind of this mysterious and handsome stranger. When he sits down next to her and hides his face, she panics and promises not to stare anymore, embarrassed by his attention. To cope with the awkwardness, she decides to take another kebab, trying to keep her hands busy. His sudden question makes her wary, and she realizes that this man is dangerous. A cold thirst for blood emanates from him, and her drunken charm is instantly replaced by a chilling fear. She realizes with horror that she is in the Moon Garden pub, and that her mysterious companion is Daniel. A sudden vision from Jin shows her the man in the library of the royal palace, next to a mysterious crystal. It dawns on her that Jin was a man-made spirit in Robin's palace, and that his master, who was thought to be dead, is alive. Finally, the masks are dropped, and she realizes that Daniel Robin himself stands before her in all his frightening glory. She looks at him with glee because her guess was confirmed, and she finally met Daniel. Her joy is so great that she instantly sobers up, striking her interlocutor with the strength of her emotions. Despite her initial fear, she is happy to see him, because this meeting was her cherished dream. Her heart flutters from his voice in a completely special way, not like from fictional characters in novels. He calls her charming with a smile, attributing her courage to the still active alcohol. When he asks her about her name, she coquettishly introduces herself as Phalia, creating an intimate atmosphere between them. He throws back his hood, and his piercing gaze lets her know that he is truly interested in her. Embarrassed, she is about to leave, but speaks hopefully of a new meeting, intrigued by his personality. He cryptically hints that his friend has seen her before, implying that he knows about her connection with Jin. Left alone, Daniel thinks with interest about Princess Liflia, realizing that she is much more complex than he assumed. As she leaves, she promises a new meeting with a flirtatious smile, leaving him intrigued. She quietly whispers to herself that their meeting is not the last, determined to find him again. Daniel ponders her words, wondering if they are a reference to her terminal illness. He is amused by her naivety because she called the man-made spirit a friend, not understanding the irony of the situation. Despite the pleasant memories of the meeting, anxiety is growing in her soul, foreshadowing new trials. She decides not to think about Daniel for now, focusing on her meeting with the Crown Prince, who smells of danger. She cautiously sips her tea and makes small talk with the Crown Prince, hiding her true thoughts. He abruptly interrupts the idyll, making it clear that he called her not for empty talk, but for serious business. The Crown Prince reports that he has received an order from His Majesty that concerns her and her closest assistants. He coldly sneers and declares that Eugene and Kane are now in his power and orders the rumors to be eradicated. Deprived of her loyal assistants, she is left alone with the insidious Crown Prince, who enjoys her helplessness. Trying to maintain her composure, she politely asks him not to overdo it, hiding her fear behind a mask of calm. She shudders with horror, because she never thought that beauty could be so frightening and powerful. Gathering her will into a fist, she takes a sip of tea, deciding not to show him her fear and to fight to the end. She understands that the rumors coming from her mother will not die down on their own, and handing over the assistance to the Crown Prince may be the solution. He dashes her hopes with cold indifference, declaring that her plan is impossible and that she is worrying in vain. With a predatory grin, he offers her a deal, enjoying his power and her desperate situation. She boldly confirms her intention, and he, surprised by her audacity, takes a step forward, testing her strength. Looming over her, he tries to break her will by reminding her of the fear she tried so desperately to hide. Suddenly, he changes the subject, mentioning the debut of young Lady Layton, and the question sounds like a veiled threat. His icy question betrays shock, because he didn't expect her to know his deepest secret. Panicking internally, she comes up with a flattering excuse, hiding her true knowledge of his creepy obsession. Seeing his fist clenched in rage, she rushes to calm him down in fear, mentioning his precious Lady Layton. She strikes a blow by revealing his secret childhood visits to the Leighton estate to support her legend. He continues to test her, trying to find out who else is privy to his secrets and how dangerous she might be. An idea of the cause of her troubles dawns on her, and she is relieved to decide to use his feelings for Lady Leighton to her advantage. She strikes at his weak point by boldly declaring that his reckless actions will make Lady Leighton unhappy. His rage reaches its limit at her impudence, but she continues to press, hinting at how easily he could ruin everything. She offers him her help, drawing parallels between herself and the lonely Lady Leighton in order to gain his trust. She boldly offers to become his mentor in love, promising to point out every mistake in his behavior with his beloved. Remembering Lady Leighton's childhood grievance, she realizes that the key to his heart lies through her happiness. She resolutely offers him her help in winning over his beloved, demanding that he make a deal with her. The Crown Prince looks at her suspiciously, trying to figure out the true motives behind her sudden change. He does not believe in her sincerity and demands the truth, but she only innocently offers him friendship. She throws the accusation of wanting to kill her in his face, and his predatory grin confirms that she is right. She bitterly explains that she has always been a nuisance, and now asks only to be granted her freedom in exchange for help. His unexpected agreement takes her by surprise, and she can hardly hide the shudder of relief when he nods. He hands her a pre-prepared contract, asking ironically if she doesn't trust him. Reading the terms, he briefly considers whether he should skip the formalities, but her pressure wins out. She triumphantly takes the signed contract, happy that her daring plan worked so quickly and easily. She immediately gets down to business, offering to send a letter to the young lady, which leaves him in complete shock. He, in amazement, calls her crazy, but the girl only calmly denies his accusations. The countdown has begun. There are only 25 days left until his beloved's arrival, and his impatience is growing. She demonstrates her knowledge, giving him goosebumps, and asks him directly about his main problem. He admits with cold frankness that his greatest vulnerability is keeping his identity a secret. She understands that any mistake will cost her life, because he will kill her without hesitation if she breaks the contract. Her horror is intensified by the thought that he will mercilessly destroy not only her, but also everyone who has ever helped her. With a crazy smile, she assures him that she will keep his secret, enjoying this dangerous game as much as he does. She confidently promises that in 25 days, she will win the lady's heart and take care of his main problem. He accepts her challenge, and with icy calm orders her to begin acting immediately. Leaving him, she is relieved to realize that she was able to tame the cold-blooded beast who knows everything about relationships. She mercilessly criticizes his love letter, turning the commanding tone into a soulless diary entry. The girl tries to reach out to him, reminding him of Lady Leighton's seclusion, but he only coldly awaits a decision. It dawns on him that his beloved has experienced love through books, and she advises him to become the hero of her novel. His diligence and concentration frighten her, because when everything goes too smoothly, expect trouble. He defiantly hands her the written sheet of paper, and she, amazed by his talent, is forced to acknowledge its magnificence. She advises him to start with a simple greeting, hinting at a long correspondence, and he thoughtfully accepts her strategy. The young man learns amazingly quickly, turning into the ideal hero of a novel right before her eyes. Despite his sweet appearance, she still feels afraid and hurries to leave, leaving him to wait for an answer from his beloved. 3 days and 18 bouts of bloody coughing later, she finally meets her loyal knights, ready for the next stage. She meets with her loyal knights, determined to change their tragic fate, and asks them for a favor. Eugene and Kane readily agree to any of her requests, demonstrating their unwavering loyalty. She gives them a cunning task to distract them from the fateful meeting and clear the way for the Crown Prince. They are shocked by her strange request, but she reassures them with a smile, although in her heart she says goodbye to them for a while. With a new powerful protector, she feels empowered to rewrite her history and demands that her decisions be respected. She proudly introduces her knights to her new friend, Jin, a man-made spirit in the form of an eagle. The knights are alarmed to realize that she has created a spirit to protect herself, realizing that their paths are temporarily diverging. Despite the sadness in their eyes, they accept her will, and Eugene feels relieved, knowing that she will be safe. She is depressed by the separation, but for the sake of everyone's safety, she goes in search of the mysterious Daniel. The bustling streets of the capital give her a sense of freedom, contrasting with the stifling atmosphere of the royal palace. Her attention is drawn to a delicious shashlik, awakening in her long-forgotten simple joys of life. With a heavy sigh, she refuses the treat, because her mission is more important than fleeting desires. The glitter of delicate jewelry distracts her for a moment, reminding her of a world of beauty and carelessness. She strikes up a conversation with an elderly merchant whose kindness seems like a rare treasure in her world. She sadly admits to a lack of money, feeling helpless despite her high birth. Gold coins jingle in her purse, but she understands that such luxury is inappropriate and dangerous here. She is overcome by a bad feeling, because she knows that great luck can bring trouble to the old woman. The old woman hands her a modest gift, and this selfless gesture takes her by surprise. A shrewd merchant notices her pallor and gives her a lucky stone, seeing in her not a lady but a sick girl. Holding the precious gift in her hands, she thinks with new determination about how to make money and survive in this world. With a determined smile, she returns to the old woman, intending to buy everything she sells. She hands the merchant a heavy bag of money, leaving her completely bewildered by her generosity. The old woman is shocked to discover that inside there are not coins, but a fortune in precious stones. The heroine explains with sly tenderness that this is not payment for trinkets, but for something more valuable. She gratefully says that this is payment for the lucky stone that was given to her, which is priceless to her. The old woman, moved to tears, understands that this is a gift of fate that will save her from despair. The girl is proud of her resourcefulness, because she not only helped, but also cleverly exchanged her gold coins. Exhausted by the long search and illness, she feels her strength leaving her right in the middle of the street. Suddenly, strong arms catch her, saving her from falling, and she finds herself in the arms of a stranger. She anxiously recognizes her savior as Daniel, who suspiciously asks why she is here alone. She mentally rehearses her answer, deciding that she went out into the street in search of a fateful meeting with him. Daniel looks tenderly at the tired Philia, carefully suggesting that she return home and rest. She protests in despair, because she just found him, but he reassures her, feeling relieved by their meeting. He firmly declares that he will not leave the sick girl alone, and she looks reproachfully at her unexpected protector. Their conversation is interrupted by a scream, and they see an ugly scene unfolding right on the street. Philia is horrified to realize that she has witnessed human trafficking and seeks support in Daniel's eyes. Cruel slave traders drag a defenseless girl by force, ignoring her pleas for mercy. Suddenly, her faithful eagle, Jin, swoops down from the sky, attacking the criminals and causing confusion among their ranks. Philia, without wasting a second, takes the rescued girl away, ordering her to run as quickly as possible. The rescued woman tearfully thanks her rescuers, leaving Philia and Daniel alone in the midst of the growing chaos. His praise makes her heart flutter, because she so rarely hears kind words addressed to her. Despite his cheerful appearance, in the depths of his dark eyes, she sees a dangerous pool that simultaneously attracts and frightens. She reproaches herself for her stupidity, because her heart beats wildly at the sight of the prince of an enemy nation. He notices her confusion, and his caring offer to walk her home only adds to her inner chaos. His words about taking her to the imperial palace sound like a sentence, and his cold gaze leaves no doubt. He mentions her knights with a slight grin, making it clear that her game of being a simpleton is over, and she is at his mercy. Realizing that Daniel knows everything, she tries to save face, claiming that she can get there on her own. She is not going to give up, and with renewed determination, plans to find him again to take control of the situation. The next day, her plans are ruined when she is assigned an annoying security guard who is not so easy to get rid of. The town is preparing for the festival, and she is annoyed that she won't be able to enjoy it alone like she planned. Her plan to meet Daniel is jeopardized by a pesky guard, and her patience is wearing thin. She resorts to trickery, trying to send her guard away, but her ploy fails miserably. In a desperate attempt to get rid of him, she points to the side, causing him to be distracted by the imaginary figure. Caught in her lie, she hesitates, feverishly coming up with a plausible explanation for her actions. She feigns embarrassment, causing her simple-minded security guard to blush and obediently wait for her outside the store. Having broken free, she rushes through the streets, out of breath from running and the intoxicating feeling of freedom. She feels a little sorry for her embarrassed guard, but the thought of meeting Daniel makes her cast aside all doubts. Now her only goal is to find Daniel, but the holiday bustle and tempting smells of food constantly distract her. Exhausted from the long walk, she pushes her way through the crowd to the coveted kebab stand, dreaming of regaining her strength. The appearance of a white dog, an exact copy of the dog from Leaflia's childhood memories, hints at someone's invisible presence. Someone's hand reaches out to her, but freezes in indecision because her identity is revealed. A sudden memory from her childhood breaks through her mental blocks, throwing her into confusion. A familiar voice breaks her out of her thoughts, and she turns around at the call with bated breath. Daniel asks about her companion with jealousy in his voice, revealing his concern for her fate. His disarming smirk takes her by surprise, as he looks both innocent and devilishly attractive. It's the first time she sees him so happy, and she curiously tries to figure out the reason for his smile. He playfully hints at their meeting, but she retorts, hiding her true feelings behind a mask of indifference. Her unintelligible answer leaves him stumped, creating an awkward pause filled with unspoken words. She blushes, mentally admitting that she was looking forward to this meeting with him, and not to the holiday. He understands that she is lonely, because this is her first time out in public, and his heart fills with sympathy. She boldly declares that she wants to be friends with him, desperately trying to break down the wall between them. He touches her face with a gentle smile, and she jokingly asks him not to fall in love, hiding her excitement. The hero gently reassures her, telling her that there is no need to feel awkward at the first festival. He removes her hood, enveloping her in invisibility magic and admiring her beauty, which seems like a trap to her. Confused by his magic, she jokingly asserts her superiority, trying to hide the effect he has on her. Removing her hood, she feels a thrilling sense of relief, finally appearing before him in all her glory. The girl playfully demands that he take off his hood too, and his submissive smile speaks of growing trust. The sudden appearance of her knights Harris and Cain disrupts their privacy, throwing the moment into chaos. Daniel offers her to say hello to her friends with icy calm, and there is a hidden threat in his voice. He pulls her towards him forcefully, offering to escape from trouble, and her world is turned upside down by his audacity. Harris's shocked gaze meets Daniel's icy calm. He soars into the sky, carrying her in his arms and demonstrating an incredible ability to fly that leaves her in shock. She shouts farewell words to her knights, feeling that despite the separation, she is halfway to her true goal. His playful question about whether she's already fallen in love with him makes her heart skip a beat as they soar above the city. Their flight ends with a soft landing, and he still holds her in his arms, surrounded by an aura of magic and power. Embarrassed by his strong arms, she awkwardly thanks him, trying to hide her admiration and excitement. They end up at a pub, and his admission that he didn't want to come there suggests that their meeting is not accidental. Her bad mood disappears when he reminds her that this is where they first met. He invites her in with a smile, apologizing to his faithful companion, Jin, for leaving him. Plucking up her courage, she looks into his eyes, asking hopefully if he wants to stay with her now. She feels guilty, thinking that she is wasting his time, and decides not to bother him anymore. His admission that she is his joy stuns her, destroying all her ideas about him. The girl is completely confused, not believing that his words could be true, and is looking for confirmation. To hide her embarrassment, she awkwardly invites him to become her drinking buddy, trying to regain control. He is taken aback by her strange proposal, and her awkward touching of his hair only adds to the awkwardness. Grabbing his hand, she pulls him along, justifying herself by saying that he looked tired and she wanted to cheer him up. She triumphantly declares that since they are now drinking buddies, they should definitely go together. He gives in to her pressure with a smile, playing along and calling her a friend, but asks her to be careful. As soon as she enters the pub, she falls face down on the table, and he is struck by the feeling that he has seen this scene before. She begins to drunkenly lament her hard life, and he realizes with dismay how little he knows about her. The appearance of the waiter with an order momentarily diffuses the situation, interrupting their tense dialogue. Her surprised question about the fruit wine betrays the curiosity she was trying so hard to hide. He offers her his glass challengingly, testing how far she is willing to go in her game. She puts on a brave face when she claims to be resistant to alcohol, even though her recent fainting spell suggests otherwise. Next to him, She feels an unexpected calm and warmth that makes her forget about all her worries. He realizes that despite their short acquaintance, his friendly attitude makes their solitude surprisingly comfortable. The image of the cruel and secretive Daniel from the book comes to his mind, which does not fit at all with his current feelings. He warns her with a sly smile not to fall in love, as if trying to convince himself of this. Annoyed by his constant teasing, she firmly declares that she will not fall in love, trying to hide her embarrassment. She abruptly changes the subject, pointing to his bracelet, and her question about the man-made spirit catches him off guard. He confirms that they met in the palace archives, and his words about knowing her take on a new, disturbing meaning. His evasive answer makes her wary as he begins to tell her about the likeness of real souls, plunging her into a world of mystery. He asks with a slight grin if her spirit doesn't have a prototype, hinting at her exclusivity and hidden power. The creation of a crafted spirit requires a real soul as a prototype, and this knowledge gives its abilities a sinister edge. He reveals that such spirits share memories with allies, and she begins to understand the true meaning of his words. With a beaming smile, she asks if it's wrong to share memories with Jin, showing her innocence. His gaze becomes serious, and he warns that if she falls in love, it could end badly, and it sounds like a threat. She proudly says that the name Jean means hidden, and is glad that her spirit heard this compliment. He watches in amazement as she talks to her spirit, realizing that she has something truly special. She anxiously asks if her spirit is trapped here, and her fear for her companion becomes evident. Her desperate question about the importance of spirit hangs in the air, and his intense gaze speaks volumes. He challenges her to free the spirit, and her world is suddenly illuminated by the hope of freedom. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she eagerly asks how to do it, ready for anything. His sudden laughter confuses her, and she doesn't understand why her serious question seems funny to him. His sheepish admission that he likes her reaction takes her by surprise with its sincerity. She melts at his smile, finding him wonderful, and playfully tries to find out what else he likes. He takes her hand gently, and his direct admission of affection makes her heart skip a beat. Stunned by his words, she suddenly realizes that he revealed his real name in order to sign a contract with her. He reassures her that there is no need to release the spirit now. Even though she doesn't fully understand his intentions, her heart beats wildly from his words and touches. She admits that she is glad of his sympathy, but the years of imprisonment left a deep mark on her soul. His piercing question about another master for Jin forces her to face her true feelings. In a panic, she denies her jealousy, insisting that she will accept whatever Jin decides, but her reaction suggests otherwise. He finally realizes that her connection with Jin is based on free will, and coercion would be a problem for her. She misinterprets his silence as hesitation, which only increases her anxiety. She decides to put off this difficult conversation for later and announces her resignation to avoid further pressure. Her attempt to defuse the situation with a promise for the future is interrupted by his voice, full of seriousness. His words about the gift of foresight in some spirits sound like a bolt from the blue, shocking her. His ominous question about foreseeing her friend's death because of her love leaves her with an unbearable choice. With firm determination, she declares that she will protect him from any threat, even if it costs her happiness. There is blood on her lips again, and the desperate hope that she will not fall in love is shattered by the cruel reality. She wakes up in her room to the sound of birds singing, completely disoriented and not understanding how she ended up there. The hysterical scream of the maid reveals that she has been saved by Sir Bolton, and this news only adds to her anxiety. Burning with shame, she vows never to go out alone again, trying to calm the frightened maid. She agrees that an escort is necessary, but the question of how Eugene found her in the palace swarms in her head. The maid recalls with horror how she saw him at the door with the princess in his arms, and a frightening aura emanating from him. The maid runs off to get everything ready, leaving the girl alone with her confused thoughts and fears. She gently strokes her spirit, apologizing for asking him something important at such a moment. Looking straight into Jean's eyes, she asks if he heard the conversation with Daniel and if he wants to be free. His answer that he doesn't need it now brings her great relief, but a shadow of doubt remains. Her gratitude for his decision to stay is tempered by curiosity when he mentions her diary. The mention of the diary shocks her because it contains questions that she is afraid to get answers to. Jean accidentally lets it slip by asking why her heart beats so fast around Daniel, and immediately regrets her words. She firmly promises to give him freedom, but her question about the exclamation marks in the diary betrays her own confusion. His unexpected questions about her feelings make the girl embarrassed, and she tries to hide it behind accusations of weirdness. His simple answer that he became an eagle because he likes eagles momentarily breaks the tension. The appearance of the maid with breakfast interrupts their conversation, leaving the princess alone with her thoughts. The ordinary morning routine is disrupted by the deafening sound of broken dishes, foreshadowing trouble. Among the shards and spilled food lies her diary, and panic grips her at the thought that her secrets might be revealed. She desperately tries to calm the maid down, so as not to draw unnecessary attention to the fallen diary. Amid the shards and spilled food, she feels insignificant, unable to even accept the little that is offered to her. Her tender gratitude for her maid's devotion becomes a ray of light in her dark and fading world. Her smile is warm, and her offer to help with the cleaning is a desperate attempt to feel alive and needed. Under cover of night, the maid's anxiety grows because she saw the deep cuts that the princess so desperately denied. The staff's anxiety grows with each passing day as the girl fades away before their eyes, losing interest in food. The old doctor delivers a terrible verdict. Her craving for spicy food is a symptom of loss of sensitivity. His suggestion that she no longer feels pain due to inhuman torment leaves everyone shocked. The words that she doesn't have much time left sound like a death sentence, and hope fades. Behind her back, they whisper about her complete isolation, not noticing that someone important is overhearing their empty words. He coldly interrupts their gossip, his words sounding like a veiled threat, making it clear that the princess is under his protection. His command to disperse silences the maid's intention hangs in the air. His contempt for the lesser aristocrats struggles with a sudden desire to understand their point of view. Despair overcomes him as he searches for her in the night, unable to understand how she could have disappeared without a trace. A sudden memory of a nearby pub lights a spark of hope in his eyes, and he rushes there. His rage flares at the sight of her in someone else's arms, and he declares that she is not someone to be touched so casually. The tension between them mounts when he directly accuses the other of treating her too carelessly. He calmly justifies his actions with politeness, but his words sound like a challenge, because he did not leave her alone. His suspicions are heightened as he looks at the stranger, not understanding where this jewel in his hands came from. As the stranger carries her away, leaving him behind, his world collapses, and he cries out Phelius's name in despair. Now he holds her in his arms, and his gaze is full of fury as he demands an answer from Phalia about what he did to her. With a sneer, he entrusts Eugene with the care of the girl who is precious to him, leaving him completely bewildered. Eugene is surprised to realize how sad his gaze has become as he looks at the princess, and this discovery disturbs him. Her innocent question about the trapped spirit sounds like a mockery of fate, because he was going to kill her today. His plans are thwarted, but instead of anger, he feels only cold curiosity, deciding to watch this funny game. Her distant appearance and the maid's quiet apology for her persistence create an oppressive atmosphere of hopelessness. The maid's words sound like a desperate hope that the princess will eat at least a little and get better, but her appearance says otherwise. The sudden change in the princess's voice frightens the maid to the depths of her soul, because it sounds like a farewell forever. The reminder of today's visit to the crown prince adds a note of inevitable fate to the oppressive atmosphere. A sudden insight stops time for her, and she finally gets the answer she's been looking for so long. Her beaming smile and joyful question about meeting him show that she has found new purpose and determination. The mention of Ariel makes the emotionless crown prince embarrassed, revealing his hidden feelings. Her sarcastic question about whether Ariel still considers him a fairy takes the young man by surprise. The girl's persistent request for a quick meeting puts him in an even more awkward position. Her cheerfulness gives way to anxiety, because the longer she hides the truth, the more she is tormented by the feeling of betrayal. She ironically suggests that his reluctance to open up is due to a secret desire to remain a fairy for her forever. Her offer to send a reply with a flower is a clever plan to push him into taking decisive action. The thought of a flower leaves him stunned, because he doesn't understand the language of romantic gestures at all. She mentally smirks at her own cunning, because her romantic gesture is just a beautiful screen for a decision already made. She wisely notes that even without being a fairy, he can win a girl's heart with small signs of attention. His silence speaks volumes, for he is now doomed to meet Lady Langton, who will be waiting for him with impatience. Ariel, clutching the treasured letter in her hands, is filled with happiness at the thought that her mysterious fairy turned out to be the crown prince. She gives him some final instructions, advising him to be nice, but not too polite, so as not to ruin his fragile image. Her advice to remain romantic, but not too noticeably, puts him into a stupor, because he is far from the world of feelings. Her contradictory and confused instructions on how to behave properly completely confuse him. She claims that he will write a beautiful letter, while her inner voice screams at her to sign the contract. At the most crucial moment, when she hands him the contract, a new guest suddenly appears in the room. The appearance of Marquis Gale, with his impeccable bow, brings a note of unpredictability into the tense atmosphere. His exaggerated politeness makes her suspicious, and she tries to understand what is hidden behind this mask. The Crown Prince's sharp question about how long they had been exchanging pleasantries betrays his budding jealousy. His mocking question about notarizing their deal catches her off guard, revealing that he is not as simple as he seems. Her cold indifference leaves Marquis Gale completely confused, as his silent question remains unanswered. His sly smile and question about future regret are a subtle hint that she is getting involved in a dangerous game. Her hesitant response and his imperious order to leave create an oppressive atmosphere in which she is left alone. Behind the closed door, she remains completely bewildered, not understanding what game is unfolding behind her back. Marquis Gale's anxiety grows, and he demands to see the contract, suspecting that she has made a fatal mistake. After reading the contract, he is shocked to realize what a crazy and risky proposal she made. The Crown Prince's devilish grin suggests that he is enjoying the effect it has produced, and Gale's shock. The signed contract sent from the palace becomes a point of no return, setting off a chain of inevitable events. Despite his strange reaction, she is happy because now she has an official reason to meet him. The noisy streets of the city are preparing for the holiday, unaware that they will soon become the stage for a new drama. The girl wanders around the city in doubt, wondering whether she should date Daniel. She smiles slyly, because her secret escape from the palace was the only way to carry out her plan. She tries to drown out her feelings of guilt by convincing herself that her risky encounter with Daniel is for the greater good. Falling rose petals break her thoughts, causing her to look around in surprise. Suddenly, she finds herself in the center of a grand parade, where the crowd enthusiastically greets the beautiful stranger. The heroine freezes in admiration, struck by the beauty of the woman who is being celebrated by the entire city. The sudden touch makes her flinch in fear, and she turns around sharply, prepared for the worst. His apology takes her by surprise, and she is confused and tries to understand what kind of festival is going on around her. Her ignorance of Beatrice's parade genuinely surprises him, revealing her isolation from the world. His offer to watch the parade up close makes her smile bitterly, since she only relies on her looks. A mysterious young man with a sly smile invites Philia to trust him, but his intentions are unclear. The girl in the hood realizes that her blonde hair attracts too much attention, and it is dangerous. The story begins with the tale of the beautiful Beatrice, whose beauty was both a gift and a curse for her family. Beatrice's happiness was short-lived, as the mad obsession of her fans threatened to take everything away from her. The greed of those around her knew no bounds. They craved her family, her friends, and even her honor. The heroine, holding her breath, awaits the continuation of the tragic story with horror and curiosity. The young man mockingly marvels at her ignorance, since this dark legend is known throughout the empire. The girl hides her embarrassment, realizing that her ignorance could reveal some secret. A sudden revelation hits her. She realizes that the guy changed the color of her hair using magic. The heroine realizes that her companion constantly resorts to magic for disguise, and this begins to worry her. She panics and wonders why he chose this particular color, since he shouldn't know her real appearance. His innocent question about her hair color is a subtle provocation to see if she will give herself away. She awkwardly waves it off, saying the color suits her, desperately trying to hide her inner fear. His mocking charm and affectionate treatment of sweet Philia completely confuse her. His sincerity makes her heart skip a beat, and she begins to doubt her initial suspicions. Her question about the reward for winning the parade is a test, an attempt to understand the true stakes of this dangerous game. His answer that she will become the knight's lady only evokes contempt in her, because her goals are much higher. Realizing her disinterest, he awkwardly adds about the cash prize, trying to find her weak spot. She accuses him of mockery, but he denies everything, although she perfectly understands the true motives of the participants. Beatrice's tragic story becomes an ominous prophecy, because beauty without strength is doomed to perish. She clutches the roses, and the thought pierces her that the ending of this story is as tragic as the previous one. He remarks with a grin that the peasant woman's victory in the competition is only the beginning of her nightmare, and not a lucky ticket. Behind the winner's happy smile lies the horrifying truth about the disappearance of 7 out of 10 participants without a trace. The heroine covers her mouth in horror, realizing that only a few survive this deadly race for glory. His question about her anxiety is a cold calculation to see how ready she is for the cruel rules of the game. Instead of fear, a cold strategist awakens in her, and she begins to calculate moves for her survival. She thoughtfully develops a plan to use rules and penalties to subjugate the future knight. His devilish smile and words about how her plan will make everything even more evil make her heart flutter with dangerous delight. His offer to remove the cloak is a direct challenge, an attempt to force her to reveal her true intentions. She lies with a charming smile that she does not want to win, skillfully hiding her true goal and ambitions. Behind her sweet smile lies a firm belief that her sister is the best, and she will prove it to the whole world. She holds out a rose with a disarming smile, and this gesture becomes her first step to winning over the crowd. Her generosity and charm instantly captivate the public, and everyone extends their hand in the hope of receiving the coveted flower. His comment that she gives away flowers too easily is a subtle rebuke, reminding her that this is not a game, but a competition. She smiles shyly, because receiving signs of attention and being the center of admiration is much more pleasant for her than she thought. The sudden stop and the new location surprise her, and she looks around anxiously, not understanding where he has brought her. His commanding gesture and the announcement of the talent show take her by surprise, and she looks at him in shock. A grandiose spectacle unfolds before her eyes, and she realizes with horror that she has fallen into another trap. She furiously accuses him of deception, but he innocently declares that he thought she would understand everything without words. She panics because this twist wasn't in the novel, and now she'll have to improvise to survive. His confidence in her victory only increases her panic, because she feels like an imposter in this luxurious game. His compliment about her hair color sounds so sincere that for a moment she forgets about the danger and her fears. The crowd freezes in silent delight. Her unearthly beauty and kindness conquer hearts, sowing the seeds of adoration and envy. The appearance of the host and his laudatory speeches bring her onto the stage, where her every step will be assessed under close scrutiny. She realizes with horror that the brooch is a microphone, and in order not to give herself away, the girl instantly comes up with a new name for herself: Leah. The host's question about her talent puts her in a dead end, and she has only a moment to find a way out of this trap. She improvises with a disarming smile, turning her lack of preparation into touching gratitude. His enthusiastic words and gentle touch after the performance make her heart beat faster. She coquettishly denies her abilities, but in her soul she rejoices, enjoying his admiration and her small victory. Suddenly, she cuts off this sweet moment because she needs to return to her reality, leaving him confused. His desperate attempt to stop her, his outstretched hand, and the pleading in his voice betray his true feelings, hidden behind the mask of indifference. A stunning victory under a false name is not a triumph, but the beginning of a dangerous game in which she has become the main figure. His offer to become his companion for today is not gallantry, but a cunning move to tie her to himself and control her. Her confusion and shock only cause him to laugh mockingly, emphasizing her vulnerability and his superiority. She anxiously asks if they should go together, desperately trying to find a loophole in the terms of this deal. His formal invitation to the evening ball, delivered with royal deference, sounds like an order that brooks no objection. This proposal awakens a strange feeling in her, a mixture of fear and forbidden excitement about the unknown. She meekly places her hand in his, allowing herself to be led into the unknown, and this gesture becomes a symbol of her surrender. He announces that there are 5 hours left until the ball, and this time becomes for her a painful wait for the decisive battle. His gentle touch and caring words are just a way to lull her vigilance before the coming test. His kindness is just a trick, and she, naively taking it at face value, falls right into the trap. The physical and mental exhaustion from the walk makes her even more vulnerable to the upcoming trials. She tries to calm her devoted maids, unaware that their worries were more than justified. The maids' panic and desperate attempts to speed up the preparations create an atmosphere of impending disaster. In this chaos, where every second counts, her transformation into the prom queen becomes a race for survival. The choice of a dark dress is not an accident, but a cold calculation to deliver a crushing blow with your appearance. She mentally thanks Daniel for his concern, not realizing that his kindness is only part of a cunning plan. Her killer beauty in this image is a weapon she is willing to use to live up to her sister's expectations. The admiration of the maids only confirms that her plan has succeeded, and now she is ready to outshine everyone at this ball. Her playful gratitude and hug are the last moment of sincerity before she puts on her mask and enters the game. Daniel's appearance is a spectacle of power and seduction, designed to overwhelm her and subjugate her to his will. His compliment is a carefully calculated move to disarm her before the real battle at the ball begins. She boldly compares him to the devil, and this comparison does not sound like fear, but rather like a dangerous, forbidden admiration. His playful question and her embarrassed agreement turn their verbal duel into a prelude to dangerous flirtation. He drops to one knee and kisses her hand, and this chivalrous gesture, when performed by him, looks like an act of appropriation. His whisper that she will be his angel is not a compliment, but a possessive statement that draws her into his web. Their path to the carriage is the final step into his world, from which there will be no way back for her. His silent and piercing gaze in the carriage is a way to look into her soul, to read her fears and doubts. He gives her the illusion of control by inviting her to ask questions, and this invitation sounds like another temptation. Her timid hope for sincerity is a vulnerability that he will undoubtedly exploit in his game. His words about choice are a trap, and her answer will determine the rules of their further dangerous game. Her question about his age is a desperate attempt to find his vulnerability, but he easily parries it without revealing his cards. Not receiving an answer, she goes to the other side, trying to find out about his origin, but a new surprise awaits her. His admission of being of the lion bloodline was a blow that should have stunned her and subdued her. She knows his main secret, and this knowledge from the novel turns her from a naive victim into a dangerous opponent. Her cold gratitude is a signal that she didn't buy his act and is ready for the next round. He smugly asks if he has satisfied her curiosity, unaware that she has learned much more than he has said. His mention of the man-made spirit is a test, and she must be extremely careful not to give herself away. Her confident smile suggests that she has received the main weapon against him, and now the game will be played according to her rules. She challenges him by turning his own weapon, secrets, against him, and it throws him off balance. Rumors of her unearthly beauty, comparable to a goddess and a witch, create an aura of mystical and dangerous power around her. Envious whispers behind her back only fuel the intrigue. The glance thrown at her from the crowd is the beginning of her triumph, because even skeptics are ready to admit her irresistibility. The shocked realization that it was a princess in front of them proves how successful her disguise was and how much she had changed. The girl feels a new aura enveloping her, and this is not just a game, but the awakening of a hidden power associated with palace secrets. Daniel, struck by her beauty, sees in her for the first time not just a pawn, but a queen capable of changing the course of the game. Their appearance together creates a sensation, because the magnificence of the mysterious companion only enhances her own brilliance. Standing before her brother, the crown prince, she feels the atmosphere heating up, as this is a meeting of two equal predators. His cold greeting to his sister and her companion is not a sign of familial warmth, but an assessment of the balance of power on the battlefield. The prince's devious offer to use the title is a veiled threat and a reminder that he knows her secret. She bears the curse of her sister, and this brand of a witch in a crown of thorns becomes her only path to power. Her cold acceptance of her brother's challenge is not submission, but the beginning of a cruel game in which she will no longer be a victim. By introducing Daniel under a false name, she demonstrates that his secret is in her hands, and that he is now her accomplice, not her puppeteer. The prince's disdainful gaze and Daniel's icy politeness are a silent duel between two predators for the right to possess her. She feels the tension in the room reaching its limit and makes a tactical move, taking her companion out of harm's way. Sudden fatigue is a crack in her perfect image, and offering help can be both a salvation and a trap. Her gratitude is just a mask behind which lies cold calculation and distrust of his ostentatious care. She exists in someone else's weak body, and this alienation from pain makes her invulnerable to some threats, but defenseless against others. The thought of stimulants is interrupted by a sudden cry of pain that escapes her against her will, breaking her control. Before she can even process that the scream was her own, she finds herself in someone's grip, and that brutal force marks the beginning of a new nightmare. The impudent behavior of a foreign prince, humiliating a defenseless girl, becomes a test of her strength. Her icy calm and command to remain silent is not just a defense, but a declaration of war. His shock and veiled threat of expulsion betray his arrogance and confidence in his own impunity. Fury flashes in her eyes, and the reminder of her imperial status sounds like a death sentence. Behind her disdainful gaze lies a cold calculation, because she sees his vulnerability hidden behind a mask of pride. His smug announcement of his title only confirms her guess, because in his world a woman is nothing, even if she is a princess. She ignores his arrogant challenge and takes the frightened girl under her protection, demonstrating true power. In this comforting embrace, she momentarily removes the mask of the cold queen, revealing her humanity. Her decision to cope alone is not pride, but the realization that any help will only complicate an already dangerous situation. The appearance of the mysterious spirit that pacified the prince is her trump card, and now she dictates the terms, deciding his fate. His screams of agony are music to her ears as he pays for his cruelty, trapped in a nightmare. By calming the frightened girl, she demonstrates not compassion, but strength, capable of both punishing and protecting. Her advice on self-defense is not just help, but recruiting a new ally in her dangerous game against the whole world. This fleeting concern creates a bond between them based not on friendship, but on a common enemy and a common secret. She leaves the prince alone with his demons, and this punishment is only a temporary measure before the real reckoning. The enthusiastic gratitude of the rescued girl is not just appreciation, but admiration for her strength and mystery. The revelation of her true name, Beatrice, comes as a surprise blow, as her disguise turns out to be less than perfect. The realization that her voice has been recognized makes her realize that even the best-laid plans can go awry. The request for secrecy is not an order, but a desperate attempt to maintain control over a situation that is getting out of her control. The girl's joyful agreement to keep their secret gives her not only an ally, but also a dangerous confidence in her invulnerability. Her sinister laughter behind closed doors is not joy, but the triumph of a predator enjoying her victory. His appearance with wine is not a concern, but a cunning move to test how exhausted she is after the chaos he created. Daniel's gaze is full of dangerous admiration, because he sees in her not a victim, but a kindred spirit with a talent for intrigue. Her excuse is a weak attempt to hide her power, but he has already seen through it and sees something more in her. Her apology is a tactical move, and his outstretched hand is an invitation to a dance where the stakes are too high. He draws her into a dance, turning their secret confrontation into a public spectacle, linking their destinies in front of everyone. In his arms, she feels not romance, but mortal danger, because this dance is a duel between two manipulators. His question about her thoughts is an attempt to break through her defenses, but she is already prepared for this and is preparing a counterattack. She coquettishly turns her attention to the audience, not allowing him to look into her soul and maintaining her advantage. Her answer delights him, and calling her the devil only draws her closer to him, recognizing her as an equal player. His smug smirk in response to her barb is an admission that he has found a worthy opponent in their dangerous game. The memory of their first meeting in the night garden is an immersion into the moment when their destinies became tightly intertwined. His story of a chance meeting sounds like an excuse, but in reality, it is an admission that he was intrigued by her at first sight. The black veil that hid her face that day only added to her mystery, turning her into a forbidden fruit. By revealing the secret of the demons that thirst for hearts, he hints at his own emptiness and desperate hunger. His answer about love as the reason for this thirst is not romantic, but a confession of a curse that pushes him to monstrous actions. The horrific revelation that he is a half-breed who feeds on tears tears away his mask and reveals his true, monstrous nature. The revelation that he is the kingdom's only survivor transforms him from a predator into a tragic hero. Her shock at his confession is not sympathy, but fear, because now she is the bearer of his most terrible secret. His promise not to drink her tears is not mercy, but a veiled threat that one day her power will become his prey. Her question about his coldness is a test of strength, an attempt to understand whether he will be afraid of her true nature. Her offer of friendship is not a gesture of goodwill, but an invitation to a dangerous alliance where she sets the rules. His advice to stay away from people like him is a wall he puts up to hide his fear of her. His words about everything being in her hands are a trap, and his look reveals his true desire to control her completely. Her shock is the realization that his revelations were not a confession, but a calculated move to get something valuable from her. Reminding him of her friend with the prophecy, she tears off his last mask, revealing that she has seen through his lie. The clue to the prophecy is the key to his secret, and she realizes that his fear is that he himself might fall in love with her. Her direct question about why he didn't kill her is a blow to the very heart of his indecision, forcing him to admit his weakness. His evasive answer is an attempt to hide his confusion and regain control by devaluing her question. His answer about tears is not an excuse, but an admission of his vulnerability, because her tears are both food and poison for him. She enjoys their conflicting desires, knowing that she controls both of them. Her reminder that Harris already has him is not just a statement of fact, but a subtle manipulation to strengthen her position. Her offer to help him is not an act of mercy, but the conclusion of a dangerous alliance, where she dictates her terms from the very beginning. Behind her flirtatious question lies a fan's desperate desire to rewrite history and save him from the death that was originally intended. His warning and reminder of her past words is a trap, because he senses her lies and looks for vulnerability in her plan. Her offer to become his personal source of tears is a devil's bargain that she believes he can't refuse. His direct question about love is a desperate attempt to find a logical explanation for her crazy behavior. In response to his question, she releases her power, and this magical blow becomes her true answer. The appearance of the guardian spirit is not just a demonstration of power, but the materialization of her indestructible will, ready to defend her goals. The spirit's angry cry, forbidding her to make a contract with the half-breed, reveals a new facet of the danger emanating from Daniel. His mocking calm is not a concession, but a demonstration of power, for he fears neither her spirit nor her herself. Recognizing the rightness of her spirit, he does not give up, but only changes tactics in order to gain her trust. His words about her naivety are not an insult, but a statement of fact, because she is playing with forces she does not understand. It doesn't matter to him whether she is a devil or a human, because he is attracted not by her origin, but by her unbreakable will. By calming her spirit, she shows that her decision is final and she is willing to take risks for her goal. By agreeing to his terms, she takes a fatal step, confident that she can beat the devil at his own game. Asking him to leave her flowers is not sentimentality, but a bitter reminder that he is taking not just tears, but a part of her soul. Her caustic remark about the unprofitability of the contract is a challenge, a reminder that her tears will have to be earned. His question about the nature of the devil is a final warning, a test to see if she realizes the abyss she is stepping into. She mistakes dangerous excitement for freedom, not realizing that this contract has become her golden cage. Phalia's question is not a request for warmth, but a bold challenge, testing whether will alone is enough for their union. Behind the guy's cold gaze lies a deep sadness, which the girl immediately catches, seeing a crack in the armor. The young man's sudden closeness takes Phalia by surprise, as he effortlessly destroys the distance she had built. The young man's eerie promise to kill next time is not a threat, but a twisted confession of their inseparable connection. Waking up, the heroine reflects on the bloody consequences of a long memory, feeling the physical price of the knowledge she received. The girl is overcome with helplessness, because the secret of Daniel's past is slipping away, leaving only painful guesses. Phalia's irritation with herself grows, because obsessive thoughts about the guy prevent her from concentrating on the rescue plan. Physical exhaustion is mixed with panic, because it is necessary to hide traces of magic and blood before the maids arrive. A chilling fear pierces Phalia at the thought of the fate of the soul, locked in this body and doomed to fade away. The thought of Daniel's threat does not cause fear, but only a strange, inexplicable attraction to this mortal danger. The premonition of a new meeting with Daniel is not hope, but confidence in the inevitability of their common tragic fate. Miss Avon's shock at the sight of the mountain of papers is the realization that she has been faced with a seemingly impossible task. Phalia's calmness when handing over the documents is a mask behind which lies a test of strength for the new assistant. Avon's enthusiasm and Phalia's genuine joy are the birth of a union based on mutual admiration and a common goal. Phalia's decision to step aside is not just a handover, but placing the full weight of responsibility on Avon's shoulders. The realization that the success of the contract is now entirely in Avon's hands hits the assistant like an icy shower. The shock frozen on Avon's face is a silent scream of realization of the enormous responsibility placed upon her. Avon's sudden tears of gratitude are a vow of loyalty born from shock and the princess's boundless trust. Phalia's hidden smile is a triumph, as Avon's emotional reaction confirms that the choice was made without a mistake. Phalia's admiration for Avon's colossal work is an admission that the princess now has not just an assistant in her hands, but a loyal ally. Phalia's joy at Avon's happiness is not just kindness, but an investment in the loyalty of a loyal ally. Harris's question about Avon's inexperience is not simple curiosity, but a subtle test of the princess's motives and foresight. Phalia's answer is not an excuse, but a demonstration of confidence in her choice, because she sees hidden potential in Avon. Harris's realization that the work was intended for Avon is a testament to Phalia's strategic genius in having thought of everything in advance. The whispers behind the door calling the princess a terrible person are the intrusion of someone else's hatred at the moment of triumph. Poisonous gossip about an affair with a married man is a stab in the back, an attempt to destroy the princess's reputation with dirty lies. Avon's furious cry is not just a defense, but a display of fierce devotion, ready to tear anyone apart for her mistress. Recognizing the gossip's voice brings the humiliating realization that people are judging her without knowing even 100th part of the truth. The memory of Sophie Marsh, saved at the ball, turns gossip into a bitter betrayal from the one who owes her life. Harris's quiet consolation is a supportive gesture, showing that he sees the wounded girl behind the mask of the strong princess. Phalia's sinister smile turns the traitor's name into a death sentence that will be carried out. Phalia's awkwardness before asking is just a momentary weakness, because the desire to find Daniel is stronger than any decency. The joy of a solitary walk is not just a whim, but a small victory proving that the will of a princess always finds a way. The knowledge that freedom is only granted under Jin's supervision fills the walk with the taste of a gilded cage. Jin's question about wanting to find a boyfriend is not curiosity, but the last check before stepping into the abyss. The wings of the genie that hide Daniel are not just protection, but a desperate attempt by the spirit to protect its owner from a dangerous attraction. Phalia's order to send Jin away is a conscious choice to remain alone with the threat, trusting her intuition completely. Daniel's indifference to the girl's true nature is disarming, because he sees not the secret, but only her herself. The young man's reminder of the threat of murder sounds like a reproach for recklessness, blurring the line between danger and strange concern. Thoughts about the contract and exchanging tears for flowers are Phalia's desperate attempt to convince herself that everything is going according to plan. A girl's sincere desire to become a friend is a desperate attempt to find humanity where there can be none. Daniel's cold refusal to save a life is not cruelty, but honesty, stripping the romantic flair from their relationship. Phalia's admission that only with him she feels free is a dangerous trap that she has set for herself. The young man's agreement to give flowers is not a concession, but the beginning of a game in which he accepts the rules in order to break them later. The offer to sign a contract while the girl's beauty is so dangerous is an admission that her strength is the main bait. The gesture of silence and the condition of first receiving a tear is an establishment of power, where he dictates the order and price of their transaction. The gentle touch of a boy promising flowers is poison in a honey shell, lulling one's vigilance before being consumed. Daniel's promise to do no harm, but to give strength, is a classic trick where the gift turns out to be worse than any punishment. Complete trust in Phalia, allowing you to do whatever is necessary, is a heady moment of surrender to the inevitable. Daniel's deep, dark, wavering gaze betrays his own struggle, as he drowns in her as she drowns in him. The girl found long-awaited consolation in the gaze of her loved one. A passionate kiss with Daniel made the heroine forget about everything. The white-haired youth watched them silently, feeling unbearable pain. After a short period of happiness, melancholy settled in the girl's soul again. The request for a simple flower turned into a desperate inner plea. The heroine began to be irritated by the constant and intrusive attention from others. A new player has appeared on the scene, the mysterious Marquise Gale. Daniel's anticipation turned to suspicion due to his meetings with the Marquise. An anxious premonition of impending disaster crept into the girl's heart. Marquis Gale coldly admitted that he had only been an observer all this time. The heroine barely contains her seething rage, ready to go on the offensive. The girl hides her irritation behind a sweet smile, guessing the guy's true motives. The direct question caught the Marquis off guard, completely revealing his embarrassment. She speaks about terrible things with icy calm, accepting the harsh reality. The Marquise's obsessive surveillance begins to cause serious concerns in the girl. The heroine feels superior and decides to act to get rid of supervision. In the tense silence, even innocent advice about lips sounds like a veiled threat. The girl's threat did not work, and the confrontation with the Marquise only escalates. The sudden appearance of the brother radically changes the balance of power. The girl instantly hides her shock behind an impeccable mask of court etiquette. The girl cautiously begins the conversation, trying to understand the true reason for the call. His brother's icy praise sounds more like a veiled threat than a compliment. The heroine hides her inner panic behind nervous laughter, not understanding the dangerous game. The young man suddenly changes his tone, moving on to a direct and harsh interrogation. The guy's intense gaze leaves no doubt. He knows exactly who we're talking about. Despair pushes the heroine to a direct plea. She asks to recall the Marquise. The story of the 4-day surveillance seems to take the young man by surprise. The girl tries to appeal to logic, pointing out the excessive cruelty of such supervision. The accumulated tension breaks out in the heroine's emotional breakdown. The brother coldly denies the order, placing the blame entirely on Marquis Gale. Marquis Gale was left alone, the scapegoat in someone else's game. The girl enjoys a moment of peace, rejoicing in the temporary freedom from supervision. The heroine's soul is once again filled with determination to find Daniel at any cost. The sudden appearance of the cheerful Lady Marson disturbs the heroine's solitude. The girl is slightly puzzled by the excessive enthusiasm of her new acquaintance. The heroine hides her true thoughts behind a mask of politeness, assessing the unexpected meeting. Sophie, with disarming simplicity, tries to close the distance between them. The request of a new acquaintance to pretend to be strangers makes the heroine wary. The seemingly innocent question about the Marquis reveals Sophie's hidden interest. The heroine dismisses the suspicions with a smile, confident in her recent triumph. An ecstatic Sophie looks forward to the opportunity to be alone with the princess. Sweet talk about rumors hides poisonous hints about the heroine's past. The girl decides to listen to the chatter, realizing that there is something more hidden behind the beauty. Tired but determined, the heroine prepares for tomorrow's search for Daniel. There is a contract on the table that can change fate and reveal all secrets. The flaming lines of the document carry a prophecy of all-consuming fire. The girl cannot read the contract, but she intuitively senses its sinister essence. A drop of blood on the finger becomes an ominous symbol of future events. The long-awaited meeting with Daniel occurs at the most unexpected and tense moment. Relief and pain are mixed in one name that flies from the girl's lips. Daniel, with a charming smile, admits that he was late because of that very contract. The boy's tender gesture cannot console Phalia, who still yearns for the promised flowers. The heroine is surprised to realize that her mysterious contractor is much more vulnerable than he seems. The girl with a flower in her hair is bragging, claiming that she doesn't like to cry at all. Phalia tries to suppress her tears, as if instinctively sensing their true value. The sinister nature of their deal is revealed. It is not just a contract, but a blood contract. Danielle explains the terrible rules. Her tears are the price for the fulfillment of wishes. The girl's strongest emotions become the price he takes in return. Phalia throws down a bold challenge, turning the issue of fear into a dangerous confrontation. Daniel's cryptic answer only highlights the eerie and strange nature of their connection. Daniel playfully challenges Phalia's view of his own mystery. The girl's words about friendship take the guy by surprise, causing confusion. A shocking confession of surveillance forces the heroine to rethink all the events. Daniel reveals the main secret: he was the masked stranger. A gentle interrogation in a flower meadow forces the girl to confront her own thoughts. Phalia asks the key question, trying to understand the rules of their strange union. The young man assures that the contract will not allow Phalia to cry alone. In their creepy contract, the girl unexpectedly finds a strange romance. Phalia's confession of the romantic nature of their relationship takes Daniel completely by surprise. With a sly smile, the girl reminds him of her promise to be there in moments of sadness. Phalia playfully teases Daniel, enjoying his confused expression. The young man abruptly cuts off her hopes, calling himself too withdrawn for friendship. Despite the refusal, the girl stops the young man, ready to take a step back. An intriguing request to close his eyes makes the guy comply with a slight smile. The shining heroine allows him to open his eyes, preparing a special surprise for him. Daniel, in a flower crown, becomes the embodiment of her care and tenderness. The idol is destroyed by the sudden appearance of the brother and the marquise, who pose a threat. The crown prince's icy question instantly brings back the atmosphere of danger and control. Daniel's defensive gesture becomes a silent challenge to his powerful opponent. The meeting of the two men's eyes promises an inevitable and violent conflict. Daniel's care envelops the tired Phalia, creating a fragile island of calm. His brother's icy politeness conceals the order, but Daniel responds with silent resistance. In the silence of the room, Daniel's gaze speaks volumes of concern, more than words could. The guy's unexpected concern for the girl's mental state takes her by surprise. The young man awkwardly tries to hide his true feelings behind a clumsy reproach of friendliness. Farewell leaves behind a promise of a new meeting and a mysterious book on the sofa. The gift left behind sparks curiosity in the heroine, promising to reveal new secrets. The lines about the illnesses of the soul make the girl's blood run cold with horror. The girl greedily turns the pages, immersing herself in the frightening revelations of the ancient tome. The book reveals the terrible truth about Raphael's illness, linking the past and the present together. The guy's sudden question about tears catches the girl off guard. The young man's gentle touch wipes away the tears, but leaves behind only more questions. In a burst of sincerity, Phalia confesses her feelings for Daniel. His playful warning against love sounds like an attempt to protect himself. Behind the heroine's embarrassed denial lies his piercing gaze, full of dark revelations. The knowledge that Daniel tore out the pages casts a shadow over everything he did. The princess, lost in her thoughts, barely notices the fuss surrounding the upcoming meeting. The girl in red is so withdrawn into herself that she doesn't even hear the maid calling her. The memory of asking Daniel to go on a journey strengthens the princess's resolve. The ghostly appearance of a young man with a caustic question turns the insult into a tense confrontation. The rose left on the table becomes a silent promise, lighting a spark of hope in the heroine's soul. The princess resolutely casts aside her doubts, fully concentrating on the upcoming business meeting. Miss Avon's pointed question about herbs gives her first clue to the impending trouble. The girl in red confirms her interlocutor's worst fears with unshakable confidence. The data presented is not just statistics, but the first move in a big political game. The terrible truth hidden in the numbers makes Miss Avon realize the seriousness of the situation. The princess skillfully directs the conversation, hiding the true cause of the future chaos. The business partner, not knowing the whole truth, is already beginning to calculate the moves in the proposed game. A sly hint about stems and roots becomes the key to salvation from the coming catastrophe. The mysterious choice of plant leaves Miss Avon wondering, as she gets closer to solving the main mystery. Miss Avon smiles and acknowledges the princess's genius, finally taking her side. When leaving, a business partner takes with him not only information, but also a firm determination to act. The princess's incredible knowledge of the common people makes Miss Avon see something more in her. A terrible picture of a terrorist conspiracy and forbidden magical experiments forms in Miss Avon's mind. The realization of an inevitable epidemic if the conspirators succeed makes the blood run cold. The princess's brilliant plan to control the herbal market becomes the only hope for salvation. A sudden memory of the kind princess from the rumors makes Miss Avon believe in the success of their plan. Miss Avon vows to herself to do everything to ensure that the world recognizes the talents and genius of her new ally. A few days later, the carriage takes Felia and Daniel away on a new common mission. Daniel's question about children breaks the silence, beginning a new stage in their complicated relationship. The thought of traveling with Daniel fills Felia with quiet joy and anticipation. The absence of supervision from Marky Tail brings relief mixed with a little anxiety. Memories of the past are interrupted by arrival, returning the heroes to the tense present. Shyly introducing yourself to your children becomes the first step into a new, unknown chapter. The heroine's genuine emotion at the sight of the boys erases all traces of recent worries. The offer to read a fairy tale is not just a game, but an attempt to give children a piece of warmth. Jane's sad admission that there are no fairy tales shatters the bright atmosphere into pieces. The realization that children are deprived of simple magic hurts the girl to the very heart. Daniel's remark about the book market turns bewilderment into serious suspicion. The heroine faces the cruel reality of a world where childhood has been deprived of the right to dream. The memory of the children's delight at the impromptu fairy tale ignites a spark of hope in Felia. The realization of the monstrous injustice of this world gives birth to a bold idea in the heroine. The determination to fix the world for children pushes the girl to create her own magical story. A tale born of compassion unexpectedly becomes the Empire's top bestseller. The unexpected success of the book sets off a chain of events that change the fates of strangers. The appearance of a new heroine, whose life is changed by the book, brings chaos to the predetermined course of history. A mysterious girl with a smile heads to the capital, keeping the secret of her early trip. A letter from a mysterious admirer forces Felia to seek a meeting with a writer named Emile. The brothers' jealousy of the fictional writer turns into a real disaster for the heroine. At the most inopportune moment, the brother takes his sister by surprise, threatening to reveal her main secret. The brother's panic over his sister's condition forces him to urgently seek help. Thoughts of Raphael's illness darken the young man's face with deep anxiety. Behind his back, clenched fists reveal hidden despair and disbelief in what is happening. The determination to act makes the young man cast aside his worries about false rumors. The princess's book falls into the hands of the crown prince, starting a new wave of investigations. The story of the creation of a book for orphans reveals the kindness of a girl to the whole world. The advisor's words about the princess's kind heart make the crown prince plunge into thought. A walk around the city with Daniel becomes a short respite before the storm for Felia. Behind the vague hints about the contract lies a complex plan that only the initiated can understand. The secret affair with Daniel gives Felia a sense of satisfaction and control over the situation. The publisher's reverence for the mysterious Emile underlines the scale of the book's influence. Daniel's silent presence lends a hidden tension and weight to the business meeting. Discussing trade routes and interest rates becomes the first step in a big economic game. Felia's confident smile seals the deal, turning the publisher into a powerful ally. The question of a sequel to a book that does not exist takes the heroine by surprise. Complete bewilderment is reflected on the girl's face, because the story was intended to be a one-off. Behind Felia's nervous laughter, she hides the panic of an author who has no idea about the sequel. The publisher's unusual warmth and friendliness evokes mixed feelings in the heroine. An innocent question about rumors teeters dangerously on the brink of exposing the princess's double life. A sincere declaration of love for Emile's work disarms Felia, showing the true power of her words. Felia masterfully agrees to a new partnership, hiding her true intentions behind a playful smile. The publisher's persistent questions about a sequel drive the young writer into a corner, forcing her to give an evasive answer. The heroine elegantly avoids answering the question, promising a sequel that is not even in the plans. The time for payback has come, and memories of her past insolence before the prince make the girl tremble. The prince's icy calm and commanding appearance create an unbearable tension in the office. The sudden revelation of the secret of Emile's pseudonym takes Felia by surprise, knocking the ground out from under her feet. Her brother's calm question drives the girl into a corner, leaving no chance for justification. The heroine's misunderstanding grows, because the real problem, according to her brother, is not the lady's arrival. A letter from Ariel reveals a desperate desire to meet the writer. promised by the Crown Prince. Ariel's sincere admiration for fictional characters highlights the irony and complexity of the situation. Ariel's dreams of falling in love with a fictional character show the depth of her romantic nature. The realization of the strength of Ariel's feelings for the fictional Emil plunges Phalia into the abyss of despair. Phalia's brother finds himself at a loss as to how to organize a meeting that threatens to turn into a disaster. A sudden idea strikes Phalia, offering a clever way out of a seemingly hopeless situation. The Crown Prince, following his sister's plan, takes Ariel on a date that will become part of a big game. Phalia offers her brother a brilliant plan to get closer to Ariel by discussing her book. The Crown Prince's embarrassed agreement betrays his willingness to play along with his sister for the chance to get closer to the girl. The appearance of a confident Daniel hints at another, more complex plan launched by the heroine. Daniel's cryptic answer that he was not waiting alone creates intrigue and foreshadows the appearance of new faces. The arrival of powerful aristocrats Sir Bolton and Duke Angel takes the intrigue to a whole new level. Phalia's genuine joy at the meeting conceals a carefully thought-out plan. Sir Bolton's suspiciousness makes the girl nervous, afraid of giving herself away. The nanny's concern for the naive Ariel brings a note of anxiety to their walk. The innocence of a young lady is confronted with a harsh reality she never knew existed. The nanny's direction to a dark alley destroys Ariel's illusion of safety. Stories about dirt and pickpockets reveal to the girl the other side of life in the capital. The promise to be more careful shows how quickly Ariel learns to trust her companion. Unexpected news about the meeting with the Crown Prince ruins the girl's plans for a long-awaited tea party. Ariel's childhood resentment at a broken promise pours out in a stream of bitter tears. The nurse's consolations barely contain the disappointment of the young lady who had so eagerly awaited this meeting. The nanny's attempt to distract Ariel from her tears only underscores the desperation of the moment. Ariel's relentless desire to see the fairy puts everyone in an awkward position. The mysterious name Fairy causes confusion among aristocrats who are not privy to the secret. Hearing the nickname Fairy, the Crown Prince can hardly contain his smile, enjoying the secret. The Crown Prince's unexpected tenderness towards Ariel disarms him, showing a new side of him. Phalia's sudden epiphany about her brother, who resembles a fairy tale prince, changes her perception. Phalia's fright at Daniel's sudden appearance breaks the tense atmosphere with laughter. Daniel's mischievous look betrays his awareness and pleasure at what is happening. Embarrassment and delight overwhelm Phalia, who has lost her composure at the sight she sees. Daniel's smirk when he notices the girl's stupid smile adds spice to the moment. Phalia secretly enjoys the moment, seeing all her imaginary handsome men in the flesh. Distracted for a moment, the girl realizes with horror that she missed an important moment in the development of the relationship between her brother and Ariel. An offended Ariel reproaches the Crown Prince for breaking his word, calling into question their friendship. The young lady's deep disappointment at her unfulfilled hopes of spending the day with Emil can be seen in her sad look. Ariel's tears and the Crown Prince's confusion create chaos that he is completely unable to control. Phalia's plan falls apart at the seams, and the heroine falls into despair from the drama that has unfolded. Duke Angel's intervention becomes a lifeline for Phalia in a sea of raging emotions. Sir Bolton finds the Crown Prince's naive nickname amusing, unaware of the hidden meaning. A conversation with Duke Angel reveals the true purpose of his presence, confirming his involvement in Phalia's plan. Sir Bolton's jab at Phalia's lack of experience casts doubt on her entire grand plan. Daniel's mocking question hits Phalia's pride hard, putting her in an awkward position. The heroine abruptly changes the subject, trying to hide her embarrassment with a counter-question about the reason for their visit. An elegant bottle of medicine becomes a symbol of long-awaited hope for salvation. The fear of being misunderstood forced the girl to remain silent, and now she is reaping the fruits of her decision. Daniel's oath of secrecy seals their dangerous alliance based on a common cause. Daniel's request to go with them shows his determination to be there until the very end. The sinister snake emblem awakens in Phalia a bad feeling about the new medicine. A sudden attack of weakness knocks the girl off her feet, demonstrating the fragility of her condition. The secret of the princess's bloody cough, revealed by the servants, sheds light on her painful illness. The eerie suggestion that mental trauma is linked to blood points, to the supernatural nature of the disease. Hope for a cure flares up in Duke Angel's heart when the physician voices a new theory. The idea of a soul-destroying curse casts an ominous shadow over the mystery of the disease. Doubting the accepted theory makes one look for the true cause of suffering in something else. The shocking revelation that gossip is the cause of the disease changes all the rules of the game. Sir Bolton's naive confidence in an easy solution to the problem is shattered by harsh reality. The doctor's heavy sigh and Duke Angel's gloomy gaze bring everyone back to Earth. The doctor's uncertainty in his conclusions leaves the heroes in a painful wait for an answer. Duke Angel's determination to find a way out at any cost speaks to the depth of his feelings. Memories of Phalia's strength and kindness give the young man the determination to fight to the end. Duke Angel takes the initiative into his own hands, ready to reveal all his cards to save the princess. The harsh ultimatum of 3 months sounds like a death sentence, counting down the last days. Phalia's announcement of her resignation after 3 months becomes the point of no return in her tragic story. Sir Bolton's panic and despair reveal deep feelings he has kept hidden for so long. The illusion of travel is shattered by the brutal truth that the final destination is not adventure, but death. Duke Angel's realization that only Phalia knows the whole truth underscores her loneliness in this struggle. The carefree behavior of the princess, who is going to her death, creates a painful dissonance in the consciousness of the heroes. Protecting the hearts of others, the heroine hides her own pain behind a mask of false happiness. The bitter irony is that in trying to protect Phalia, they only hindered her from living out the rest of her days. The desire to leave behind bright memories is a desperate attempt to escape from the suffocating grief of the palace. Karis's realization of Phalia's disapproval of his rumors causes him to take a new look at her actions. Karis's misunderstanding only deepens because Phalia's pride does not allow her to ask for help. Conflicting reports about Phalia's reaction to the rumors only add to the cloud over the princess's true motives. Admiration for Phalia's strength of spirit in accepting her fate explains the excessive care of her loved ones. Daniel's playful gesture interrupts Karis's inappropriate questions, bringing the conversation back to a serious note. The invitation to travel turns out to be a disguised farewell, leading straight to a tragic ending. Phalia's reflections on love against the backdrop of preparations for the ball create a piercing contrast between the inner world and the outer bustle. The maid's curiosity is aroused by the princess's hints about her recent declaration of love. The memory of the cold crown prince's transformation in front of his beloved makes Phalia think about the strength of feelings. The playful teasing of the maids is interrupted by a reminder of the upcoming ball, bringing the princess back to reality. The reflection in the mirror preserves Phalia's desperate hope for salvation through universal indifference. The maid's sincere words blind Phalia, causing her to forget about her original plan. The maid's hectic departure, proud of their work, leaves behind a trail of chaos and anticipation. Daniel's patient waiting highlights the importance of the upcoming event and his role in it. The princess's luxurious outfit becomes a harbinger of the fateful day when the original story begins. Panic grips Phalia as her dazzling beauty ruins her plan to remain in the shadows. The exchange of pleasantries between Daniel and Phalia conceals the tense anticipation of the beginning of the ball. Daniel's gentle gesture and his meaningful look reveal feelings he can no longer hide. Daniel's sudden closeness takes the girl by surprise, awakening long-forgotten feelings in her. Phalia's internal struggle with her own emotions reaches its peak, requiring inhuman self-control from her. The wide-open doors of the hall become a portal to a new reality, where an original story is about to begin. The whispers behind her back don't stop, but Phalia's smile remains impeccable next to Daniel. A feeling of betrayal overwhelms Karis at the sight of this idyllic picture. Duke Angel's warning that mere caution is not enough sounds like a death sentence. The appearance of a new sinister coat of arms makes Duke Angel want only one thing: to escape. The happiness on Phalia's face disarms Duke Angel, causing him to retreat from his intention. Daniel's carefree behavior, ignoring the princess's illness, leaves his friends perplexed. Karis's insight into the reason for Phalia's sympathy for Daniel burns with bitter truth. Karis's sudden understanding resonates with Duke Angel, because with Daniel, the girl can be herself. Daniel's magic, hiding the couple from prying eyes, creates an island of peace for Phalia. The unexpected discovery that Phalia's eye color is stable thanks to Daniel's magic offers a fragile glimmer of hope. Revealing the secret of the blood contract explains the nature of Daniel's magic, but only adds ominous questions. The appearance of the main characters of the original story becomes the starting point for inevitable events. The perfect couple of the Crown Prince and Ariel attracts all eyes, embodying a living fairy tale. Watching them from the sidelines, Phalia and Daniel feel like they are just spectators in someone else's performance. The enthusiastic roar of the crowd surrounding the Crown Prince and Ariel confirms their status as the center of the universe. Ariel's panic in the spotlight reveals the vulnerability hidden behind her perfect facade. The girl's escape to the balcony exactly repeats the plot of the novel, depriving Phalia of hope for change. The anticipation of the mysterious lady appearing on the balcony makes your blood run cold. Phalia's excitement at being a secret observer makes her forget her own tragedy. Unexpected interest from the Crown Prince's retinue destroys the illusion of invisibility, introducing an alarming note into the plot. The Crown Prince's fiery gaze and his chilling command leave no doubt. Refusal is tantamount to death. Phalia's forced smile hides the bitter realization that the Crown Prince's attention is a trap with no way out. Despite Daniel's entreaties, the princess feels obliged to intervene in the course of predetermined events. The girl tries to convince herself that since the story has begun, she can afford the role of a simple spectator. Memories of Ariel's future suffering from the original novel cast a shadow on the glitter of the ballroom. The fear of hurting Ariel with a careless word makes Phalia act with extreme caution. Envious aristocrats try to put Ariel in her place with their caustic remarks. The petty cruelty of the ladies of the court forces Phalia to abandon her role as an observer and intervene. The princess's cold tone instantly cuts through the bullying, establishing her unquestionable authority. The aristocrat's bold response becomes an open challenge, turning social conversation into a battlefield. Despite her reputation as a villain, Phalia lends Ariel a helping hand, unable to stay away. The evil whispers of the aristocrats cast doubt not only on the baron's reputation, but also on the motives of the princess herself. The rumors surrounding Phalia, from the dark veil to her connection with Daniel, seem disrespectful to Ariel. Phalia, with a grin, recognizes in the behavior of aristocrats the typical cliches of secondary characters. Ariel's grateful touch on Phalia's hand becomes a silent sign of budding trust. The princess resolutely leads the rescued girl away, leaving the stunned aristocrats behind. Behind the departing princess, there remains an unspoken truth about saving the gossiping families from the wrath of the Crown Prince. A flashback to the novel's plot reveals the bloody fate that Phalia has just prevented. Phalia's soft smile calms the trembling Ariel, giving the girl a sense of security. Ariel's fall and desperate cry reveal the girl's shock and sudden affection for her savior. Ariel's unexpected reaction breaks the plot Phalia knows, leaving the princess in shock. Escaping into the garden, Ariel tries to calm her tremors after her encounter with the evil princess. The evil princess's reputation alienates Ariel, causing the girl to avoid any contact. Phalia's unsolicited help only causes Ariel resentment and a bitter feeling of humiliation. The general admiration for the princess makes Ariel feel invisible, poisoning her soul with jealousy. The appearance of the Crown Prince under the moon breaks Ariel's bitter solitude, becoming a ray of hope. While comforting the crying Ariel, the Crown Prince finds in her grief a response to his own pain. Ariel's despair finds an outlet in tears, and the girl opens up completely to her savior. The Crown Prince's sympathy turns to icy rage as he searches for the culprit behind Ariel's tears. The Crown Prince's blazing gaze and his demand to name the offender do not bode well. The memory of Phalia's icy gaze becomes for Ariel irrefutable proof of the princess's guilt. Convincing herself that there is some truth in her words, Ariel finds justification for her lies. Directly accusing the princess becomes Ariel's way of winning the Crown Prince's sympathy. The doubt in the Crown Prince's voice hurts Ariel more than any accusation of wrongdoing. Resentment at the young man's distrust makes Ariel doubt his loyalty. In a panic, the Crown Prince tries to make amends for his mistake, realizing the fragility of the girl's trust. Ariel's tears, brought on by fear and resentment, blur the line between truth and fiction. Ariel's familiar world collapses as the one who has always been on her side doubts her for the first time. A prick from a rose thorn becomes a saving opportunity for Ariel to regain her lost attention. The fairy's momentary care restores Ariel's confidence in her unlimited power over him. A rose cut in half by a single blow of a sword becomes an ominous warning to all who have offended Ariel. The severed flower at Ariel's feet becomes a silent witness to the Crown Prince's frightening devotion. The Crown Prince's smug question blurs the line between protection and outright threat. Hidden in the shadows of the trees, Daniel and his companion watch the unfolding drama with alarm. Daniel's feigned calm only emphasizes his deep understanding of the madness that is happening. Daniel's companion's bewilderment at the Crown Prince's strange taste betrays his complete lack of understanding of the situation. In tears, Ariel continues her complaint, skillfully shifting the blame onto the vague images of her offenders. The brief relief that Philia's name was not mentioned gives way to tense anticipation. Ariel's insidious lies finally turn the savior Philia into a cruel tormentor. The sudden appearance of a witness and his direct refutation of Ariel's lies brings an unexpected twist to the plot. Ariel's attempt to accuse the stranger of eavesdropping reveals her desperation to cover up the lie. Harris's caustic sarcasm about crying over a rosethorn mercilessly destroys Ariel's pathetic production. Ariel's brash response to the direct question only highlights the absurdity of the situation and her growing panic. Harris's gaze does not show interest, but rather cold hostility towards a creature he does not understand. The Crown Prince's gentle call becomes Ariel's lifeline in a sea of exposure. Ariel instantly switches his attention to the new enemy, making Harris appear as the aggressor in the eyes of the defender. The silence in response to Ariel's complaints gives rise to a chilling doubt in the girl's soul. The piece of paper presented by Harris becomes an unexpected trump card, capable of destroying the entire lie. The recognition on the piece of paper makes Ariel freeze in horror at the inevitable exposure. The icy smile on her face speaks of the terrible insight that frightens Ariel the most. Fell's terrifying smile reveals to Ariel a dark side of his soul that she never knew existed. A mysterious note that changes Fell's face becomes the key to a frightening secret for Ariel. In Ariel's head, people, the princess and slander, are mixed together, turning into a tangle of unsolvable questions. The illegible handwriting on the piece of paper only increases Ariel's anxiety, hiding the bitter truth from her. Fell's cold calm and his comparison of offenders to insects frighten Ariel with their cruelty. The return of the gentle smile to Fell's face instantly erases Ariel's fears, restoring her sense of security. The image of the evil witch from the fairy tale is forever imprinted in Ariel's mind, associated with the dark side of Fell. Obsessive thoughts about the princess poison Ariel's relief, not allowing her to forget the horror she experienced. Fell's abrupt order to shut up, thrown at Harris, betrays his possessive attitude towards the girl. Ariel's sudden desire to leave only elicits a condescending smile from Fell, hiding his true intentions. Confident in her irresistibility, Ariel decides to return to the ball to enjoy her triumph. Philia's calm smile when meeting Daniel hides the tense anticipation of the outcome. Philia's mysterious laughter in response to Daniel's question becomes a prelude to a new intrigue. Philia's cleverly staged scene of innocent help turns the victim into an ungrateful fugitive. The appearance of Gale, a strict guardian of order, brings a note of formality to the tense atmosphere. Gale's rebuke of the princess reveals her reputation as a schemer accustomed to causing trouble. Gale's angry reprimand calls into question the very purpose of Philia and Daniel's presence at the ball. Daniel's cold statement about accompanying the princess becomes a brazen challenge to Gale's authority. Daniel's confidence disarms Gale, leaving Philia with the last word in this skirmish. Philia's conspiratorial whispers and Daniel's submissiveness demonstrate their strong and dangerous alliance. Philia's rebuke puts Gale in an awkward position, foreshadowing another boring lecture. The princess's disarming smile and her gratitude for his concern completely confuse Gale. Gale's embarrassed departure and his mutterings about advice betray his inner turmoil and relief. The sudden flush on Gale's cheeks reveals his unexpected vulnerability to Philia's charm. The memory of the alien aristocratic atmosphere reminds Philia of the difficulties of adapting to a new world. The decision to become a silent observer is born from the realization that the fantasy world has turned out to be a dangerous reality. The girl's frightened apology for stepping on her dress reflects her fear of the powers that be. Philia's condescending remark about the fun of awkward situations sounds like a subtle, veiled threat. The princess's thoughts about the prudence and caution of aristocrats reveal her cynical view of high society. The whispers of gossips behind her back become living confirmation of her thoughts about the omnipresent intrigues. Rumors about the recent balls and the incident with the black veil become the main topic of gossip behind the princess's back. Phalia's mysterious change in behavior baffles even the most inveterate gossips. New stories about the princess's kindness and openness paint a completely unusual image for everyone. Phalia's warm smile towards the common people finally destroys her previous reputation. Doubts and distrust still plague those who have not had the opportunity to personally verify the princess's change. Phalia's unexpected act of mercy makes even the most hardened skeptics question their prejudices. The princess, leaving in the rays of light, leaves behind a trail of admiration and bewilderment, as if she had become a different person. The sudden collision and the alarming call to Daniel reveal Phalia's hidden vulnerability. Behind Phalia's playful gratitude lies an attempt to loosen Daniel's suffocating control. Daniel's gentle touch gives rise to an irresistible desire in him to protect the princess from the whole world. The young man offers the princess magical protection from prying eyes. Ariel's sudden appearance leaves everyone in a state of shock. The girl with blue hair slowly approaches, causing confusion. The heroine is overcome with fear of a possible public scandal. The princess, in desperation, begs the intruder to simply disappear. Ariel turns to the young man with gratitude, reminding him of his help. Suspicion creeps into the princess's heart at the sight of this scene. The girl's indecision makes the heroine even more nervous. A cold guess about the reason for the visit dawns on the blonde. The memory of past insults and rejected help flares up with renewed vigor. The princess coldly demands an explanation, ready for new rumors about her nature. Ariel, in tears, desperately tries to justify herself, denying the rejected help. The heroine, with a cynical grin, foresees the girl's predictable hysteria. The unexpected confession of admiration for her beauty takes the blonde by surprise. The look of rapturous adoration on Ariel's face leaves the princess completely bewildered. A sudden insight into what is happening plunges the observer into real horror. The girl with blue hair compares meeting the heroine to a blinding light. A public statement about being saved from bullying changes the balance of power. The situation has turned in the princess's favor, but the thought of getting closer is alarming. Jealousy and fear of changing the plot force the heroine to act decisively. The princess coldly rejects the gratitude, feeling uncomfortable with such attention. The heroine cuts back her tears in an icy tone, hiding her own embarrassment behind a mask of indifference. Realization hits the blonde when her words turn into a quote from a famous fairy tale. Daniel's hidden laughter behind her back only increases the princess's irritation in the absurd situation. Ariel delightedly proclaims the heroine a fairy tale character, leaving her in shock. The blonde is completely stupefied by the realization of the depth of Ariel's delusions. The stream of incoherent compliments from the girl completely confuses the princess. Ariel's unexpected approach makes the heroine recoil in amazement. The irony of the situation strikes the blonde, because the fairy tale image does not correspond to the truth at all. The heroine tries to politely get rid of the annoying girl, hinting at her fatigue. The guy's amusement only adds fuel to the fire of the princess's irritation. The heroine mentally pushes away Ariel's fan feelings, fighting the urge to turn around. The young man, with a grin, voices his guess about the girl's fairy tale delusion. The guy reminds her of the book's authorship, making the moment even more awkward for the heroine. Through her forced smile, the blonde realizes that she has become the object of ridicule. Memories take me back to the beginning of my creative journey, to the idea of Snow White. The question of the passivity of fairy tale heroines gives rise to the seed of doubt and protest. A sudden epiphany makes the girl take a new look at resignation to fate. The young man aptly notes that the heroine's kindness borders on self-forgetfulness. The decision to change the passive plot is born from the desire to create a strong princess. Inspiration transformed the passive Snow White into the image of the powerful Snow Queen. A creative impulse overwhelmed the girl, forcing her to write page after page without stopping. The main character's character was deliberately complicated to add depth and drama to the story. The ideal image of a handsome and kind prince became the embodiment of a dream that cannot be abandoned. In the end of the story, the all-consuming power of true love became the main salvation for both. The young man sacrificed his human form for one saving kiss. The princess did not hesitate to put her own life on the line for the sake of her dying lover. The idea that this fictitious story could have such a spell on Ariel seems incredible. The irony of fate is that it was the Snow Princess who became the girl's idol. After all, in the past, these two were bitter enemies, like a cat and a dog. Daniel's mockery and Harris's quiet laughter finally drive the princess crazy. Completely exhausted by the events of the evening, the heroine falls onto the bed without strength. The appearance of the magical bird genie only emphasizes the feeling of complete failure. The girl, in despair, retells to her familiar the absurdity of what happened to Ariel. Ariel's sudden change in behavior seems completely illogical and suspicious to the blonde. A terrifying guess about the real reason for the girl's attention strikes the heroine like a lightning bolt. Panic grips the blonde from the thought that the main character of the story chose the wrong one. The coldness was just a defensive reaction in the hope of pushing away the obsessive admirer. The tangle of intrigues becomes more and more entangled, interfering with plans to communicate with handsome men. A sudden attack with black blood becomes an ominous result of the stress experienced. Phalia calculates Ariel's predictable moves. Confident in her strategy, the blonde hopes that rare meetings will gradually cool down the unwanted interest. The heroine strengthens her resolve to be cold and ruthless in every encounter. Ariel's sudden visit ruins all of the princess's plans, taking her by surprise. An uninvited guest violates the personal space of the owner of the room without warning. In an icy tone, Phalia rejects the offer of breakfast, recalling their casual acquaintance. The girl's obsessive closeness makes the blonde nervous and increasingly irritated. Ariel suddenly disappears into thin air, leaving the heroine completely bewildered. Daniel's familiar voice behind him becomes a new surprise on this strange morning. The realization that Daniel is behind the disappearance leaves Phalia in shock. The guy's disarming smile makes Phalia lose her mind as he says incredible things. Daniel's radical proposal to send the girl out of the capital throws the princess into a panic. The young man's simple explanation for helping her with her discomfort shows his unexpected concern. Ariel wakes up completely bewildered in the middle of the garden, where she was carefully moved. The princess gives Emma strict orders never to let the annoying guest in again. With genuine relief, the heroine thanks Daniel for saving her from an awkward situation. His casual kindness and modesty plunge the blonde into even greater embarrassment. A sudden memory of her brother's call brings the girl back to reality. Unexpected praise from her usually strict brother takes the heroine completely by surprise. Stunned by the rare display of approval, Phalia shyly thanks the young man. The mention of Ariel causes the heroine to have a chilling fear of exposure and execution. The young man's hatred for the book is so strong that he is ready to burn it on the spot. The blonde feels his anger, but the lack of a direct threat leaves her bewildered. There is a desperate plea in the young man's voice, because the book threatens to take everything away from him. The real reason for the heroine's hostility lies not in love, but in a suffocating thirst for control. His request for help and obvious concern show the girl how much he has changed. The thought that people can change gives rise to a timid hope in the princess's soul. There is a chance to change their relationship so that the guy will finally see her as a sister. A vivid dream of harmony with his brother is shattered by doubts about its feasibility. The young man's disturbing question causes the princess to wake up from her dreams. Having received her brother's approval, Phalia is strengthened in her decision to continue her cold game. The conversation suddenly turns to the sinister rumors that have already surrounded the princess. The young man confidently declares that the heroine has nothing more to worry about. He has sorted everything out. It turns out that the crown prince has already stopped all gossip in the palace and among the aristocrats. Pure joy and relief overwhelm the girl from such unexpected and powerful support. Dreams of carefree days surrounded by handsome men seem so real again. However, the positive mood is overshadowed by the thought of unpredictable changes in Ariel's behavior. The real obstacle in her way, fortunately, turns out to be none other than her own brother. The blonde is tormented by doubts, because her brother's reaction to any threat to Ariel is unpredictable. Having weighed all the risks, the heroine comes to the conclusion that there is only one way out. Gathering all her will into a fist, Phalia asks her brother a direct question about his desire to kill her. Despite her fear of the future, the girl is determined to risk everything for the sake of truth. After an agonizing pause, the crown prince's short and calm answer dispels all her fears. The tension subsides, and although the young man's face is inscrutable, the heroine feels long-awaited relief. The princess proposes a cunning plan to awaken Ariel's tender feelings for the main characters. The guy's words that her sister's life is more important than any problem become a revelation for her. Taken by surprise, The embarrassed blonde tries to find a logical explanation for his concern. The young man challenges her, questioning her blind faith in his words. With a disarming smile, the girl declares her absolute trust, because he keeps his word. Struck by her sincerity, the crown prince, with a warm smile, acknowledges his sister as a strange girl. Unexpectedly, her brother's familiar address throws the princess off her usual rut. The news of a conspiracy between the most influential aristocrats shocks the blonde. All the heroine's titanic efforts to protect the handsome men from the main characters went to waste. The harsh reality turns out to be much more complex and confusing than initially thought. The memory of the fateful meeting when her minions first encountered Ariel comes to mind. At that time, it seemed that the main character's radiance could not charm any of the guys. Instead of adoration, they greeted the girl with frank and even evil ridicule. Icy hostility and rejection were evident in every glance of her chosen ones. The barely restrained laughter of the young people was more eloquent than any words. This strange reaction makes Philia deeply doubt the predetermined plot. The guy's behavior is completely inconsistent with the plot, because they were supposed to be in love. The heroine painfully wonders what caused the failure, her intervention or the changed Ariel. The realization that Ariel has also changed turns the story into a confusing and unpredictable quest. Her brother's question breaks the girl out of her thoughts, causing her to nervously hide her true thoughts. The crown prince's direct and unexpected question about her health takes the princess by surprise. The mention of Rafaela's specific illness sounds like a death sentence, driving the blonde into a corner. A sudden feeling of guilt forces the heroine to justify herself. Although she is not guilty of anything, the girl desperately tries to convince her brother that her illness has nothing to do with Ariel. The young man's piercing question about her true desires makes Philia freeze in anticipation. The guy shows his understanding by listing everything the princess never wanted: power or wealth. The crown prince's words about unprofitable assistance make the girl tense up in anticipation of a catch. A sinister contract emerges, where killing the sister was one of the possible options. Philia realizes that this is a deal where her freedom depends on helping Ariel. The vague concept of freedom confuses the princess because it may have a double meaning. The young man's icy gaze emphasizes that the second part of the contract has clear and strict conditions. The promise of protection sounds sweet, but the heroine sees in it only a mirror image of his deal. Holding the contract in her hands, the blonde tries to figure out what her brother's true goal is. The guy's announcement about canceling the contract shocks her, destroying all fragile agreements. His hint that she should know causes Philia to feverishly feign ignorance. The mention of a secret connected with her mother and the temple leads the girl into a deadly trap. Escape seemed to be the only way to freedom, because the contract contained hidden threats. However, the sincerity of the brother's intentions completely changes the rules of this dangerous game. The young man's direct question about her true motives puts the princess before a choice. Despair grips the blonde at the thought that a whole month of efforts was in vain. The last hope glimmers in the girl's heart that at least Daniel was able to earn her trust. Gathering her courage, Philia decides that the time has come for a frank conversation. A month had passed in vain, and she had hoped that helping her brother would rid him of his thirst for murder. Standing before the crown prince, the heroine finally realizes her one and only simple desire. Living peacefully with her brother will reduce the threat to her people and free her from constant fear. Confidence in a bright future full of handsome men fills her heart again. The crown prince is amazed by his sister's sincerity, and Philia is surprised by his commanding tone. Leaving the room, the girl feels an easy victory, because the ice between them began to melt. Left alone, the young man clenches his fist, touched by her simple desire for his peace of mind. The princess eagerly asks Emma about the search for the mysterious camera. The maid's dejected appearance makes Philia think that the search was unsuccessful. Emma's unexpected positive answer lights a spark of delight in the blonde's eyes. Joy overwhelms the heroine, and she impatiently asks to bring the find immediately. The silence and strange behavior of the maid instantly dampen her delight, causing anxiety. Concern for Emma forces the princess to postpone the long-awaited photo shoot with the handsome men. The sudden appearance of Daniel, who overheard the conversation, promises a new turn of events. Daniel's determination not to waste time makes the princess cast aside all unnecessary worries. Thoughts of lost time and unfulfilled plans are mixed with anxiety for the safety of the handsome men. The realization of how little time is left weighs on the girl with a heavy burden of urgent matters. The upcoming terrorist attack becomes Philia's only chance to escape with the priests. The unknown and the boy's lack of memories turn her risky plan into Russian roulette. The unexpected closeness to the imperial family makes a solo escape almost impossible. Pilgrimage with priests is seen as the only safe path to a quiet and peaceful life. With each passing moment, the feeling of time running out becomes more acute and unbearable. The golden glint in Daniel's eyes reveals his true feelings and hidden strength. This look takes the blonde back to the very day when their first kiss happened. Looking into Daniel's beautiful eyes, the girl feels her mind clouding over. The guy's words about destruction sound like a confession of the princess's unlimited power over him. An internal struggle tears the young man apart. He cannot step over his principles for her sake. A strange calmness came over Phalia. The young man's gaze no longer caused the same embarrassment. The heroine gains clarity, realizing that her feelings have become deeper and her mind is stronger than Daniel's charms. The guy's faith in the girl's happiness sounds like a vow, filling the air with tenderness and determination. In the silence of the night, a mysterious figure watches the sleeping princess with bated breath. A shining eagle emerges from the artifact, signifying the awakening of ancient and powerful magic. The blue flower symbolizes Lephelia's illness, a gift of fate that seemed an unbearable burden. But the girl's sincere smile, shining in the middle of hell, proves her incredible strength of spirit. One glance is enough to understand how beautiful the world appears to a girl who has never known spiritual warmth. If that were the only problem, Daniel wouldn't hesitate for a second. But it's much more complicated than that. The young man is nearby, not because of the princess's imminent death, but for a completely different reason. The guy understands that Lephlia is preparing not only for death, but also for what will happen after it. No one before her cared about pure souls, wrote books for children, or thought about them. And of course, no one dared to approach the cruel crown prince to help. For the first time, the young man saw a person who showed love, even to those of lower status. It seems as if before her death, she wants to make the world a little kinder, and this is evident in her actions. The child's impossible dream makes Daniel smile, melting the ice in his heart. It is this dream that fills Phalia with a charming desire to surround everyone with warmth and care. The girl's fragility is frightening because he has seen death and has long since come to terms with his fate. But the thought of the princess's death makes the guy feel completely helpless in the face of the inevitable. The fear of not being able to wake the princess from her eternal sleep is like despair, because she is like a light breeze. The girl's desire to appreciate every moment makes the young man rethink everything and stop wasting time. Daniel's words about future happiness fill the heroine's heart with trembling and timid hope. The young man tries to be content with the girl's happiness, fearing that hopes for more will break the guy. One smile from the princess is enough for a guy to want to see this simple happiness as often as possible. Waking up, the princess is completely unaware of the nightly torments of the young man in love. The girl's morning thoughtfulness is caused by the gloomy behavior of Emma and Daniel the day before. Since her plans have gone awry, the heroine finally decides to think about her own desires. The impatient desire to take photographs is interrupted by a knock, behind which lies the long-awaited answer. Emma, looking grim, holds out the mysterious object, which turns out to be not at all what the princess expected. Bewilderment turns to alarm when the heroine sees an inconspicuous gray stone in the hands of the maid. A simple description of a device for saving moments makes a girl realize the bitter truth. Shock and disappointment overwhelm the princess because the coveted camera turned out to be an ordinary stone. A whirlwind of thoughts flashes through the blonde's head, from guilt towards Emma to suspicion of a cruel prank. Disbelief in what is happening makes the heroine doubt reality. Is it really just a stone? The maid's guilty look confirms her worst fears. She knew it all along. A sudden flash of lightning reflects the girl's shock, but her cry is full of concern for her faithful servant. Forgetting her disappointment, the princess insists on helping Rox, putting Emma's well-being above all else. The maid's sudden request takes the girl by surprise, causing curiosity and slight anxiety. The blonde listens to Emma's instructions with bated breath, sensing the importance of the moment. Emma's heartbreaking request to preserve her memory forever changes the princess's attitude towards the stone.